The stronger you rise, the weaker they feel. They swore they were ahead, thought they had you figured out, believed they could block you, break you, or bury you under their lies. But here you are, still standing, still evolving, still becoming something they will never be. And now, they're desperate. They've run out of masks to wear, out of games to play, out of ways to keep up. The more they watch you win, the more they fall apart. Because it's not just that you're rising, it's that your success is exposing their failure. Your confidence reminds them of their insecurity. Your glow highlights their emptiness. Your presence makes them feel small in their own story. And they can't stand it. That's why they hate you, talk about you, obsess over you. Because your power isn't just a threat, it's a mirror. Every move you make forces them to see their own weaknesses, their own lack, their own inability to create what you were born with. They tried to outshine you, but only exposed themselves. They tried to stop you, but only fueled your rise. Now they're scrambling, watching from the sidelines, obsessed, bitter, desperate. And this is what breaks them. Because you weren't supposed to make it. You weren't supposed to rise. You weren't supposed to be untouchable. They thought they had you locked in, thought you would crumble without their validation, thought you needed them more than they needed you. But now they see the truth. You were never dependent on them. They were feeding off you the whole time. See, when you're chosen, your energy carries weight. You don't just exist, you shift things. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere changes. When you speak, people listen. When you move, people follow. And your enemies, they've always known this. That's why they've tried so hard to manipulate you, sabotage you and drain you, because they needed your light to shine. But now, you took your power back. You cut the cord, broke the cycle, and left them gasping for the energy they once stole from you. And that's why they're panicking. That's why they're watching your every move, desperate to see you fail. Because they can't handle the reality that you were always the source. And that's exactly why we're about to break this all down, why your enemies are spiraling, why they can't handle your power, and why their desperation is only proof that you've already won. But before we get into it, if you know you've ever made people uncomfortable just by being yourself, if you've ever felt the weight of their jealousy and their silent war against you, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Because when you engage, you help spread this truth to more people like you. You signal to the universe, to the world, and to the ones still doubting themselves that chosen ones don't compete. We dominate. So let's get into it. Because the truth is, they don't hate you, they fear you. Number 1, they can't stand that you don't need them. Nothing scares a manipulator more than someone they can't control. They thought they had you locked in, thought you would always be there, waiting for their approval, craving their validation, running back to them when things got tough. They convinced themselves that without them, you wouldn't know what to do, that you would crumble the moment they pulled away. But reality hit them like a storm. You never needed them. It was they who needed you. And now that you've realized it, they're losing their minds. They used to thrive on your doubt. They loved seeing you question yourself, second-guessing every move, unsure if you were making the right choices. They enjoyed being the ones who knew better, the ones who had experience, the ones who positioned themselves as your guiding force, not because they wanted to see you succeed, but because they wanted to keep you small. Because as long as you were unsure, you were controllable. But you broke the cycle. You outgrew them, moved on, and realized your own power. And now, they can't handle it. See, manipulators, fake friends, and bitter enemies only have power over you if you let them. Their strength comes from your uncertainty, your need for approval, your belief that they hold something valuable over you. But the moment you recognize your own value, they become powerless. And now they're desperate, doing everything they can to make you look back, to make you question yourself again, to make you wonder if maybe, just maybe, you still need them. But you don't, and that's what's destroying them. Look at some of the greatest names in history: Oprah, Elon Musk, Kobe Bryant, Steve Jobs, Rihanna. They all had one thing in common. At some point, they had to stop listening to the people who told them they couldn't do it. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Now she's one of the most powerful women in media. Elon Musk was ridiculed for his ideas. Now those same critics use his technology daily. Kobe Bryant didn't just want to be good. He outworked everyone to be legendary. These people didn't wait for permission. They didn't wait for validation. They decided who they were, and the world had to adjust. And that's exactly what you did. You stopped needing them. You stopped listening to their negativity, stopped feeding their egos, stopped allowing their opinions to dictate your reality. And now they don't know what to do with themselves. They don't know how to function when they're not the center of your attention. They don't know how to feel important when you don't need their approval. You might be wondering, why do they care so much? Shouldn't they be happy that I'm thriving without them? No, because they were never rooting for you in the first place. They wanted you beneath them. They wanted you controlled, dependent, small. The thought of you outgrowing them was never part of their plan. And now they're bitter, they're restless, they're plotting, gossiping, lurking, because nothing haunts a person more than the one they can no longer control. It's why they suddenly want to check in. It's why they start acting like they care about you now. It's why they whisper your name in rooms you don't even walk in anymore. They're trying to find a way back in, not because they miss you, not because they suddenly respect you, but because they miss the power they had over you. But you don't owe them anything. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them second chances. You don't owe them access to this new, evolved version of you. Because here's what will haunt them the most. You don't even hate them. You just don't need them. And that is their biggest nightmare. Number 2, your presence exposes their weaknesses. You didn't even have to attack them. Your success did that for you. You walk into a room and suddenly they shift uncomfortably. You speak and they roll their eyes, dismissing your words as if they don't matter, yet they can't stop listening. You move with confidence and it burns them inside because they can't figure out how you do it so effortlessly. Your very existence is a threat, not because you're doing anything to them, but because you are everything they pretend to be. You didn't ask to be the one they secretly compete with. You never even signed up for this invisible battle. You're just living, thriving, walking in your own power. And yet somehow, that alone is enough to send them into a spiral. Because every time they see you, they see what they lack. Every time you elevate, it reminds them of how stagnant they are. Every time you achieve something, it highlights how little effort they've put into their own growth. And instead of fixing themselves, they focus on trying to break you. They talk about you, not because you've wronged them, but because gossip is the only power they have left. They try to discredit you, hoping that if they throw enough dirt on your name, people won't notice how much brighter you shine. They watch your every move, hoping you'll fail, because nothing would make them feel better than seeing you fall. But here's the reality. You don't even have to fight them. Your success already defeated them. Look at the world's greatest visionaries: Michael Jordan, Beyoncé, Steve Jobs, Serena Williams. These people didn't waste time addressing every critic, every jealous onlooker, every insecure hater trying to bring them down. They let their work speak for itself. Because at the end of the day, success doesn't need an explanation. Only failure does. And that's what's happening to your enemies right now. They see you winning and feel like failures. They see your confidence and feel small. They watch you walk with purpose, and it reminds them they've been standing still. They thought ignoring you would make them feel superior, but instead, your presence keeps haunting them. And you might be wondering, why don't they just focus on themselves? Why waste energy hating when they could be leveling up too? Because leveling up requires work, and work requires accountability. And these people, they don't want to put in the work. They don't want to fix their insecurities, their lack of ambition, their failure to grow. They don't want to admit that you weren't just lucky. You earned everything you have. So instead, they choose the easy route. They lash out, they whisper, they move in shadows, hoping to find a way to dim your light. But nothing they do will ever be enough, because they can't erase the truth. You're winning because you put in the effort they were too lazy to commit to. And here's where it really hurts them. You're not even competing with them. While they're obsessing over you, you're focused on your next goal. While they're sitting in circles talking about you, you're out there making moves. They are stuck in a battle that only exists in their own minds. That's why they can't stand you. Not because you've done anything to them, but because you are a constant reminder of what they could be if they stopped making excuses. And the worst part? You're not even thinking about them. They've built their entire personality around hating you, and yet you keep winning. You keep growing. You keep proving without saying a word that you were never on the same level. So let them talk. Let them spiral. Let them waste their energy trying to fight a battle you're not even part of. Because while they stay stuck in their insecurities, you're already on your next level. Number 3. They tried to replace you and failed miserably. They thought they could swap you out like a trend, but legends don't expire. They thought you were just another option, just another piece in their little game. They thought they could discard you, downgrade, and keep moving like nothing happened. They were sure they could replace you with someone easier to control, someone more desperate for their approval, someone who wouldn't challenge them. They thought you were just a temporary phase in their life, a placeholder until they found something better. But reality hit them like a train, because you weren't temporary. You were the prize. And now, sitting in the wreckage of their own choices, they're realizing the cold, hard truth. You were never the one who needed them. They needed you. See, when you bring value, when you carry real energy, real power, and real presence, you can't be replaced. You can only be remembered. And no matter how much they try to convince themselves otherwise, the absence of your energy is a void they can't fill. They downgraded, and they know it. They see it. They feel it. At first, they pretended they won. They paraded their new replacement around, thinking it would get under your skin. They did everything they could to act unbothered, to convince themselves that they upgraded. But deep down, reality was already sinking in. They lost something rare, because here's what they never understood. You weren't just giving them time, you were giving them access. Access to your wisdom, access to your light, access to the kind of energy that makes everything around it grow. You weren't just another person in their life. You were the reason things flowed smoothly for them. And now that you're gone, the glow they once had from being connected to you has faded. The opportunities that seemed endless when you were around, gone. The confidence they had when they were standing next to you, shattered. They tried to recreate the magic they once had, but the truth is, it was never their magic to begin with. It was yours. Look at history. Great players don't replace leaders. They collapse without them. When Steve Jobs was pushed out of Apple, the company suffered until they had no choice but to bring him back. When Michael Jordan stepped away from the game, the Chicago Bulls learned real quick that you don't just swap out a legend. And when Beyoncé left Destiny's Child, the rest is history. Because here's what they fail to understand. You don't replace greatness. You simply suffer without it. And now you might be asking yourself, if I was so valuable, why did they even try to replace me? Because they thought you would always be available. They thought they could mistreat you, overlook you, take you for granted, and you would still be there. They thought they had time to play games, time to disrespect you, time to keep you as an option while they entertained lesser versions of you. But what they didn't realize, you were already done before they even made their move. Because once a chosen one decides to leave, there's no coming back. Now they're sitting with the consequences of their own choices. They're replaying every moment, every opportunity, every time they thought they could do better, only to realize they threw away the best thing they ever had. They thought you were the problem. They thought replacing you would bring them peace, happiness, success. But they played themselves. And the worst part? There's no undoing it. They can't just walk back in like nothing happened. That door is closed. That chapter is finished. Because while they were out searching, you were evolving. While they were pretending to be happy, you were leveling up. And now they sit in regret, realizing too late, you were the real prize. Number 4, they throw everything at you, but you keep winning. The louder the hate, the bigger the blessing coming your way. They've tried everything: lies, betrayal, gossip, manipulation. They've done the most to see you fall, yet every time they think they've buried you, you rise again, stronger, sharper, and even more untouchable. Every time they push against you, the universe pulls you forward. Every attack they send is just another step in your elevation. And that's what's killing them. They thought if they slandered your name, people would turn against you. But instead, people saw through their lies and started seeing them for who they really are. They thought if they blocked your opportunities, they could stop your progress. But instead, the doors they tried to close forced you to build your own, bigger, better, and unshakable. They thought if they drained you, exhausted you, overwhelmed you, you would finally give up. But instead, you transformed every setback into fuel, every loss into wisdom, every obstacle into a stepping stone. Now they're confused, frustrated, helpless, because nothing they do is working. That's the thing about real power. It doesn't break under pressure. It thrives in it. Look at history. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison for 27 years, and when he walked out, he led a nation. Oprah was fired from her first television job. Now she owns the network. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Then he became a legend. The greatest minds, the most powerful forces, the chosen ones throughout time have all faced attacks, and yet they still became unstoppable. Because the truth is, when you're built for greatness, adversity isn't an obstacle, it's part of the process. The attacks don't stop you, they shape you. The betrayals don't break you, they refine you. The hate doesn't hold you back, it fuels you. And now, your enemies are exhausted. They've lied on your name so much that even they can't keep their stories straight. They've tried to rally people against you, only to realize that real ones don't fall for nonsense. They've plotted, schemed, and thrown every trick in the book at you, but you're still here, still rising, still winning. And you might be asking yourself, why won't they stop? Why keep attacking when they see it's not working? Because losing to you is driving them insane. They don't understand how you keep bouncing back, how you stay calm while they're in chaos, how you remain unbothered while they're losing sleep over you. They thought you needed their approval, their validation, their acceptance, but you never did. That's why their hate isn't hurting you, it's just making them miserable. And here's the best part. Every time they try to destroy you, the universe rewards you. You've probably noticed it. The moment they spread lies, a new opportunity comes knocking. The second they try to block you, a better door opens. The instant they think they've finally taken you down, you rise higher than ever. It's almost like the universe is using their own energy against them, flipping every attack into a blessing, every trap into a lesson. Because chosen ones don't fall, they ascend. So let them throw everything they have. Let them talk, let them scheme, let them exhaust themselves trying to stop what they could never control. Because while they stay consumed with you, you're too busy winning. Number 5. They hate that they can't predict your next move. They're playing checkers while you're moving in silence like a grandmaster. They're desperate, watching, studying, trying to predict your next step like a gambler down to his last dollar, hoping for a miracle. But the problem is, you're not playing the same game as them. While they're focused on the past, trying to decode your last move, you've already made the next one. While they're obsessing over how to stop you, you're too busy evolving to even notice. They can't stand that. It keeps them up at night. They want to anticipate your next move, block your next opportunity, sabotage your next win. But how can they, when you're always 10 steps ahead? They're stuck playing checkers, moving piece by piece, while you're out here playing chess, thinking 5 moves ahead, seeing the whole board, controlling the entire game. See, they expected you to be predictable. They assumed you would react, retaliate, or make emotional decisions that they could use against you. They thought you would waste time explaining yourself, proving your worth, trying to fix relationships that were never meant to be saved. But you didn't. Instead, you moved in silence. And that's what's driving them insane. Because they don't know what's coming next. They don't know if you're about to make the biggest power move of your life, or if you've already done it. They don't know if you're watching, if you care, or if you've completely forgotten about them. And that uncertainty, it eats them alive. Look at the greats: Jay-Z, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. None of them announce their next move before it happens. They build quietly, they strike when the moment is right, and by the time the world knows what they've been working on, it's already too late to stop them. That's exactly what you're doing. And they hate it. They sit in frustration, checking your social media, watching who you talk to, trying to piece together a puzzle that only you have the blueprint for. But no matter how much they analyze, how many questions they ask, how many fake check-ins they attempt, they will never get ahead of you. And you might be wondering, why do they even care? Why are they so obsessed with trying to figure me out? Because control is everything to weak people. If they can't predict you, they can't manipulate you. If they don't know what you're planning, they can't sabotage it. If they don't understand how you move, they can't compete. And that's what's killing them. Because the truth is, you don't operate on their level anymore. You're not moving out of desperation, you're moving with strategy. You don't announce every plan, you don't seek approval, you don't look for validation. You just build, you just grow, you just keep making moves that leave them scrambling to catch up. And by the time they do, you're already somewhere they can never reach. That's why they hate you. Not because you wronged them, not because you hurt them, but because you outpaced them. You evolved while they stayed stagnant. You learned the art of moving in silence while they wasted time making noise. And now they're lost, confused and stuck playing a game they can never win. So let them keep watching. Let them keep guessing. Let them waste their energy trying to figure out what's next. Because while they're busy looking back, you're already on your next level. Number 6. Your energy is too strong for them to handle. They wanted your glow, but they weren't built for the fire that created it. They watched you from a distance, mesmerized by your light. At first, they thought they could get close, absorb your energy, maybe even steal a little bit of your essence. They tried to stand next to you, thinking that proximity alone would make them powerful, but they didn't realize The glow they admired was born from the fire that nearly destroyed you. They wanted the results, but they didn't want the process. They wanted to shine like you, but they weren't ready to burn like you did. Because that's the thing about chosen ones. We don't just wake up with this kind of energy, we earn it. Every ounce of confidence, every piece of wisdom, every bit of presence you carry came from battles they wouldn't have survived. And that's why they envy you, not just because you shine, but because you survived everything that tried to put out your fire. Your energy isn't for everyone. It either inspires or intimidates. And for most people, it does both. Some will gravitate toward you, drawn in by the unshakable presence you carry. Others will pull away, bitter and envious, because your strength is a reminder of their own weakness. At first they tried to match your frequency. They imitated your confidence, copied your words, tried to mirror your moves, but they burned out quickly, because what comes naturally to you drains them. That's why they turn against you. That's why they talk behind your back, act like you're too much, roll their eyes when you walk in a room. Because deep down they know they can't sit at your table. They can't handle the intensity, the fire, the unfiltered power that you carry. They wanted to be like you, until they realized what it takes to actually be you. Look at the world's greatest icons. Muhammad Ali didn't just talk, he backed it up with relentless work. The same people who mocked him ended up quoting him years later. Serena Williams wasn't just talented, she trained harder than anyone else. The same critics who said she was too much ended up watching her make history. Beyoncé didn't just show up, she mastered her craft. And now, she's untouchable. That's what real energy does. It separates the weak from the strong. And you might be wondering, why do they even care? Why don't they just leave me alone if my energy is too much for them? Because your presence forces them to confront their own mediocrity. When you walk in a room, you remind them of everything they could have been if they had discipline, if they had courage, if they had the ability to push through the pain instead of making excuses. They can't handle you because you don't shrink to make them comfortable. You don't lower your frequency to match theirs. You exist in your power, fully and unapologetically. And that makes them uncomfortable. But here's the thing, that's not your problem. You were never meant to fit in with the weak, the insecure, the lazy. Your energy is a force, a frequency, a movement. It wasn't given to you so you could waste it trying to make people comfortable. It was given to you to lead, to inspire, to stand apart. And that's why they will always envy you, but never truly sit with you. Because while they're trying to imitate, compete, or tear you down, you're already on your next level. Number 7, they wanted to see you lose, but now they're losing sleep over you. Nothing haunts a hater more than the one they couldn't break. They were counting on your downfall, watching, waiting, hoping that one day they would hear you failed. They thought life would humble you, that without them you would struggle, that the weight of betrayal would be too much for you to carry. They wanted to see you fold, beg, break. But instead, you elevated. You leveled up in ways they never imagined. And now, they're losing sleep over you. Because the worst thing that could have happened for them was you surviving. No, thriving, flourishing without them, winning without their validation. You're not just moving forward, you're glowing in ways they can't ignore. And that's what's eating them alive. They check your every move. They stalk your social media, ask mutual friends about you, analyze your life like it's a game of chess, because they need to know how you're doing so well. They need to figure out why their absence didn't destroy you. They don't understand how you kept rising after everything they threw at you. And you don't even think about them. That's what burns them the most. While they obsess over you, you're too busy building, growing, and stepping into your purpose. They expected you to collapse under the pressure, but they're the ones unraveling. Because here's what haters never prepare for. What happens when their target stops reacting? See, people who want to see you fail aren't just haters. They're emotional gamblers. They bet everything on your destruction. They invested in your downfall, put energy into your setbacks, placed all their chips on the idea that you would never recover. And now, that gamble is backfiring. Because every time they see you, they see the proof that they were wrong. Every time your name comes up, every time they hear about your success, it reminds them of their own failure. Their failure to keep you small, their failure to control your destiny, their failure to be anything but an irrelevant chapter in your success story. And let's be real, jealousy is expensive. The cost of envy, restless nights, constant comparison, and the slow realization that they destroyed their own peace while you remain untouched. Look at some of the most iconic success stories: Beyoncé, Michael Jordan, Elon Musk. Do you think the people who doubted them, who counted them out, who bet against them are sleeping peacefully? No. They're haunted. They watch from the sidelines, knowing they played themselves. And that's exactly what's happening to your enemies right now. Because let's be honest, they weren't just watching to see if you failed. They needed you to fail. It was the only way they could justify their own mediocrity. If you had lost, if you had broken, they could have pointed and said, "See, I knew they weren't all that, but you proved them wrong." And now, they sit in regret, forced to swallow the truth that they bet against someone who was destined to win. And you might be asking yourself, why do they still care? Why not just move on? Because your success is their karma. Every moment they spend thinking about you is a reminder that they could have chosen loyalty over jealousy. They could have supported you instead of envying you. They could have celebrated your wins instead of plotting against you, but instead, they let their ego cost them access to you. And now, they suffer in silence. They pretend they don't see you, act like they're unbothered, post subliminal messages, hoping to convince themselves that they've moved on. But deep down, you're still in their mind, rent-free. And the funniest part, you don't even have to do anything. You don't have to get revenge. You don't have to entertain their negativity. You don't even have to acknowledge their existence. Your success is enough. Your glow is enough. Your evolution is enough. So let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them regret. Because while they spend their nights restless, replaying their mistakes, you're out here living, winning, and stepping into everything they swore you'd never have. And that's what haunts them the most. Number 8, they thought they had power over you until you took it back. You broke free from their illusion, and now they're powerless. They thought they had you under control, thought they had you wrapped around their fingers, dancing to their manipulations, dependent on their approval. They fed off your doubt, thrived on your insecurities, made you feel like you were lucky to have them in your life, when in reality, they were the ones surviving off your energy. They weren't strong without you, but they did everything in their power to convince you that you were nothing without them. And for a while, maybe you believed it. Maybe you stayed small to make them feel big. Maybe you kept quiet when you should have spoken up. Maybe you let them dictate your worth because deep down, they had conditioned you to seek their validation. But then you woke up, and once you realized your worth, their power over you disappeared instantly. See, manipulators don't thrive in truth. They survive in illusion. They make you think you need them, that without them, you'd fall apart. But it was never you who was dependent on them. It was them who needed to keep you weak to feel powerful. They knew that the moment you saw yourself clearly, the game would be over. And that's exactly what happened. The moment you decided to take your power back, they lost everything. Suddenly, the mind games stopped working. The guilt trips lost their grip. The tactics that once kept you on edge, now you see right through them. They can't stand it because now they're powerless. Look at how history repeats itself. When the people take back their power, the oppressors crumble. When empires try to control the masses through lies, the moment the truth is revealed, they collapse. When someone wakes up from manipulation, the abuser loses their ability to dominate. That's what just happened to them. They thrived when you doubted yourself, but now you trust yourself. They thrived when you felt like you needed them, but now you don't even think about them. They thrived when you were waiting on their approval, but now you make your own decisions, and now they're scrambling. They don't know how to function without controlling you. They don't know who they are without being able to manipulate you. The power they once had wasn't real. It only existed because you allowed it. And now that you've reclaimed your strength, they're the ones feeling weak. You might be wondering, if I was so unimportant to them, why do they care now that I'm gone? Because it was never about you being beneath them. It was about them needing someone to control. They never wanted an equal, a partner, a friend. They wanted a puppet. And when you cut the strings, they lost everything. And what's even worse for them, the door is shut. You're not going back. You're not entertaining their fake apologies, their attempts to act like they've changed, their desperate moves to regain a place in your life. Because you see the pattern now. You see exactly how they operate. You understand now that their so-called power was just a smokescreen. And here's the part that burns them the most. You don't even hate them. You just don't need them. No revenge, no bitterness, just indifference, just a door closed forever. They thought they were irreplaceable. They thought they were untouchable. But now they realize they were only as strong as the control they had over you. And without it, they're nothing. So let them scramble. Let them panic. Let them sit in the emptiness of their own illusion. Because you took your power back, and now they are truly powerless. Number 9, they can't handle watching you win without them. They thought you needed them, but now they need therapy after watching you glow up. They swore you wouldn't make it, told themselves you'd fall apart without them, convinced everyone around them that you were nothing without their presence, their approval, their so-called support. They needed to believe that, because the idea of you standing on your own, thriving without them, was too much for their ego to handle. But now they're choking on their own words, because not only did you survive without them, you leveled up in ways they never saw coming. You're glowing, you're moving differently, you're achieving things they swore you never could. And the worst part, they can't do anything about it. They scroll through your life from behind the scenes, watching silently, seething in frustration. Every move you make, every success you post, every time someone praises you, it's a reminder of how badly they miscalculated. They expected you to crumble. Instead, you turned every loss into a lesson, every setback into fuel, every betrayal into motivation. And now, they're the ones struggling to keep it together. See, it was never about you failing. It was about them needing to feel superior. They didn't want you to actually be weak, but they needed to believe you were. Because as long as they thought you depended on them, they could feel important. As long as they could tell themselves you were nothing without them, they could avoid facing the truth, that you were always the one bringing the real value. But now, that illusion is shattered. They can't even pretend to be happy for you, because your success is too loud, too undeniable, too inescapable. They see you moving forward while they stay stuck in the same cycles. They see you breaking barriers while they remain stagnant. And that's the real pain they're carrying, the realization that they played themselves. Look at some of the most powerful figures in the world. Jay-Z went from being dismissed by record labels to becoming one of the biggest moguls in music. The same people who overlooked him now work for him. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for TV. Now, she built an empire that networks begged to collaborate with. Elon Musk was laughed at for his ideas. Now, his ideas run the world. Success isn't just the best revenge, it's the ultimate exposure. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to prove anything. Your growth is loud enough to speak for itself. And that's exactly why they're struggling. Because deep down, they know you won't ever need them again. They know they no longer have access to you. They see you glowing, achieving, becoming everything they once tried to downplay. And they know they can't take credit for any of it. And you might be wondering, if they didn't want me to win, why do they care so much now? Because it was never about you losing. It was about them needing to feel above you. They didn't just want you to struggle. They wanted to believe that without them, you wouldn't make it. Now, every win you achieve is a direct attack on the narrative they tried to build. And here's the part that hurts them the most. You don't even think about them anymore. They sit in their bitterness, waiting for the moment you acknowledge them, waiting for you to look back, waiting for you to show even the slightest sign that you miss them. But you don't. Because you're too busy building, thriving, succeeding. They can't stand watching you win because they know they're no longer part of your story. They see you doing what they swore you couldn't, and it's breaking them. Because while they wasted time hoping for your downfall, you used that time to level up. And now they have to live with the fact that you never needed them, but they sure as hell needed you. Number 10, they're trapped in their own karma. They dug a hole for you, but now they're stuck in it. They thought they won. They thought betraying you was just another move in their little game. Another victory for their ego. They were so sure they were getting ahead, slandering your name, underestimating you, playing both sides, thinking they could throw dirt on your name and walk away untouched. But what they didn't realize is this: life keeps receipts. And now, everything they sent your way is circling back to them. They were so focused on setting traps for you that they didn't see the pit they were digging for themselves. They thought they could take shortcuts, manipulate situations, lie, cheat, and betray without consequence. But the universe doesn't work like that. What you put out always comes back, and they just got hit with the full force of everything they tried to do to you. See, karma doesn't need you to lift a finger. It doesn't need your revenge, your anger, or your energy. All it needs is time. And now that time has caught up with them, they're drowning in the mess they created. While you're rising, they're sinking. While you're walking in power, they're losing everything. And the worst part, they did it to themselves. They thought betraying you was a win. They thought that by cutting you out, playing games behind your back, and throwing obstacles in your way, they were setting themselves up for something better. But the reality? You were the blessing the entire time. And now that they're left with nothing, they finally see it. Look around. How many people have tried to destroy someone else, only to end up destroying themselves? People who betrayed real ones, only to watch their own lives fall apart. History is full of examples. Judas thought he could sell out his greatest connection, but the weight of his actions crushed him. Athletes, artists, and business moguls who turned on the very people that helped them rise, only to lose everything in the end. Because that's the way karma works. It doesn't hit immediately, but when it does, there's no escape. And now, they're feeling it. That betrayal that was supposed to be their big move, it backfired. That lie they spread about you, it's coming back to them. Those doors they thought they slammed in your face, now they're the ones locked out. And the irony? You never even had to do anything. They wasted so much time plotting against you, trying to manipulate situations, thinking they were 2 steps ahead, but they never realized the universe was watching. They thought they could dodge the consequences forever, but no one escapes the energy they put out. No one. And you might be wondering, why do I even care? Why should I think about them at all? The truth is, you don't have to. Their karma isn't your problem. Their downfall isn't your concern. You already won the moment you walked away. This isn't about gloating. It's about understanding that you were never the one who lost anything. They were. You see, when you're chosen, when you move with integrity, when you stay focused on your path, nothing they do can touch you. They thought they could break you, but all they did was expose themselves. They thought they could outsmart you, but they were always playing checkers while you were mastering the board. And now, while they sit in the mess they made, you're too busy winning to look back. So let them struggle. Let them sit with their regrets. Let them learn the hard way that betraying a real one comes with a cost they can't afford. Because while they're trapped in their own karma, you're walking straight into your destiny. Number 11. They thought you would break, but you became unstoppable. They expected you to fold under pressure, but pressure only made you stronger. They thought they had you, thought that if they applied just enough pressure you'd collapse. If they betrayed you at the right time, if they walked away when you needed them most, if they stacked enough obstacles in your path, you'd finally give up. They assumed that once life hit you hard enough, you'd stay down. But what they didn't know is, pressure doesn't destroy the strong, it builds them. You didn't break, you transformed. Every setback became fuel, every betrayal became a lesson, every loss became a stepping stone. You didn't fold, you adapted, evolved, sharpened yourself into something they never saw coming. And now? Now you're stronger than ever, and they can't stand it. See, people like them underestimate the power of resilience. They don't understand what it means to be tested by fire and come out stronger. Because they've never survived what you have. They expected you to stay stuck in the pain, to drown in self-doubt, to remain frozen in the past, but instead, you kept moving, you kept growing, and now they're the ones stuck, trapped in the same mindset, the same cycles, the same bitterness they tried to push onto you. Look at history. Look at the ones who refused to quit when the world expected them to. Oprah was fired from her first job in television. Now she's a billionaire. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Now he's a legend. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years. He came out and changed a nation. These people weren't handed an easy path, but they refused to let their struggles define them. And neither did you. And now? Now they don't know what to do with you. They thought you would disappear. They thought life would swallow you whole. But instead, you turned every failure into momentum. You've become unstoppable, and the ones who counted you out, they're stuck watching from the sidelines, and you might ask yourself, why did they even want to see me fail? Why did they want to break me in the first place? Because your strength exposed their weakness. See, people who haven't built anything for themselves can't stand watching someone else rise. People who don't have the discipline, the drive, the hunger to elevate will always try to sabotage the ones who do. Instead of learning from your resilience, instead of using your success as inspiration, they chose to become your opposition. They saw your potential and feared it, because if you made it, it would remind them that they had no excuse. And now they have to live with the fact that they lost, and you won. Because here's the truth, the strongest people aren't the ones who never struggled, they're the ones who struggled and refused to quit. You've been through storms they wouldn't survive. You've faced battles that would have broken them in half, and instead of staying down, you rose higher than ever. And the irony? They were part of the process. Their betrayal made you wiser, their doubt made you hungrier. Their attempts to destroy you only made you sharper, stronger, and more powerful than they could have imagined. They don't envy you. They envy the fact that no matter how much they steal from you, they still remain empty-handed. They didn't just watch you, they studied you. They mimicked your walk, your talk, your essence, thinking they could duplicate what only God designed. But there's one thing they never understood. You can steal the blueprint, but without the architect, the structure will never stand. They see your glow and assume it's just a trick of the light, but what they fail to realize is that your shine comes from fire, fire that refined you, burned away the weak parts, and made you untouchable. They can fake the image, but they will never carry the spirit, and that's what haunts them. Let's be real. These frauds don't want to celebrate you, they want to replace you. They wanted your crown but skipped the suffering. They wanted your throne but dodged the trials. They thought they could copy-paste their way into greatness. But what took you years of pain, sacrifice, and wisdom to build cannot be duplicated overnight. And now, they're frustrated. They wear your style like a cheap costume, hoping no one notices the fraud behind the mask. But people know, energy never lies. If this is hitting your soul, if you know exactly who I'm talking about, take a second right now, smash that like button, subscribe, and drop 99 in the comments. When you react, it signals to YouTube that more chosen ones need to hear this. This isn't just a message, it's a movement. And every chosen one who finds this video is part of something bigger than they even realize. So let's make sure they see it. Listen, the power of being chosen is both a blessing and a curse to those who can't handle it. Your presence alone shifts atmospheres, changes the energy in a room, forces people to look at themselves, and that terrifies them. Because standing next to you means standing next to truth. Your confidence reminds them of their self-doubt. Your success exposes their stagnation. Your glow makes their darkness unbearable. They don't hate you for who you are, they hate you for who they can't be. And that's what eats at them. Every night, every quiet moment, every time they scroll past your name, regret whispers in their ear. They thought they could outshine you, but you were never competing. They thought they could erase you, but you were never temporary. They thought they could replace you, but there is only one original, and the fakes will always fade. The truth is, they don't want to be you. They want your results without your struggle. They want to walk your path without earning the steps. But being chosen is not a title you can claim. It's a burden you must carry, and that's why they'll never catch up. Because while they're busy watching you, you're already on the next level. So let them try. Let them imitate. Let them waste their time chasing your reflection while you move forward in reality. Because at the end of the day, you were built different. You were designed to lead. You were never meant to fit in with them, because you were always destined to stand apart. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've been standing strong with this movement, your presence and super gifts are the force pushing this mission forward. Your glow, your power, and your resilience are the very things that set you apart. And that's why they try so hard to be you. But no matter how much they imitate, they can never duplicate divine design. If you're ready to claim your power, embrace your uniqueness, and stay 10 steps ahead of those who thought they could replace you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Because every time you react, you're making sure that more chosen ones get this message. This isn't just a video, it's a movement. And now, let's break it all down piece by piece. Let's get started. Number 1, they're copying the blueprints, but they can't build the castle. You can steal the map, but you'll never reach the destination if you weren't meant for the journey. They watch you, stalk you, take notes like devoted students. But no matter how many pieces they copy, they will never put the puzzle together like you do. Because the truth is, they don't have the hands to hold what you carry. They don't have the discipline, the vision, or the endurance to walk your path. They only see the surface, the results, the shine. But they never saw the war it took to get here. And now they're frustrated, because no matter how much they mimic, they still remain in your shadow. They thought it would be easy, thought they could wear your style like a costume, repeat your words like a script, mirror your grind like a formula. But greatness isn't something you imitate, it's something you are forged into. And you weren't just built, you were broken, reshaped, and transformed into something divine. While they were chasing shortcuts, you were mastering the process. While they were watching you, you were putting in the work. While they were plotting how to take your place, you were already creating something new. And now, they're stuck, confused, frustrated. Because they copied the blueprints but forgot one crucial detail. They don't have the foundation. They wanted to build a castle, but they're standing on sand. They wanted your throne, but crowns are heavy, and weak necks can't hold them. They thought they could take your spot, but you were never in competition, because your only rival is who you were yesterday. Think about this. How many times have we seen it? People trying to duplicate greatness but failing because they lack the essence. Look at the legends. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Beyoncé, Elon Musk. Their imitators studied them religiously, copied their moves, tried to match their energy, but not a single one became them. Because it wasn't just their skill, it was their spirit. It wasn't just their talent, it was the sleepless nights, the sacrifices, the battles, the mindset. They didn't just play the game, they became the game. And that's what these frauds will never understand. Now, some of you might be wondering, why do they even try? Why do people who hated you, who doubted you, who wished for your downfall, turn around and try to be you? It's simple. They never hated you. They hated the fact that you had something they didn't. Confidence, authenticity, a sense of purpose. They spent their lives blending in, playing small, chasing trends, following the crowd. But then they saw you, unapologetic, bold, untouchable, and it burned them, because you remind them of everything they are not. So they tried to take the easy route. They thought stealing your blueprint would give them the same outcome. But here's what they forgot. You are the blueprint. Your essence can't be duplicated. Your vision can't be taught. Your power can't be transferred. You were chosen, and chosen ones can't be cloned. And that's the part that keeps them up at night. Because they see you rising, they see you winning, they see you stepping into something greater, and they can't follow you there. They are stuck in imitation mode. While you are in creation mode, they are playing catch-up, while you are already setting the next trend. And that's why no matter how hard they try, they will always be one step behind. It's time to embrace this. Stop looking over your shoulder. Stop wondering why they're watching you. Stop worrying about copycats. Because while they're wasting time trying to be you, you're too busy evolving into someone even greater. They don't realize it yet, but by the time they think they've figured you out, you've already reinvented yourself again. This is the power of being chosen. This is why you can never be replaced. They thought stealing your blueprints would make them your equal, but they forgot that only the architect knows how to truly build. And you're still creating, still expanding, still moving, while they're stuck trying to understand what you already left behind. So let them try, let them watch, let them steal, because they'll never make it past the front gates. And you were never meant to live in imitation. You were meant to rule in originality. If this is speaking to your soul, if you know exactly who I'm talking about, drop 99 in the comments, smash that like button, and make sure every chosen one sees this. Because this isn't just a message, it's a movement. And now, let's keep going. because we're just getting started. Number 2, they thought they could steal your spotlight. Now they're stuck in the shadows. A thief can wear the crown, but the weight will break their neck. They thought robbing you of your credit, stealing your shine, and standing in your light would make them great. They thought if they talked like you, moved like you, even dressed like you, people would mistake them for the real thing. But no matter how many masks they put on, authenticity cannot be counterfeited. They stood in your spotlight for a moment, but now they're drowning in the darkness of their own fraud. Because a throne borrowed through deceit will always collapse beneath the weight of truth. They thought your success was a costume they could wear, but what they didn't realize is your glow isn't something you put on, it's something you are. You shine because you put in the work, because you carry a divine light that cannot be dimmed, because you've walked through fire and came out untouchable. Meanwhile, they thought they could cheat their way to greatness, but now they're learning the hard way. Light stolen is light that never lasts. Look around. How many times have we seen it? Wannabes trying to outshine the original. Look at history. Elvis copied black artists, but never became one of them. Imitators tried to steal Michael Jackson's style, but none of them became the king of pop. They tried to walk like Muhammad Ali, but never held his crown. Because the truth is, you don't become great by stealing, you become great by being. And that's what they never understood. Now, some of you might be asking, how did they even get away with it in the first place? Why did people fall for their act? Why did they get a chance to sit in your seat? Simple. Sometimes the world is blind for a season, but truth always exposes itself. They might have fooled some people for a while, but time is the ultimate judge. A shadow can mimic your shape, but it will never carry your essence. And now their moment is over, and they're left standing in the emptiness of their own deception. See, you didn't just earn your place, you became it. You built your name, your presence, your energy through grit, sacrifice, and authenticity. You didn't cut corners, you didn't fake it, you didn't sell your soul for applause. And now, that's why you're still shining, while they fade into irrelevance. They don't get it. They thought taking credit for your work would make them you, but stolen gold always turns to dust. And that's why they're bitter. Because despite everything they stole, they still feel empty. They wore your image, but it never fit. They spoke your words, but the power wasn't there. They stood in your light, but it never warmed them, because the glow wasn't meant for them. They wanted to be you, but they didn't want to pay the price you paid. And now, they're paying the price of their own deception. Have you ever noticed that fakes always fall apart under pressure? The moment they have to stand alone, they crumble, because their foundation was built on fraud. They copied you, but they didn't have your resilience. They took your credit, but they didn't have your creativity. They claimed your work, but they didn't have your vision. That's why they couldn't hold on to it. Because what you built, they tried to steal, and destiny does not bless thieves. And now, the same spotlight they craved is exposing them. Their fraud, their desperation, their lack of originality, it's all coming to light. And what are they left with? A reputation built on lies. People are waking up, realizing they were nothing but a shadow pretending to be the sun. And now, that spotlight they stole is too hot for them to handle. So let them sit in the shadows. Let them watch as you keep rising, untouchable, unstoppable, undeniable. They wanted your light, but they never had the fire to sustain it. And you were never meant to share a stage with frauds. You were meant to stand alone, blazing like the sun, while the counterfeits melt under their own deception. If you feel this, if you know you are the real deal, drop 99 in the comments. Smash that like button and let them know the chosen ones don't compete with shadows. And now, let's keep going, because we're only getting started. Number 4. They thought they could walk your path. Now they're lost in the wilderness. They reached for your crown, but their hands weren't built to carry the weight. They didn't want to build their own legacy. They wanted to steal yours. They saw the kingdom you created, the empire you built, the respect you commanded, and instead of learning from you, instead of grinding like you, instead of putting in the work, they plotted to dethrone you. They whispered behind closed doors. They threw dirt on your name. They tried to gather forces against you, thinking that if they could knock you down, they could take your place. But here's the truth. A throne is not taken. It's earned. And no matter how much they scheme, how much they sabotage, how much they pretend, they will never rule a kingdom they didn't build. Because while they were too busy fighting for your spot, they forgot to build themselves. They thought tearing you down would somehow lift them up, but all they've done is expose their own weakness. They tried to sit in your seat, wear your crown, claim your victories as their own, but their foundation was never solid. The moment they thought they won, the moment they thought they had you cornered, their so-called kingdom started falling apart. Because you can't build an empire on stolen bricks. You can't lead when you've never learned how to follow. You can't inherit a kingdom when you've never learned how to serve. Look at history. Judas betrayed Jesus, but he never got the legacy. Brutus stabbed Caesar, but he never took the throne. How many times have we seen this? Snakes move in silence, but they always choke on their own venom. They wanted your power, but they didn't want your pain. They wanted your rewards, but not your responsibilities. They wanted the title, but not the discipline that comes with it. And now they're sitting on ruins, watching from the sidelines, realizing too late that they never had what it took. At this point, you might be wondering, why did they even think they could replace me? Because they mistook your humility for weakness. They saw your grace, your patience, your loyalty, and assumed you were naive. They assumed you didn't see their schemes. They thought you were just lucky, that if they took what was yours, they could have the same success. But they never understood that what you built wasn't just made of material things. It was made of discipline, sacrifice, faith, and divine favor. And those are things that can't be stolen. A thief can take your crown, but they can't take your wisdom. They can claim your spot, but they will never carry your spirit. That's why everything they tried to build is now crumbling in their hands. And here's the part that haunts them the most. You never needed them, but they needed you. You weren't just someone sitting on a throne. You were the foundation holding everything together. You were the one with the vision, the discipline, the strategy. You were the one who made things work while they just took up space. They thought they could replace you, but now they realize you were never just sitting on the throne. You were the reason there was a throne in the first place. And now they're stuck in a world they don't belong in. They wanted the throne, but they weren't ready for the responsibility. They wanted the title, but they weren't ready for the battle. And while they struggle to hold on to the ruins of their so-called victory, you're still standing strong, untouched, unbothered, unstoppable. Let this be your reminder. No one can take what's truly meant for you. A throne given too soon will destroy the unworthy. A crown stolen will always feel too heavy. And no matter how hard they try to imitate, manipulate, or overthrow, destiny cannot be stolen. What's yours is yours. So let them sit on their pile of pebbles. Let them watch as everything they tried to build without a solid foundation collapses beneath them. Because you're still here, still rising, still thriving. And when they look up, hoping to see you broken, all they'll find is your throne, higher than ever, shining brighter than ever, completely out of their reach. If this spoke to your soul, drop 99 in the comments, smash that like button, and make sure every chosen one hears this. Because this isn't just a message, It's a warning to every fraud who thought they could take what was never theirs. And now, let's keep going, because we're only getting started. Number 5. They wanted to be your reflection, but they're just a distorted image. They tried to copy your glow, but they forgot. Mirrors don't shine on their own. They only reflect light from something greater. They thought they could mirror your energy, your confidence, your success, as if greatness is something you can fake. But what they never understood is that you don't just shine, you radiate from within. They only saw the surface, the way people gravitate toward you, the way doors open when you walk in, the way your name carries weight. And instead of learning from it, instead of growing, they chose the cheap way out. They chose to imitate. But here's the problem. Mirrors can only show an image. They don't have depth, they don't have substance, they don't have power of their own. And that's exactly what these people are. Empty reflections, distorted copies, blurry illusions. They try to talk like you, walk like you, even think like you. But every move they make feels forced. Every word they speak feels hollow. Because while you operate from authenticity, they operate from desperation. While you move with purpose, they move with deceit. It's funny, isn't it? The same people who criticized you, doubted you, mocked you, are now your biggest fans in secret. They watch your every move, refresh your page, study your words like scripture. They don't want to support you, but they need to keep up with you, because if they stop watching, they'll fall even further behind. Look at history. Every great leader, every legend, every game changer has been imitated, but never duplicated. There have been countless wannabe Michael Jacksons, knockoff Marilyn Monroes, copy-paste Steve Jobs, and discount Beyoncés, but legends remain legends, and the imitators always fade. Because what makes them iconic isn't just talent, it's the soul behind it. The late nights, the sacrifices, the heartbreaks, the resilience, the relentless discipline, things you can't fake. And that's why no matter how hard these copycats try, they'll always be a step behind. You move in alignment, they move in confusion. You innovate, they imitate. You lead, they follow. You elevate, they struggle to keep up. And yet, some of you still ask, why? Why do they do it? Why try to be someone they clearly aren't? Because deep down, they don't know who they are. They've spent their whole lives blending in, shape-shifting, molding themselves to fit whatever environment they're in. But then they saw you, unapologetic, bold, untouchable, and it shook them to their core. Because you are everything they pretend to be, they see your confidence and wish they could borrow it. They see your success and hope they can shortcut their way to it. They see your glow and think that if they copy your steps, they'll end up in the same place. But what they don't understand is that your light comes from within. It's not the clothes you wear, the words you say, or the way you carry yourself. It's the soul behind it, the spirit within you, the divine power that no copycat can steal. That's why no matter how hard they try, their energy always feels off. Their smile is forced, their words sound rehearsed, their presence feels unnatural. Because you can mimic a person, but you can't replicate a soul. And that's what eats at them. They look at you, then look at themselves. And they can't stand what they see. They thought copying your shine would make them special, but all it did was expose their emptiness. Because a mirror might show a reflection, but it can't give you identity. And when you have no foundation, no depth, no real self, eventually the cracks begin to show. So let them watch, let them copy, let them steal. They will never be you. Because while they're busy chasing shadows, you're creating legacies. While they're obsessed with your last move, you're already making the next one. And while they're stuck imitating, you're out here innovating. That's the power of being chosen. That's why you can never be replaced. They thought mirroring your image would bring them your success, but they forgot. The mirror is only valuable when something real is standing in front of it. And you were never just a reflection. You were the source. So if you feel this, if you know they've been trying to be you, drop the number 77 in the comments, hit that like button, and let's keep going, because we're about to expose even more. And trust me, it only gets deeper from here. Number 6. They're stalking your moves, but you're already 10 steps ahead. They trace your footsteps like detectives, but you're not leaving breadcrumbs. You're building highways they'll never reach. They lurk in the shadows, watching, waiting, obsessing. They refresh your page like it's their morning newspaper, trying to decipher your next move, hoping to crack the code to your success. They pretend they don't care, but every detail of your life is a case study for them. They analyze your words, copy your style, and steal your strategies, thinking they've unlocked the formula. But here's the reality. They're always late to the trend because you're the one creating it. They don't get it. They don't understand that you are not predictable, you are inevitable. While they're still mapping out your last move, you're already orchestrating something they won't even comprehend until it's too late. You're not just a few steps ahead, you're light years away. They're playing checkers on a dusty board while you're maneuvering pieces on a chessboard they can't even see. Look at history. The greatest minds, the visionaries, the game changers, they were always ahead of their time. While people were trying to understand them, they were already pioneering something new. Steve Jobs didn't wait for people to get the iPhone. He built it while others were still figuring out flip phones. Nikola Tesla had blueprints for the future while his rivals were still stuck in the past. Michael Jordan trained at ungodly hours, doing work his competitors wouldn't even think of until it was too late. And by the time they caught on, he had already rewritten the rules. That's you. That's your power. You move in silence. You evolve in private. You don't announce every step, and that's what confuses them the most. They expect you to play by their rules, but you make the rules. They expect you to react, but you strategize. They expect you to stay where they last saw you, but you left that level long ago. And let's be real, they hate that they can't control the narrative. They hate that no matter how much they watch you, you remain unpredictable. They hate that just when they think they've caught up, you introduce a new version of yourself, one they weren't ready for. That's what chosen ones do. You are a force that refuses to be tracked, a movement that refuses to be contained. They can stalk your every move, but they will never have access to your mind, your vision, your instincts. And that's what burns them the most. They ask themselves, how is it that we watch them so closely, yet we can't anticipate what they'll do next? Because they don't realize you operate on a different frequency. You're not just living in the moment, you're engineering the future. You're not just setting trends, you're defining eras. But let's get deeper. Why are they so obsessed with you? Why do they dedicate so much energy to tracking your every step? Simple. They have no direction of their own. People without vision attach themselves to those who have it. People without purpose monitor those who are walking in theirs. And the irony, they could have spent that time working on themselves. They could have been building, evolving, creating. But instead, they wasted their energy tracking someone they'll never catch. And now, they're exhausted, drained, still running in circles while you keep ascending. They wanted to predict you, but you are unpredictable. They wanted to trap you in the past, but you are limitless. They wanted to compete with you, but you were never playing the same game. So let them watch. Let them take notes. Let them think they're getting close, because by the time they figure out what you did yesterday, you'll be onto something they won't even comprehend for years. Number 7. They want the crown, but they can't carry the weight. A crown isn't just a decoration, it's a responsibility. and weak hands will always drop what strong souls were built to carry. They wanted the throne, but they forgot one thing: thrones aren't given, they're earned. They saw the power, the influence, the respect that followed you, and thought they could just snatch it for themselves. But what they never realized is that wearing the crown isn't about looking the part. It's about surviving the storms. It's about the battles you fought, the nights you bled, the sacrifices you made when no one was watching. They wanted the rewards, but they never wanted the struggle. And now, the weight is crushing them. They really thought they could skip the pain and still claim the throne. Thought they could fake the confidence, mimic the mindset, and copy the moves. But every time they step into your space, the pressure breaks them. Because greatness isn't a costume you can wear for a night. It's a fire that either refines you or consumes you. And right now, they're burning. Look around. History is full of people who wanted the throne but weren't built for it. Look at the kings who stole power, only to crumble under the pressure. Look at the artists, the leaders, the so-called visionaries who copied the greats but couldn't handle the responsibility. They all had one thing in common. They thought position was more important than preparation. But here's the truth. If you weren't built for the weight will destroy you. And that's exactly what's happening now. They thought having your crown would make them powerful, but power doesn't come from the crown. It comes from the one who wears it. You didn't just wake up one day and step into greatness. You earned it through sweat, through losses, through lessons they will never understand. They wanted to skip the war and still win the kingdom. But what kind of ruler can lead without battle scars? Now, the same throne they fought for is the same one making them miserable. They thought leading would be easy, that sitting at the top would be effortless. But now, every fake move they make is exposed. The pressure is getting to them. Because when you're chosen, your power doesn't come from a title. It comes from the weight you've learned to carry. And they can't even hold it for a second. They see you moving with grace, standing tall under pressure, making it look effortless. But that's because you were forged in fire. You didn't just wake up and become this version of yourself. You went through hell and back, lost people you loved, sacrificed comfort, stood alone when no one believed in you. They mocked you in the process, but now they want the results. But they weren't with you in the struggle. So why should they stand with you in the victory? And here's what they'll never admit. They don't want the crown for the responsibility. They want it for the attention. They crave the status, the admiration, the respect that comes with being you. But they forget, respect isn't handed out, it's earned. And when the weight of real responsibility comes crashing down, they fold. Because a real leader carries the people, carries the vision, carries the purpose. A fraud only carries their own ego. That's why they're struggling now. They thought they were ready, thought they had what it took, thought they could handle what you've been handling for years. But now, they see the truth. The nights you stayed up planning, the stress that nearly broke you, the battles you fought alone, they never wanted any of that. They just wanted the shine. But without the struggle, the shine fades. And now they're realizing they bit off more than they could chew. They wanted the kingdom, but they didn't build the walls. They wanted the title, but they never put in the work. And now, while they sit there, drowning under the weight of what they tried to steal, you're still rising, still walking with confidence, still carrying what they couldn't hold for a day. Because heavy is the head that wears the crown, and it's a good thing it was never theirs to wear. So let them struggle, let them fumble under the weight, let them sit in the mess they created. Because you were built for this. You're not here because of luck. You're not here because someone handed you power. You're here because you endured, because you survived, because you proved that you could carry what others would drop. And that's why no matter how hard they try, they will never be you. Number 8. They underestimated you. Now they fear you. They laughed when you were quiet. Now they tremble when you speak. They thought you were nothing, thought you were just another face in the crowd, just another story that would fade into the background. They dismissed you, doubted you, underestimated you. And why? Because you weren't loud about your power. You weren't out here begging for attention, proving your worth to people who didn't deserve access to you. You were quiet, observing, studying, growing, and they mistook your silence for weakness. Big mistake. See, fools laugh at what they don't understand, and they never understood you. They thought because you weren't flexing, you weren't winning. Because you weren't showing off, you weren't making moves. Because you were humble, you were helpless. They couldn't see the fire building inside you, the storm you were becoming. And now, they're not laughing anymore. They're watching, they're whispering, they're worried. Because something changed. You elevated. You didn't just grow, you transformed. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped dimming your light to make them comfortable. You stopped waiting for permission to step into your power. And the moment you did, the whole game shifted. Now your presence alone shakes the room. Your confidence makes them nervous. Your success makes them insecure. The same people who mocked you, ignored you, bet against you, are now pretending they never doubted you. And the funny part, they don't just want to be you anymore. They fear what you're becoming. Because power, real power, isn't in noise. It's in presence. And you carry something they will never have. Something they can't imitate, can't steal, can't even define. It's your aura, your energy, your spirit. And they feel it now. They feel the shift. Think about every legend who was underestimated before they became untouchable. Michael Jordan got cut from his high school basketball team. They said Oprah wasn't fit for television. They told Elon Musk he was crazy for believing in Tesla and SpaceX. Look at them now. Not just successful, but so far ahead that their doubters don't even exist in the same conversation. That's you. The people who doubted you. They are your footnotes. Your name is rising, your influence is spreading, and they have no choice but to watch. They fear you now, not because you've changed, but because you became everything they swore you wouldn't. And some of them, they want to crawl back. They want to act like they always believed in you, like they didn't laugh behind your back, like they didn't hope for your downfall. But it's too late. You see through them now, and they know it. That's why they keep their distance. They can't stand next to you without feeling exposed. They can't fake support without you sensing their energy. They can't pretend to be on your level when they know deep down they never were. See, chosen ones don't rise by accident. You were built in the dark. While they were celebrating early, you were working. While they were gossiping, you were growing. While they were sleeping on you, you were waking up to your power. And now? Now they're trying to figure out how the person they looked down on is now too high for them to reach. It's not magic. It's work. It's patience. It's divine favor. They thought they had time, thought they could toy with you, doubt you, block you, outshine you. But time ran out. And now, they're standing in the wreckage of their own arrogance, watching you rise into a league they can't enter. And what's their biggest fear? That you're not even done yet, that you're still climbing, that you're still getting stronger, smarter, more powerful. They thought your elevation was a phase. They don't realize this is just the beginning. So let them fear, let them whisper, let them wonder, let them regret every time they underestimated you. Because you're not looking back. You're too busy stepping into everything they swore you'd never have. Number 9. They chose the shortcut. Now they're running in circles. You took the stairs, they took the elevator, but now the elevator is broken. They thought they were outsmarting you, thought they could bypass the struggle, dodge the lessons, and skip straight to the reward. They watched you grind, sacrifice and build brick by brick. And instead of learning from you, they laughed. Why take the hard road? They thought. Why put in the work when I can take the shortcut? But what they never realized is that shortcuts don't lead to real destinations, only dead ends. And now they're stuck, running in circles, trapped in a cycle of their own making, chasing quick wins that always slip through their fingers. Because while they were looking for an easy way up, you were mastering the climb. While they were focused on appearing successful, you were becoming unshakable. And now, the truth is setting in. They took the elevator, but the foundation was weak, and now it's free-falling. Meanwhile, you're still rising. Look at history. How many people have tried to take shortcuts to success, only to crash and burn? The frauds, the fakes, the ones who wanted the glory but not the grind. Every empire built on shortcuts collapses. Every fake legend fades. Look at those who tried to cut corners, businessmen who scammed their way to the top, celebrities who chased fame without talent, people who stole ideas instead of creating their own. Where are they now? Either forgotten, exposed, or stuck trying to clean up the mess they made. That's the part they didn't see coming. They thought skipping the hard part meant getting ahead. They thought they could fake it forever. But life doesn't work like that. You can only pretend for so long before the truth comes knocking. And now? Now they're looking around, lost, confused, wondering why nothing is working for them. Because they don't understand what real success takes. It's not just about getting there, it's about staying there. And that's why they'll never last. They're exhausted, drained, frustrated, constantly searching for the next shortcut, the next scam, the next easy way out. But there isn't one, because nothing real is built overnight. Meanwhile, you're still climbing, stronger than before, because while they were busy cutting corners, you were becoming unstoppable. They didn't see the hours you put in, didn't see the failures you learned from, didn't see the sacrifices that shaped you, and now they can't figure out why they're stuck while you keep winning. And here's the part that haunts them the most. You took the hard road, but now you have skills, wisdom, and power they can never steal. They wanted to skip the struggle, but the struggle was the very thing that made you unbreakable. Now, some of you might be wondering, why does this even matter? Why should you care that these people are stuck while you keep elevating? Because this is your confirmation. That every sacrifice, every late night, every moment of doubt, it was all worth it. The people who laughed at your discipline, who mocked your patience, who said you were taking too long, look at them now, scrambling, stressed, still searching for an exit from the mess they created. They wanted to cheat the process, but the process can't be cheated. They thought they could take your success, but they didn't have the endurance to keep up. And now they're looking up at you, wondering how you did it, while you keep rising, untouchable, unstoppable, undeniable. So let them run in circles, let them chase empty victories, let them struggle with the consequences of their own impatience. Because you took the long road, but you built something that will last forever. Number 10. They wanted your power. Now they're powerless. They played with magic they didn't understand, and now the spell is broken. They wanted the power, but didn't want to pay the price. They wanted the glow, the influence, the respect. But they didn't want to earn it. So they did what weak minds always do. They tried to steal it. They mimicked your moves, whispered behind your back, plotted, schemed, and even tried to turn others against you. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't just some random person to betray. You were divinely chosen. And when you betray someone with divine protection, the consequences hit harder than they ever imagined. They thought your power came from the surface, thought it was something they could wear, copy, or manipulate. But real power isn't something you put on. It's something you become through trials, sacrifices, and battles they wouldn't survive. They wanted the crown without the weight, the fire without the heat, the rewards without the struggle. And now, they're crumbling under the very thing they tried to control. Look around. Where are they now? Those who thought they could take what was meant for you? Where is their influence, their so-called success, their fake confidence? It's gone, drained, dried up. Because stolen power always fades. They wanted to walk in your footsteps, but they forgot that the path was carved by blood, sweat, and sacrifice. They thought they could handle it, but they were never built for this level of pressure. You see, people like this don't want to put in the work. They don't want to spend years sharpening their mind, their soul, their discipline. They want the shortcut. So they attach themselves to the chosen ones, feeding off your energy, stealing bits and pieces, hoping they can manufacture what comes naturally to you. But divine energy isn't transferable. They could sit next to you for years and still never absorb what you have. And now, they're empty, stripped of the illusion they tried to create. And let's be clear, this isn't karma. This is cause and effect. You cannot take what was never yours and expect to flourish. You cannot betray someone with divine purpose and expect to prosper. They tried to play the game, but they didn't realize you were playing on a different level. They thought they were stealing from you, but all they did was rob themselves. History has already written this story. How many times have we seen people try to take what wasn't meant for them, only to watch it slip through their fingers? They thought they were outsmarting you, but they were digging their own graves. Look at the industries, the entertainment world, even history itself. How many frauds have tried to steal from the greats, only to be forgotten? Because you can fake success, but you can't fake destiny. Some of you might be wondering, why did they even try? Why do people who once admired you, who maybe even stood beside you, turn into enemies the moment they realize they'll never be you? Simple. Jealousy is a disease. And when people refuse to grow, they turn bitter watching someone who did. They didn't hate you at first. They loved your energy, your aura, your wisdom. But when they realized they couldn't replicate it, when they saw that no matter how close they stood to the fire, they would never be the fire, that's when the envy turned to destruction. And now, they have nothing left. The people they manipulated, gone. The power they thought they had, evaporated. The influence they tried to steal, they're watching it from a distance because it was never theirs to keep. While you're still standing, still thriving, still moving forward like they never even existed. And that's what eats them alive. Because the worst pain isn't losing something you never had. It's realizing you never had it to begin with. They tricked themselves into believing they were bigger than they were. And now they're waking up to the truth. They were only shining because they stood too close to your light. But here's the best part. This is only the beginning. Because while they're sitting in the wreckage of their own choices, you're on to bigger things. Your power is growing, your influence is expanding, your glow is only getting brighter. And them? They're just another name on the list of people who tried and failed. So let them watch, let them regret, let them sit in the silence of their own downfall, because you were never the one losing, you were the lesson they had to learn the hard way. Number 11, they can't beat you. So now they worship you in secret. They curse your name in front of others, but behind closed doors they whisper it like a prayer. They swore they couldn't stand you. They rolled their eyes at your success, laughed at your struggles, and acted like you were nothing special. But behind the mask, they study your every move like a sacred text. They refresh your pages, dissect your words, and watch your victories with clenched jaws, because deep down they know they can't beat you. And now you've become their silent obsession. See, there's a reason they can't stop talking about you. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin, and you live rent-free in their mind. They spend more time thinking about you than they do about their own growth. Every time you rise, it sends a shockwave through their system, reminding them of their own stagnation. Every time you win, it forces them to acknowledge what they tried so hard to deny: you're untouchable. At first, they thought ignoring you would make you disappear. When that didn't work, they tried to downplay your success. And when that failed, they started imitating you. They mock you in public, but behind closed doors, they mimic your style, steal your phrases, and try to embody what they once ridiculed. They pretend they don't care, yet they track your every move like it's their full-time job. Because deep down, they don't just envy you, they worship you. Think about it. How many times have you seen someone go from being your biggest critic to suddenly adopting your mannerisms, repeating your words, or copying your path? It's because they were never really against you. They were against the fact that you did what they couldn't. You walked in confidence while they doubted themselves. You created while they hesitated. You moved forward while they stayed in the same spot. This is the curse of being chosen. You don't just inspire people, you haunt them. Your existence is a mirror they can't escape. You remind them of what they could be if they had the courage, the discipline, and the fire to become more. But instead of elevating themselves, they choose to resent you, because it's easier to hate what they can't replicate than to admit that they need to grow. Look at history. Muhammad Ali had doubters who called him arrogant, but the same people who mocked him eventually quoted him. Steve Jobs was called crazy, difficult, and unrealistic. Yet the very ones who dismissed him now stand in line for every new iPhone. They mocked Picasso, saying his art was foolish, and now his name is synonymous with genius. Do you see the pattern? First, they ignore you. Then, they attack you. Then they try to replace you. And finally, they imitate you. So if you feel like you've been the target of unnecessary hate, understand this: it was never about you. It was about what you represent. You are proof that greatness is possible. You are evidence that excuses are worthless. And that truth, it eats them alive. They can't admit it out loud, but they know. They see the way people respect you. They notice how your name carries weight. They know that while they were wasting time gossiping about you, you were building something real. And now, they regret it. They regret doubting you. They regret not aligning with you when they had the chance. They regret choosing jealousy over growth. But their pride won't let them confess. So instead, they worship you in silence. They scroll through your success, hoping to find flaws. They whisper about your achievements when they think no one is listening. They act like they don't care, but they never miss an update. And when no one's around, they try to figure out how you did it, how you moved forward despite their doubts, how you succeeded despite their resistance, how you became unstoppable despite the roadblocks. Here's the truth. You were never just their competition. You were their awakening, and that's why they can't let you go. You forced them to look at themselves, to see their own wasted potential, to face the truth they tried to avoid. And now, they live in quiet admiration, too ashamed to admit they were wrong. So let them watch, let them study you, let them pretend they don't see you while secretly taking notes. Because while they're stuck in a cycle of envy, you're too busy writing your next chapter. While they linger in the past, you're already shaping the future. While they're trying to figure you out, you're evolving into someone even greater. And that's why they'll never catch up. That's why they'll never beat you. Because while they were busy hating, you were busy becoming. And now, you don't even need their validation because your success is already the proof. Number 12, you're too far ahead and they'll never catch up. You can't chase what was never meant for you, and by the time they think they've caught up, you've already disappeared over the horizon. They ran after you, studied you, tracked your every move, thinking they could match your pace, thinking they could step where you stepped, thinking they could somehow walk in shoes that were never their size. But now they're out of breath, lost, exhausted, stuck in the very dust you left behind. Because the truth is, they were never built for this race. They thought they could compete, but you're not even running in the same lane. They thought they were being smart, watching you, imitating you, taking shortcuts to get ahead, but they didn't realize you were already playing a different game. While they were plotting against you, you were mastering your craft. While they were obsessed with your every move, you were evolving into something even greater. While they were looking sideways, comparing, competing, trying to copy your glow, you were already on the next level, building something legendary. And now, they can't even see you anymore. That's the thing about being chosen. You don't stay in one place for long. You grow, you shift, you expand, you ascend. You don't compete with people. You compete with your past self. And every single day, you're outdoing the version of you that existed yesterday. That's why they will never catch up. Because while they're busy chasing your old steps, you've already created a whole new path. Look at history. Look at the greats. Michael Jordan, Elon Musk, Serena Williams, Steve Jobs. All people who created legacies so powerful that their imitators never even came close. They weren't looking to be better than the competition. They were too busy becoming the best version of themselves. And that's exactly why no one could ever match their impact. Some of you might be asking, why do they keep trying? Why won't they just give up and focus on their own path? Simple, because their ego won't let them accept the truth. They told themselves for so long that they were just as good as you, that they could do it too, that they could replace you. But now, reality is slapping them in the face, and the truth they refuse to admit is this: they were never your equal. They were never built like you. They were never chosen. That's why they're struggling. That's why they're bitter. That's why they hate to see you winning, because every time you rise higher, it confirms what they fear the most. They never had what it takes. And the worst part for them? You don't even care. You don't think about them. You're not watching them. You're not wasting a second worrying about what they're doing. Because you don't move backwards. You don't slow down for people who refuse to grow. And you sure as hell don't entertain those who tried to keep you small. They thought they had time, thought they could delay you, distract you, discourage you, but you kept pushing forward. They thought you would come back down, that you would need them, that you would fold under pressure, but you only got stronger. And now they're looking up at you from a distance, realizing they played themselves. Because they're chasing your ghost while you're creating a legacy. So let them try. Let them waste their time. Let them keep watching, keep lurking, keep hoping you'll fall so they can somehow catch up. Because the reality is, they'll never touch what you've built. They didn't understand it before, but they're understanding it now. You were never in their league. You were never meant to fit in with them. You were never meant to be just one of the many. You were always one of one, and now they have to live with that realization for the rest of their lives. So, chosen one, listen to me. Some people spend their whole lives trying to be someone else, while the chosen ones are busy becoming legends. They can watch, they can mimic, they can try to rewrite history, but they'll never be part of your future. They weren't built like you, they weren't meant for this journey, and now they're stuck in the shadows of the path you carved. So let them try, let them chase, let them dream, because while they waste time pretending, you're out here becoming. If this hit your soul, drop the number 77 in the comments, smash that like button, and let them know being you is a full-time job, and they're unemployed. Some people don't want to learn from you, they want to replace you, But what they don't realize is, you can mimic the steps, but you can't recreate the soul. They watched you, studied you, took notes like obsessed fans pretending to be critics. They traced your steps, borrowed your words, mimicked your glow, but something was always off. No matter how much they tried to imitate, they always fell short. Because what you carry isn't just about what you do, it's about who you are. You aren't just moving, you're evolving. You aren't just shining, you're radiating something they'll never understand. They thought they could wear your crown without carrying your weight, copy your style without earning the substance. But no matter how hard they try to mirror your reflection, their glass is always cracked. They want your energy, but they don't want the work that built it. They crave your results, but they aren't willing to endure the process. They see your glow, but they don't understand the storms that shaped your fire, and that's why they will always fail. But listen, this message isn't for them. This is for you, the one they can't stop watching, the blueprint, the original, the force that can't be replicated. If you're here, it's because you already feel it deep inside. You've seen it with your own eyes, people switching up, watching you a little too closely, repeating your words like they discovered something new. But no matter how much they mimic, they never quite get it right. Why? Because your energy wasn't built in imitation. It was forged in transformation. You didn't just wake up like this. You rose from battles they wouldn't survive. And right now, we're about to expose why they try so hard to be like you, and why they fail every single time. But before we dive in, if you know you're the one they can't replace, if you've seen people try to copy your essence but never match your level, hit that like button and subscribe. Not just for you, but to help spread this message to more people like you. When you engage, it signals to the algorithm that this truth needs to be heard. Because let's be real, more people need to understand why their enemies stay watching from the sidelines, stuck in the shadows of what they can never be. See, when you carry a rare energy, it does more than inspire. It haunts. It haunts those who once underestimated you. It torments those who tried to compete but couldn't keep up. It leaves a mark so deep that even after you're long gone, your presence still lingers in their mind. The power of being unique isn't just about success, it's about impact. You don't just pass through people's lives, you leave them changed, whether they admit it or not. And the ones who tried to steal your essence without understanding your journey, they're left confused, frustrated, stuck in a cycle of imitation that never leads to elevation. They thought they could take shortcuts, steal your style, copy your mindset. But what they didn't realize is, you weren't just doing, you were becoming. And becoming is something you can't fake. It's something you earn through resilience, transformation, and alignment with your higher purpose. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to follow trends. You were meant to set them. And now, while they scramble, while they chase, while they try to keep up, you've already moved on to the next level. And that's what burns them the most. And thank you. Yes, you, the one they can't replace. Whether you're here for the first time or you've been locked in with this journey, your presence and super gifts are the energy that keeps this mission growing. If you're ready to step into your power, rise above the imitators, and own your uniqueness like never before, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your authenticity. Because while they waste time copying, you're evolving into something they'll never reach. Let's get started. Number 1, they steal your style, but they can't steal your substance. Wearing the uniform doesn't make you a soldier. They put on your look, but they can't walk your path. They watch from the sidelines, eyes locked on your every move, trying to mirror your essence like it's a performance they can perfect. They copy your words, your rhythm, your mannerisms, thinking that if they dress like you, talk like you, move like you, they'll somehow become you. But what they don't realize is style is just the cover. Substance is the story. They don't understand that what makes you stand out isn't just what you wear, what you say, or how you present yourself. It's what you've survived. It's the fire that burned away the weakness, the battles that shaped your resilience, the lessons that carved out your wisdom. They imitate the finished product, but never walked through the storm that created it. That's why, no matter how much they try, it never feels real. It never feels earned. It never lasts. You see it everywhere. They pick up on your confidence, your energy, your vibe, but it all comes off forced, awkward, unnatural. That's because authenticity isn't a costume, it's currency, and they're broke. You didn't just wake up with presence, you built it through every moment of isolation, through every setback, through every time you had to pick yourself up when no one else was there to catch you. They want the shine, but they don't want the struggle. And that's why they will always remain a shadow, never the source. Look at history, look at the legends. Michael Jordan wasn't great because he wore a jersey. He was great because of the hours of sweat, discipline and work he put in when nobody was watching. That's why every so-called next Jordan fades into the background. Because you can imitate the moves, but you can't steal the drive. Steve Jobs wasn't revolutionary because he wore a black turtleneck. It was because he saw the world differently, because he was willing to think and create at a level others weren't prepared for. People have copied Apple's designs for decades, but they still haven't matched the vision. Oprah, Elon Musk, Kobe Bryant, Beyoncé. What made them icons wasn't their style, it was their soul. And that's the part they will never have. Right now, you might be asking yourself, why do they even try? Why do people obsess over you, copy you, yet act like they don't see you? Because deep down, they know you're the original. They know that what you have is rare, and it burns them inside that they don't have it. It's human nature. People fear what they can't understand, and they envy what they can't have. They try to reduce your greatness to the things they can copy, because accepting the truth, that you are simply different, would force them to acknowledge their own limitations. And that's too much for them to handle. But here's where you win. The universe didn't give you this energy just to blend in. It didn't shape you through struggle just to have your power stolen by frauds. You don't need to defend yourself or waste time exposing them. Their failure is their exposure. No matter how much they try to copy, they'll always be a step behind. No matter how much they study you, they'll never master what comes naturally to you. So let them steal your style. Let them borrow your words. Let them mimic your energy. Because at the end of the day, a copy will always be a copy, and the original will always be priceless. Number 2. They try to walk like you, but they trip over their own ego. Confidence is quiet, insecurity is loud. That's why they do too much trying to prove they're you. They study your movements, try to copy your aura, mimic the way you carry yourself. They observe how people respect you, how rooms shift when you enter, how opportunities seem to chase you down while they struggle just to get noticed. And instead of looking inward and leveling up the right way, they take the lazy route. They imitate. But here's the thing about real confidence. It can't be copied, only cultivated. You didn't fake it till you made it. You built it from scratch, from every challenge that forced you to stand up taller, every doubt you had to crush, Every moment you had to walk into a room alone, knowing you were enough. Your confidence isn't a performance, it's a presence. And no matter how hard they try to replicate it, theirs always looks like an act. They try to walk like you, but they trip over their own ego every time, because they don't get it. Confidence isn't about being loud, flexing, or forcing people to notice you. Confidence is a silent weapon. It speaks before you do. It moves before you take a step. It's felt, not announced. And that's why they fail every single time. They overdo it. They try too hard to be seen, to be heard, to be validated, and in the process, they expose their insecurity. They need an audience to feel valuable, but you could be in a room full of people or standing alone, and your presence still holds power. Think about the greats. Look at Muhammad Ali. His confidence wasn't just in his words, it was in his presence. He knew he was great before the world did. Look at Rihanna. She doesn't scream for attention. She walks into a room and lets her energy do the talking. That's what real confidence looks like. And that's exactly what your imitators will never master. They think confidence is about controlling how others see them, but in reality, it's about how you see yourself. And that's where they fall apart. Because deep down, they don't trust their own value. That's why they cling to your image, hoping it will make up for what they lack. But no matter how many masks they wear, their insecurity still leaks through the cracks. And you might be wondering, why do they care so much? Why are they obsessed with proving they can be me? Because your existence reminds them of their own shortcomings. Your confidence isn't just inspiring, it's triggering. Every time they see you move effortlessly, every time they see you take up space without seeking permission, it reminds them of the fear they're still trapped in. So they overcompensate. They talk too much, flex too hard, try too desperately to force the same reaction you get naturally. And the irony, the more they try, the more obvious it becomes that they aren't built like you. You don't have to force people to notice you. They're drawn to you. You don't have to shout to prove you belong. Your presence alone makes it undeniable. And while they waste their energy chasing approval, you just keep walking in purpose. That's why they will always be a step behind. The universe didn't design you to blend in. You were meant to move differently, to lead effortlessly, to exist boldly. Let them copy, let them try, because at the end of the day, confidence can't be imitated, it has to be earned. And they don't have what it takes. Number 3, they copy your words, but they don't have your wisdom. They repeat what you say, but they don't understand what it means. They echo your words like they discovered them first. They repeat your phrases, your insights, your advice. But something's always off. It sounds empty, forced, hollow. Because wisdom isn't about memorizing powerful words. It's about living them. And that's where they fail. They see the way you speak and how it moves people, how your words carry weight, how when you say something, it sticks. They see how your voice shifts the energy in a room, how people listen, not just because of what you say, but because they know you've lived it. They crave that same respect, that same impact, so they do what they always do. They steal. But here's what they don't understand. A parrot can repeat a phrase. That doesn't make it wise. They don't get that your words carry power because they were forged in fire. Every lesson, every insight, every truth you speak came from experience, from survival, from doing the hard work they avoid. They want the finished product, but they never earned the process. That's why when they try to use your words, they fall flat. People sense it. The energy isn't there. The depth is missing. Because you can't fake wisdom, you have to earn it. Think about it. How many people have tried to copy the words of Maya Angelou, Bruce Lee, Carl Jung, or Nipsey Hussle, thinking that just repeating their wisdom will give them the same power? But there's a difference between quoting greatness and understanding it. That's why their words fade into the background while the originals remain timeless. Wisdom isn't about knowing the right words. It's about becoming the kind of person who carries meaning behind them. And no matter how hard they try, they can't copy that. And you might ask yourself, if they don't have wisdom, why do they still try to sound like me? Because they want the illusion of depth without actually doing the work to grow. They want to sound powerful without actually being powerful. But that's the thing. Words alone don't make someone impactful. Energy does. Presence does. Experience does. When you speak, people listen because they can feel the truth behind it. They know you didn't just read about pain, you survived it. They know you didn't just hear about resilience, you built it from the ground up. And that's something no thief, no copycat, no imitator can ever steal. That's why, no matter how much they try, they always get exposed. They talk in circles. They say a lot but mean nothing. They throw around deep-sounding phrases, hoping to impress. But their own life contradicts every word. Because wisdom isn't in what you say, it's in how you live. And the universe always reveals who's real and who's pretending. So let them copy. Let them repeat your words like they're reading from a script. Because at the end of the day, wisdom isn't worn, it's earned. And no matter how many times they try to sound like you, they will always be nothing more than an empty echo. Number 4, they try to match your energy, but they burn out. Your glow is natural. Theirs is borrowed, and batteries die fast. They watch you move, watch how people gravitate toward you, watch how you shine without even trying, and it eats them up inside. They see how effortlessly you command attention, spark conversations, and shift atmospheres without forcing a thing. So they do what they always do. They copy, they imitate, they try to move like you. But here's the problem. They're running on borrowed fuel. What you have isn't something you can fake. Your energy isn't hype. It's alignment. It's purpose. It's something deeper than just being seen or standing out. You're not chasing validation. You're not performing for approval. You're simply being who you are, and that's why it works. Meanwhile, they exhaust themselves trying to match your energy, not realizing that what you have can't be duplicated, only cultivated. It's like watching someone try to copy the sun's glow with a flashlight. Temporary, weak, and always fading. And that's why they burn out. They force enthusiasm, push out artificial confidence, fake a vibe that was never theirs to begin with. They hype themselves up, create a persona, build a version of themselves that they think will get them the same response you get naturally. But the difference between authentic energy and performative energy is endurance. You keep going even when no one's watching. You stay shining even when no one's applauding. You rise even when they're waiting for you to fall. Because what fuels you is real. They, on the other hand, can only keep up for so long before their cracks start to show. Their energy isn't sourced from within. It's borrowed from what they think they should be. And sooner or later, the performance drains them. Think about it. How many people have tried to replicate greatness only to collapse under the weight of it? How many so-called leaders put on a front only to fade away once the act was too exhausting to maintain? Look at Michael Jordan, look at Serena Williams, look at Jay-Z. Their energy didn't come from hype. It came from alignment, from purpose, from a deep-rooted connection to something greater. That's why no matter how many people tried to mimic them, nobody ever truly replaced them. And that's what separates you. You aren't forcing it. You aren't faking motivation or chasing a trend. You move with intention, with clarity, with a foundation that can't be shaken. And because of that, your energy is limitless. And you might wonder, why do they even try? Because deep down, they see it. They see that what you have is different, that your glow is undeniable, that your presence is something that can't be ignored. And that realization, it scares them, because it means you're playing a different game than they are. So they try to keep up, to match your rhythm, to mimic your flow, but every step drains them more. They pretend they're unfazed, that they have the same drive, the same resilience, the same impact. But the universe doesn't reward performances, it rewards authenticity. And that's why they keep failing. Because while they're busy burning themselves out, trying to force what comes naturally to you, you just keep going, effortless, unbothered, untouchable. So let them run themselves dry. Let them chase a version of you that they'll never be able to sustain. Because at the end of the day, batteries die. But your energy, that's forever. Number 5. They want your spotlight, but they can't handle the heat. They thought they wanted the throne until they saw how heavy the crown was. They watch you from the sidelines, obsessed with how the light follows you, how people respect you, how you stand in rooms with presence that can't be ignored. They want that. They want the attention, the influence, the recognition, but they don't want the weight that comes with it. They see the crown, but not the pressure. They see the throne, but not the battle it took to sit there. They see the success, but not the sleepless nights, the sacrifice, the discipline. They crave the rewards, but they avoid the responsibility. They think greatness is about being seen, about being admired, about having people clap for them. But true greatness is built in the moments no one sees. When you were grinding alone, when you were doubted, when you had to keep going, even when nothing was working in your favor. They envy your wins, but they don't have the heart to endure your losses. And that's why they'll always fall apart when the pressure hits. They try to take shortcuts to the top, only to realize there's no elevator to greatness. They thought they could copy their way into success, thought they could fake their way into leadership, thought they could wear the title without putting in the sweat, the tears, the sacrifice. But the universe doesn't reward frauds. Every throne comes with a test, and those who aren't built for it get crushed under the weight. Look at history. LeBron James didn't just step into the NBA and demand respect. He worked relentlessly, outperformed, outlasted, and kept proving why he belonged at the top. Oprah Winfrey didn't just get handed influence, she endured rejection, discrimination, and doubt, yet kept rising until her presence was undeniable. Even Elon Musk, whether you like him or not, didn't build his empire on shortcuts. He took risks, bet on himself, and worked harder than anyone else in the room. That's the difference between you and them. You didn't just want success, you became the kind of person who deserved it. You paid your dues, you walked through the fire, you stood strong when others folded. And now, while they try to steal your spotlight, they can't even handle the heat that comes with it. And maybe you're wondering, why do they act like they want what I have, but then run from the responsibility? Because they only see the highlight reel. They don't see what happens behind the scenes. They don't see the doubt you had to push through. They don't see the moments you almost quit. They don't see the self-discipline it takes to maintain your position. They want the benefits without the burden. But the truth is, there are no free crowns. If you didn't earn it, you won't keep it. That's why you see people fading away, burning out, exposing themselves, because they tried to skip the process. They tried to wear a title that their character couldn't support, and the weight of their own fraudulence will always pull them down. Let them chase your spotlight. Let them crave your position, because at the end of the day, the light exposes everything, including who's real and who's not. And while they struggle under the pressure, you're just getting started. Number 6. They thought replacing you would be easy. Now they're drowning in regret. They thought they could swap you out like a cheap part. Now their machine is broken. They thought they were being smart, thought they had you all figured out, thought they could remove you like you were just another replaceable piece in their puzzle, like you were just a temporary fixture in their world. They assumed they could find another you, someone easier, someone more controllable, someone who wouldn't make them confront their own shortcomings. But the second you walked away, everything started falling apart, because what they failed to realize is this: you weren't just a part of their life, you were the foundation holding it together, and the moment you left, everything they thought they built came crashing down. They laughed at first, acted unbothered, like losing you was just another decision, like you were replaceable. They surrounded themselves with distractions, convinced themselves they had upgraded, paraded around their new situation like it was something better. But what happened? Reality hit. Because when you left, you didn't just take your presence, you took your energy, your wisdom, your light. They thought they could push you aside and fill your spot with a cheaper copy. But what they got was an empty shell, a downgrade, a hollow replacement that could never hold the weight of what you carried. See, some people don't realize you were the reason their life was balanced. You were the one bringing clarity, stability, and growth. You were the force that elevated them, whether they admitted it or not. They were winning because they had access to your mind, your strength, your energy. They mistook it as their own success. And now they sit in their own mess, watching you thrive, knowing they can never get that version of you back. They're feeling it. The silence where your wisdom used to be, the emptiness where your presence used to fill the space, the struggle that suddenly became real without you there to guide, to uplift, to protect. They thought they could just cut you off and keep winning, but you weren't just another piece on their chessboard. You were the reason they were even playing the game at all. Look at history. Look at the ones who got too comfortable, who thought their most valuable players were replaceable. Steve Jobs got pushed out of Apple, and what happened? The company suffered until they had to bring him back. They thought they could replace the visionary, the mind, the force behind the success. But they couldn't. The same applies here. They lost you, and now they have to sit in that loss. And you might ask yourself, why did they think they could replace me so easily? Because they never truly understood your worth. You made it look easy. You carried things so well that they thought your presence was optional, that your influence was just a small factor, that anyone could step in and do what you did. But the universe has a way of teaching lessons, and now they're learning the hard way. Now they're seeing the difference between what they had and what they settled for. They're seeing that no matter how much they try to convince themselves they made the right choice, their life hasn't been the same since you left. And the worst part, they can't undo it. You're not looking back. You're rising. You're thriving. You're stepping into a new level of success and peace while they're stuck in the wreckage of their own decisions. That's why regret is the worst kind of punishment, because it doesn't just remind them of what they lost, it reminds them that they did it to themselves. So let them watch. Let them sit in the emptiness they created. Let them drown in the regret that will follow them for a lifetime. Because once you replace gold with garbage, you don't get a second chance. Number 7. They copy your hustle, but they can't keep up. They see the shine but ignore the grind. That's why they stay losing. They want your success, your level, your results, but they don't want your process. They don't want the nights you sacrificed, the battles you fought, the countless times you had to pick yourself up when no one was there to help. They see the finished product and assume they can shortcut their way to the top. But the truth? They don't have the endurance. You built your empire brick by brick, from the ground up, with your own sweat, your own strategy, your own resilience. Every step was earned. Every level required sacrifice. Every breakthrough came with battle scars. They don't see that part. They just see the shine. And in their mind, if they just copy your moves, they'll end up where you are. But the difference is, you were running a marathon while they were looking for an escalator. They try to skip steps and wonder why their foundation crumbles. Because hustle isn't about what you do when people are watching. It's about what you do when no one sees. And that's where they fail every time. They show up when it looks good, when it's time to post results, when it's time to claim success. But they weren't there in the trenches. They weren't grinding at 2 a.m. They weren't pushing forward when every part of you wanted to quit, but you refused to give up. That's why, no matter how much they copy, they never catch up. Because this isn't just about actions, it's about mindset. It's about endurance. It's about grit. Think about it. How many people tried to mimic Kobe Bryant's game but couldn't match his discipline? How many entrepreneurs tried to copy Elon Musk but couldn't outwork him? How many artists, athletes and leaders have had imitators, but the copies never last? Because real greatness isn't something you imitate, it's something you become. And you became this through the struggle, through the grind, through the pressure. They want the rewards without the struggle. They want the title without the work. But life doesn't work like that. The universe doesn't reward frauds. It rewards the ones who show up, who put in the work, who push past every obstacle, who take the hits and keep moving forward. And you might be wondering, why do they think they can take what I built? Because they think success is a formula, not a journey. They think that if they just follow the steps, they'll get the results. But what they fail to realize is, your results didn't come from steps. They came from character. Your discipline, your relentless mindset, your refusal to break, even when everything was against you. They don't have that. That's why they give up the moment it gets hard. That's why they try to take credit for things they didn't build. Try to sneak their way into rooms they didn't earn. Try to act like they're on your level when they haven't even passed the test. And the funniest part? You outwork them without even trying. Because this isn't something you do, it's something you are. Your hustle is in your DNA. Your resilience is part of you. It's why you keep rising while they keep falling back. It's why, no matter how much they copy, they will always remain a step behind, exhausted, unable to keep up with a pace they were never built for. So let them try, let them mimic, copy, take notes, and think they're closing the gap. Because while they're busy pretending, you're still moving, still evolving, still reaching new levels that they'll never touch. And that's why you'll always be the leader while they stay losing. Number 8. They try to steal your friends, but they get exposed. They thought it was about popularity, but real ones know the difference between a king and a clown. They thought it would be easy, thought they could step into your circle, whisper the right things, perform the right tricks, and take your place. They assumed loyalty was just a game of convenience, that people stick around because of proximity, not connection. But what they never realized is this: real ones recognize real. And no matter how much they try to fill your space, a copy will always feel like a fraud. They tried to turn your allies against you, planting seeds of doubt, throwing dirt on your name, hoping people would forget who you really are. They moved behind the scenes, pretending to be a better version of you, twisting facts, manipulating emotions, trying to rewrite the story with themselves as the main character. But loyalty isn't something you steal, it's something you earn. And now they're exposed. Because what they don't get is this: real bonds don't break under pressure. They reveal themselves. The people who truly stand by you, they've seen your journey, they've witnessed your growth, they know your heart. And no amount of gossip, no amount of imitation, no amount of desperate backstabbing can erase that. They thought it was about popularity. They thought friendship was about who's louder, who's flashier, who puts on the best act. But real ones know the difference between a king and a clown. Look at history. Look at Judas and Jesus. Look at how Brutus turned on Caesar. The betrayer always thinks they've won until the truth exposes them. And that's exactly what happens every time someone tries to replace the irreplaceable. They got comfortable, didn't they? Thought they had convinced everyone. Thought your absence meant victory. Thought they had successfully erased you from the picture. But what they don't understand is this: loyalty isn't something that transfers from person to person like a hand-me-down. People see through the act. They feel the difference between authenticity and performance. Sure, maybe at first they played the part well. Maybe they even fooled a few people. But you never had to act. And that's why they fail. Because eventually, people notice. They start to see the cracks in the performance, the way the energy feels off, the way the laughter doesn't sound as genuine, the way the room feels different without you in it. And then the realization hits. This person isn't the same. They don't inspire, they imitate. They don't lead, they manipulate. They don't bring peace, they stir drama. And one by one, the people they tried so hard to keep start walking away. Because you can borrow someone's style, you can copy their words, you can even sit in their seat for a while, but you can't replace someone's essence. You can't duplicate the energy that makes them irreplaceable. And now they're left alone. They went from trying to steal your circle to finding themselves in the same position they put you in. Isolated, exposed, forgotten, and the best part, you didn't even have to lift a finger. Because when you're real, when you've built your bonds on authenticity and truth, you never have to fight for your place. The universe fights for you. The truth reveals itself. And those who are meant to be in your life, they always find their way back. So let them play their games. Let them scramble for validation. Let them sit in the empty space they created for themselves. Because while they were busy trying to take what you built, you were too busy evolving to care. And that's why, in the end, you always win. Number 9. They thought taking your ideas would make them you, but they forgot the vision. They stole the recipe, but they don't have the secret ingredient. They watch you build, they see the way your ideas flow, and they convince themselves that if they just take your blueprint, they can recreate your success. They hijack your creativity, copy your moves, and mimic your mindset, thinking that if they steal the formula, they'll get the same results. But what they don't realize is that execution separates leaders from followers. You see, they think success is just a series of steps, that if they do what you do, say what you say, and move how you move, they'll get the same outcome. But ideas alone don't build empires. Vision does. And vision is something they will never have. They don't understand that it's not just what you do, it's why you do it. It's the insight behind the action, the strategy behind the execution, the fire that keeps you moving even when the world isn't watching. They want the rewards without the resilience, the finished product without the foundation. And that's why they fail. They think they can recreate the magic by copying the tricks, but a copy without vision is just a shadow, and shadows disappear when the real light shows up. History is filled with people who thought they could steal greatness, but lacked the mind to sustain it. Look at how many companies tried to copy Apple. They took the designs, the product ideas, even the marketing. But Apple didn't dominate because of aesthetics. It dominated because of Steve Jobs' vision. He didn't just see technology, he saw how it could change the world. And that's something no thief can replicate. The same goes for Elon Musk. How many people have tried to create the next Tesla or the next SpaceX? They take the idea, but they don't have the vision, the execution, the relentless drive to push boundaries. That's why they always remain a step behind, chasing shadows, never leading the way. And you might ask yourself, if they lack the vision, why do they still try? Because they don't understand that an idea is worthless without the right mind to bring it to life. They think creativity is just about having good concepts, when in reality, it's about having the ability to turn those concepts into something real. It's the discipline, the patience, the consistency, the things they don't have. That's why they copy, but they never conquer. They take pieces of what you do, hoping it will bring them the same success. But they don't have the full picture. They don't see the long nights, the sacrifices, the strategic moves that make your ideas work. They only see the end result, so they assume they can skip the journey and still arrive at the same destination. But here's what they fail to realize. The power isn't in the idea, it's in the execution. And execution isn't something you can steal, it's something you have to develop. They want your results, but not your discipline. They want your success, but not your sacrifices. They want your glow, but not your grind. And that's why they will always remain in the shadows of what you create. So let them take the recipe. Let them steal the structure. Let them believe they're building something of their own. Because at the end of the day, the real ingredient is you. And that's something they will never, ever have. Number 10. They mocked you, then tried to become you. First they laugh, then they imitate. Funny how that works. At first they had jokes. They called you too much, made fun of your ideas, whispered about how different you were. They watched you move in your own lane, unbothered, confident, and they couldn't stand it. So, they did what small-minded people always do. They mocked what they couldn't understand. You were too ambitious, too bold, too real. They laughed at your dreams, said you were reaching too high, doing too much, thinking too big. They rolled their eyes when you spoke with passion, dismissed your vision like it was a joke. They called your originality weird. But something funny happened. The same ones who mocked you, they started studying you, copying you, trying to be you. They saw your success, saw how people gravitated toward you, saw how your energy couldn't be ignored. And suddenly, the same blueprint they disrespected became their survival manual. They started using your words, mirroring your confidence, following your path like they never doubted you. The same things they laughed at, now they're trying to master. The same style they called too much, now they're wearing. The same energy they once ridiculed, now they're desperate to recreate. Why? Because they realized too late that you were never the fool. They were. Look at history. When Kanye West first started in the industry, people laughed at the idea of a producer becoming a rapper. Then he changed the game. When Elon Musk spoke about electric cars taking over, they called him crazy. Now, every major car company is scrambling to catch up. When Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone, the critics mocked the design. Now, they all use it as the gold standard. First, they mock you. Then, they try to become you. Because deep down, they knew you were onto something before they had the courage to admit it. And instead of supporting you from the start, they let their ego get in the way. They thought laughing at you would shrink your power, but all it did was highlight how ahead of them you were. They wanted to break your confidence before the world caught on to what you already knew. You are different because you were meant to lead, not follow. And now they're embarrassed. They try to play it off like they always believed in you, like they never talked down on your path, like they weren't the same ones trying to convince you to stay small, stay quiet, stay ordinary. But the truth is written all over them. They wouldn't be copying if they didn't know you were right all along. And you might be wondering, why didn't they just respect me from the beginning? Because it's easier to laugh at something you don't understand than to admit you're not on that level yet. It takes humility to recognize greatness before the rest of the world does, and they were too arrogant to give you credit. So they chose mockery over learning. And now, they're struggling to keep up, because imitation will never match authenticity. They might try to talk like you, walk like you, move like you, but it always looks forced, unnatural, offbeat, because they don't have your vision, they don't have your spirit, they don't have your resilience. That's why, no matter how hard they try, they will always be a few steps behind. And now, while they waste energy pretending, you keep evolving. You keep setting new trends, breaking new ground, moving in ways they'll never master. Because you were never meant to fit in, you were always meant to stand out. So let them copy, let them chase, let them struggle to keep up. Because while they're busy trying to become you, you're already on to your next level. Number 11. They can't fake the glow. Some things can't be taught. Some things can't be stolen. Either you have it or you don't. They try to move like you, walk like you, exist like you, but something is always missing. Something they can't quite grasp, can't imitate, can't steal no matter how hard they try. They think if they watch you long enough, study your every move, and mimic your patterns, they'll somehow become you. But the truth is, you can copy the steps, but if you don't have the soul, you'll never match the energy. And that's where they lose. Because what makes you you isn't just the way you carry yourself. It's not just the way people are drawn to you, the way rooms shift when you enter, or the way opportunities seem to find you while they struggle just to be noticed. It's deeper than that. It's your presence, your frequency, your alignment. Some people call it a glow, some call it energy, some call it divine favor. Whatever it is, it can't be manufactured, it can't be imitated, and it damn sure can't be faked. They watch you move through life, wondering why things seem to fall into place for you, why you continue to elevate while they remain stuck. They think it's luck. They think it's an act. They think if they mimic you, they'll somehow tap into the same force that fuels you. But they don't understand. Your glow isn't something external. It's internal. You didn't just wake up with it. You earned it. You built it through the storms you survived, the healing you did, the self-work you committed to. It's the energy that comes from breaking generational cycles, from refusing to stay small, from stepping into your power when the world wanted you to shrink. And that's what they'll never understand. Because while they try to copy your shine, they don't have the foundation to sustain it. That's why no matter how hard they try, they always burn out. Look at history. Look at the greats. Marilyn Monroe, Tupac, Princess Diana, Kobe Bryant, Bob Marley. These weren't just people. They were forces. Their energy didn't just exist. It left an impact. It shaped culture. It shifted the world. And no matter how many people tried to imitate them, no one could ever replace them. That's what you are to the people around you. A force, a presence, a light that can't be dimmed, no matter how many shadows try to stand in your way. And maybe you've noticed it. People staring at you a little too long. People copying your mannerisms, your slang, your movements. People trying to align with you, hoping some of your magic will rub off on them. You might wonder, if they envy me so much, why do they try so hard to be me? Because they know, deep down, they know you carry something rare, something they'll never fully understand, but they feel it, and it bothers them. They want it. They want the attention, the respect, the natural magnetism that makes people drawn to you without you even trying. But they don't want to do the work. They don't want to transform, to heal, to evolve. They just want the end result without the journey. But that's not how it works. That's why they will always fail. Because this glow, this energy, it comes from alignment, from knowing who you are and refusing to be anything less, from moving with purpose, walking in truth, and standing firm in your authenticity. And no matter how many times they try to copy, mimic, or steal your essence, they will always be a step behind. Because you aren't just a moment, they are witnessing a movement. So let them try. Let them waste their time. Because at the end of the day, you were never in competition. The original will always outshine the imitation. And that's the part that haunts them the most. Number 12. They'll always be a step behind because you're focused on your own path. They're trying to keep up, but you're already on the next level. They watch you like a blueprint, taking notes, analyzing your every move, hoping they can crack the code to your success. They track your wins, your habits, your mindset, thinking if they just replicate your steps, they'll get the same results. But what they fail to realize is, you're not standing still, you're evolving. By the time they figure out how you did something, you've already moved on to the next level. They're chasing a shadow, studying a version of you that no longer exists. They're so obsessed with catching up that they don't even realize. You don't compete, you don't look back, you don't wait. While they're busy trying to copy your last move, you're already 10 steps ahead, executing the next one. And that's why they will always lose. Because here's the truth, you're not playing their game. You never were. You're not moving with the crowd, waiting for permission, following trends that will be forgotten in a year. You are creating, innovating, breaking limits, and setting the pace. That's why they stay behind. They're reacting to what you've already done, while you're pioneering what comes next. Think about it. Who remembers the copycats? Who remembers the ones who chased trends instead of setting them? Nobody. People remember the originals, the ones who moved so fearlessly in their own lane that the world had no choice but to follow. Elon Musk, Rihanna, Jay-Z, Steve Jobs, Muhammad Ali. They weren't looking around to see what everyone else was doing. They were locked into their own vision, their own process, their own level. And now, they're icons. Meanwhile, the ones who tried to imitate them, who rode their wave instead of creating their own, are long forgotten. And you might be asking yourself, why are they so obsessed with me? Why are they watching instead of working on their own path? Because it's easier to study you than to build something original. It's easier to analyze your journey than to do the inner work required to create their own. But here's the thing, no one ever became legendary by chasing someone else. That's why they'll never catch up. You see, while they're worried about how to match you, how to outshine you, how to take your spot, You're too busy growing, evolving, expanding. Your focus isn't on competition, it's on creation. And that's why they will always be steps behind. Because here's something they will never understand. The real ones don't follow trends, they set them. The chosen ones don't try to be better than others. They try to become the best version of themselves. That's why you don't have to watch your back. You're too focused on your front. And that's what drives them crazy. Because no matter how hard they chase, they will never reach you. No matter how many times they copy, they will never be you. You've already left behind the place they're trying to arrive at. By the time they catch up to where you were, you've already built something new. So let them watch. Let them study. Let them chase ghosts while you build empires. Because you were never meant to be caught. So chosen ones, listen. The real ones don't chase trends, they set them. They'll keep trying, they'll keep watching, they'll keep failing, because you weren't built to be duplicated. You were built to be one of one. They can study your every move, but they'll never master what flows naturally to you. Let them exhaust themselves trying to catch up while you keep leveling up. You don't compete, you create. So hit that like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you're the original. Because while they waste their energy trying to be you, you're too busy being great. The loudest laughter always comes from the most terrified mouths, because deep down, they know their illusions are hanging by a thread. They laughed. Oh, how they laughed, spitting their venomous words at you like daggers, hoping one would pierce your spirit. They called you insane, mocked your visions, scoffed at your warnings, and dismissed you as a fool. But now, that laughter has turned to silence, that arrogance has shattered like glass, because the very truth they rejected, the very truth that had them grinning smugly in their ignorance, has just slapped them across the face with a force they cannot escape. The same mouths that spewed mockery now quiver, their voices strangled by the iron grip of reality. They thought they had time. They thought their illusions would hold. But truth does not bend to denial. It steamrolls everything in its path. You knew. You always knew. You saw the cracks before they widened into chasms. You felt the shift long before they even noticed the ground trembling beneath them. And for that, they branded you as an outcast, a lunatic, a fool playing with shadows. They mocked you because their small, fragile minds couldn't grasp what you carried. But their laughter was never proof of your foolishness. It was proof of their fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of what they could not control, fear of the fact that someone like you, someone they tried so hard to break, walked with a knowing they could never understand. And now, that fear is consuming them whole, because the illusion they clung to has collapsed, and you, the chosen one, stand unshaken amidst the wreckage. If you can feel the weight of this message, if you know deep in your soul that this was meant for you, then do your part. Like this video, subscribe, and comment. The slap of truth just crushed them. YouTube's algorithm is not just code, it is energy. And when you engage, you send a signal, a ripple, a force that spreads this truth to those who need it most. This is more than a message, it's a movement. The chosen ones are rising, and the world is watching. For too long, they walked past you with smirks on their faces, puffed up with their shallow certainty, patting themselves on the back for dismissing you. They thought their ignorance was a shield. They thought their laughter made them untouchable. But now, their own foolishness has come back to crush them under its weight. Reality just swung like a wrecking ball, and they are left gasping, scrambling, clawing for something, anything to make sense of what is happening. Their minds are breaking under the pressure. their denial folding like paper, their confidence rotting into panic. They thought they had the upper hand. They thought wrong. And you haunt them. Your very existence unsettles them. The way you move, the way you speak, the way you carry something untamed and unshakable, it makes them nervous. They can feel it even if they don't understand it. You were never like them, and that terrifies them, because you cannot be tricked. You cannot be manipulated. You cannot be controlled. And now they know that. They know that all the words they threw at you, all the ridicule, all the attempts to make you doubt yourself, none of it worked. They look at you now, and they see something they will never be. They see power. But make no mistake, their silence is not respect. It is fear. They don't want to admit they were wrong. They don't want to face the shame of their arrogance, so they pretend. They avoid your gaze. They speak in hushed tones, scrambling to rewrite history, pretending they never doubted you. But you remember. You remember every insult, every eye roll, every time they tried to crush what you knew in your soul was real. And now, that memory stands as your victory. You were not chosen to be liked. You were chosen to see, to stand firm when the world tries to shake you, to be the presence that makes the liars uncomfortable, to be the force that does not bow. They feared you then. They fear you even more now, because now they can no longer deny what stands in front of them. The storm they swore would never come is here, and the one they mocked for seeing it, that one is still standing, untouched, watching as their illusions burn. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you're joining us for the first time or have been a rock-solid warrior on this journey, your presence and super gifts are the force shaking the very foundation of deception. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand apart, to see what others deny, to rise while they fall. This mission thrives because of those like you, the ones who refuse to be silenced, who refuse to be broken, who refuse to kneel before illusion. If you're ready to claim your power, if you're done seeking validation from those who will never understand you, if you're ready to step fully into the force you were always meant to be, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Let this be the signal, the rallying cry, the fire that ignites the awakening of those still trapped in the lie. Because when the chosen rise, the blind tremble. Now, let's get started. Number 1. Reality just punched them in the face, and they can't run from it. The comfort of lies is a fragile throne, one direct hit from the truth, and it collapses beneath them. They strutted around with their smug grins, basking in the illusion of their superiority, convinced that their ignorance was a shield strong enough to protect them. They laughed in your face, spat out their mockery like venom, ridiculed your words, and dismissed your insight as paranoia. But now, that shield just shattered. That laughter, it has died in their throats. Because the very truth they fought so hard to deny has just punched them square in the face, leaving them breathless, shaken, and exposed. You saw it coming. You always do. You felt the shift before a single crack appeared. You spoke of the storm long before the first raindrop fell, and they laughed. But laughter is the last desperate weapon of the weak, the final refuge of those who are terrified to accept that they are blind. They weren't mocking you because you were wrong. They were mocking you because deep down they feared you might be right. And now that fear has swallowed them whole. Look at them. Look at their faces now. That smugness has drained from their eyes, replaced with something new. Panic. The same people who ridiculed you are now scrambling, searching for explanations, tripping over their own arrogance as they try to make sense of what's happening. But there is no escape. Reality has cornered them, and the walls are closing in. Every warning they mocked, every insight they dismissed, every truth they refused to see, it's all unraveling before them, and they can't stop it. History repeats itself, doesn't it? The greatest minds, the strongest spirits, the ones who dared to see beyond the surface, they were all mocked before they were revered. Nikola Tesla, laughed at for his insane visions of wireless energy. Now, his ideas shape modern technology. Galileo, imprisoned for revealing the truth about the universe. Now, science bows to the reality he uncovered. Even Albert Einstein, a man whose name is now synonymous with genius, was once labeled a slow learner. Do you see the pattern? The ones who see before the rest always suffer the ridicule of the blind. But time has a way of making things right. And now, your time has come. But maybe you've asked yourself, why did they fight so hard to silence me? Why did they need me to be wrong? Because the moment they admit you were right, they have to face the fact that they were living a lie. And weak minds would rather burn in deception than face the pain of being wrong. That's why they sneered. That's why they scoffed. Because your very existence threatened the false world they built around themselves. But reality doesn't care about their comfort. It never has. And now it is dragging them, kicking, screaming and trembling, into the truth they tried so hard to escape. They thought ignoring you would make the truth disappear. They thought their numbers made them strong. But now they stand in those numbers, together in their terror, realizing that numbers mean nothing when you're all wrong. They thought their laughter had power, but laughter cannot stop what is coming. They thought calling you crazy would silence you. But words do not break the unshakable. And now, they are the ones who have been broken. You feel it, don't you? That energy in the air, that shift, that unmistakable, undeniable moment where the tables have turned. This is that moment. The same people who mocked you are now whispering among themselves, nervously glancing at the reality that they can no longer pretend isn't happening. The weight of truth has landed on their shoulders like an anvil, and they can't carry it. They want to go back to their illusion, back to their comfortable little world where they were in control. But there is no going back. The illusion is gone. Reality has taken its place. And you stand untouched, unshaken, unbothered, because this is what happens when you see before they do. The chosen ones don't panic when the storm arrives. We prepare for it. While they were busy laughing, you were sharpening yourself. While they were busy sneering, you were strengthening your mind, your soul, your purpose. And now, as they tremble in fear, you stand like a force of nature, watching as everything they built on deception crumbles at their feet. Make no mistake, this is only the beginning. Their world is collapsing, their illusions are burning, and their pride is choking them. And you were never one of them. You were never meant to follow the blind into oblivion. You were meant to stand apart, to see, to know, to awaken. They can't run from it. They can't laugh it away. They can't hide from what they refuse to believe. Reality has arrived, and it has punched them in the face with all the force of everything they swore would never happen. And now they know. Number 2, they mocked you to feel safe. Now they're trembling. They laughed to drown out their own fear. Now their silence is the sound of their collapse. They called you delusional, paranoid, a lunatic with a head full of nonsense. They rolled their eyes, snickered behind your back, dismissed you with a wave of their hand. But that wasn't confidence. That was fear, disguised as arrogance. They needed to believe you were wrong because the alternative was too terrifying for their fragile minds to handle. If you were right, if everything you warned about was real, then their entire world was a lie. And now, that lie has collapsed. Reality just smacked them in the mouth, and they can barely breathe. The same people who scoffed at you are now frozen in place, their minds spinning, unraveling, breaking. They wanted to believe their ignorance would protect them. But ignorance is not a shield. It is a coffin, and now they're trapped inside it. They are starting to understand, piece by piece, that the very thing they mocked is the very thing that was keeping them from being destroyed. And that realization is swallowing them whole. Look at them now. Look at the panic in their eyes. They used to laugh so boldly, so loudly, thinking that if they ridiculed you enough, they could make the truth disappear. But truth doesn't need their belief to exist. It never did. And now, it's here, standing in front of them, unshakable, unstoppable, undeniable. You see, weak minds don't reject truth because it lacks evidence. They reject it because accepting it would require them to change. It would mean admitting they were wrong. It would mean letting go of the comfortable delusions that make their pathetic little world feel safe. And they would rather choke on their own arrogance than face that reality. That's why they attacked you. That's why they mocked, sneered, laughed. Because if they could make you look crazy, then they wouldn't have to question themselves. They needed to discredit you, to push you to the fringes, to turn you into a joke. Because if they didn't, they would have to admit that they were the fools all along. But now they're trembling. Because they can't laugh this away anymore. They can't brush it off as nonsense when it's standing right in front of them, slapping them across the face with a force they can't ignore. Their smirks have disappeared. Their arrogance has turned to panic. They are scrambling, grasping at whatever fragments of their shattered illusion they can still cling to. But there's nothing left. The ground beneath them has caved in, and they are falling into the very abyss they thought they were safe from. And you stand untouched. You endured their ridicule, their insults, their petty attempts to tear you down. You held the line while they laughed, and now, as they struggle to process what is happening, you do not need to say a single word. Your silence is louder than their laughter ever was. History has shown this pattern over and over again. The ones who see first, the ones who understand before the rest, are always mocked until time proves them right. They called Nikola Tesla crazy. They thought Galileo was a fool. They ridiculed every single person who ever dared to see beyond what the masses accepted. And now, you stand among them. Another name on the long, unbroken list of those who were mocked until the world was forced to admit they were right. But make no mistake, this is not an apology tour. They will not fall at your feet and beg for forgiveness. No, they will pretend. Pretend they always knew. Pretend they were never against you. Pretend they weren't the same ones who laughed in your face. They will rewrite history in their own minds, convincing themselves that they were always on the right side. But you remember every eye roll, every insult, every time they tried to paint you as insane, all because they were too weak to face the truth. And now they have to sit in their regret. Their silence is not respect, it is fear. Their avoidance is not shame, it is desperation. They are scrambling for a way out, but there is no exit. The door has been locked, and the only thing left for them to do is sit in the wreckage of their own stupidity. And you are free. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them reassurance. You do not owe them a single moment of your energy. You gave them the chance to listen. You tried to show them. They spat in your face instead. And now their regret is not your burden to carry. Let them tremble. Let them choke on the weight of their own ignorance. Let them sit in the silence of their own self-destruction, because the war is over, and you won. Number 3. The weak laugh until they feel the first cracks, then they scream. The laughter of the blind is always the loudest, until they hear the first crack in their illusion. Then it's not laughter anymore, it's begging. They thought they were untouchable. They paraded their arrogance like a crown, sneering at you from their fragile throne of ignorance, convinced that numbers made them strong, that as long as they all laughed together, they were safe. They turned your warnings into a joke, your insight into a punchline, your voice into something to be mocked. Because as long as they were laughing, they didn't have to listen. As long as they drowned you out, they could pretend their illusions were real. But reality does not ask for permission. And when the first crack appeared, when the weight of truth pushed against the weak walls of their denial, everything changed. Their laughter, once so loud, became uneasy. Their sneers, once filled with arrogance, began to tremble. They could feel it, even if they didn't understand it. The shift, the fracture, the first tremor of the collapse they swore would never come. And then it hit hard. The very thing they mocked is now standing right in front of them, staring them dead in the eye, and it will not blink first. The storm they swore would never arrive is now raging around them, tearing apart their carefully built fantasy, ripping their false security into shreds. They laughed because they thought ignorance was a weapon, but ignorance does not protect you when the truth arrives swinging. They thought numbers gave them power, but numbers mean nothing when every single one of them is wrong. Look at them now, drowning, clawing for explanations, grasping for anything that will keep them from sinking. But there is no safety net, no easy way out. The walls have collapsed, the cracks have become chasms, and everything they built on lies has crumbled beneath them. Now they scream. Do you hear it? That silence where their laughter used to be. That choking sound where their insults once flew so freely. That is the sound of fear setting in. That is the sound of realization gripping their throats and refusing to let go. Because now they know. They know they mocked the wrong person. They know they dismissed the wrong warnings. They know they chose to laugh instead of listen. And now they will pay the price for it. History has repeated itself yet again. The fools always laugh first, and then they beg. Every time. They laughed at the ones who saw before they did. They mocked those who felt the storm coming before the sky even darkened. They jeered at the people who stood their ground while the rest of the world waded deeper into deception. And then the storm arrived, and the same mouths that once laughed were the same mouths that screamed for help. Joan of Arc laughed at before she led armies. Galileo ridiculed before the world admitted he was right. Harriet Tubman called insane before her vision freed hundreds. The world always mocks what it fears, because if they acknowledge you're right, then they have to admit that they were wrong. And that is the one thing they cannot handle. So they sneered, they smirked, they spoke your name with contempt, rolled their eyes at your certainty, dismissed you as someone to be ignored, until reality made them choke on every single word, because truth has a way of coming back around. And when it does not whisper, it roars. And You were never blind. You were never one of them. You felt the ground shaking beneath their feet before they even realized they were standing on unstable ground. You warned them, not because you needed their approval, but because you knew what was coming. And now you stand in the storm, untouched, while they drown in the very thing they laughed at. They are scrambling now, trying to explain it away, trying to rewrite history, pretending they didn't laugh at you. But they know, and worse, they know that you know. That's why they can't look you in the eye anymore. That's why their silence is deafening. Because you remember. You remember their words. You remember their smirks. You remember how they laughed while you carried the weight of knowing alone. But now, that weight is on them, and it is crushing them. Let them tremble, let them panic, let them wrestle with their regret. It is not your burden to carry anymore. You have already stepped into the truth. You have already won. Number 4. Every word you spoke just slapped them back into reality. A lie can dance for a while, but when truth walks in, the music stops. They used to smirk when you spoke, roll their eyes, scoff, chuckle under their breath like your words were nothing more than the ramblings of a fool. They dismissed you, waved you off, convinced themselves that you were lost in fantasy. They laughed, not because they were sure you were wrong, but because they needed you to be wrong. Because if you were right, it meant everything they believed was a lie. And now, that lie just got shattered. Look at them, frozen, silent, staring at the world they thought was solid ground, only to realize it was sinking sand. The weight of your words, the very ones they mocked, the very ones they rolled their eyes at, has just slapped them across the face, and they can't pretend anymore. The arrogance that once dripped from their lips is gone, replaced with something much more fragile: fear, confusion, the bitter taste of regret. They called you delusional when you saw the cracks before they spread, but now those cracks have turned into canyons, and they are dangling off the edge with nothing to hold on to. They swore you were crazy for feeling the shift before it even began, but now the shift has become an earthquake, and they are the ones being swallowed by it. They used to laugh. Now, they are choking on their own disbelief. This is the moment they dreaded, the moment where they can no longer dismiss you, the moment where reality, undeniable, unshakable, inescapable reality, has walked through the door and ended the illusion they clung to so desperately. Their denial is useless now. The truth is standing in front of them, staring them in the eye, daring them to look away. But they can't. They are too stunned. They thought your words were just noise. Now, those same words are ringing in their heads like a war drum, pounding with a force they can't escape. Every warning they ignored, now it's a prophecy fulfilled. Every time they rolled their eyes at you, now they can't even make eye contact. Every time they dismissed you as crazy, now the only thing that looks crazy is their own ignorance. This is not new. This is how it always happens. The masses reject the ones who see ahead. They mock the visionaries. They exile the prophets. They laugh at the ones who walk a different path, until the day comes when those same people, the ones they laughed at, the ones they doubted, the ones they tried to silence, are proven right. And then the laughter stops. History has told this story time and time again. They laughed at Tesla before his genius became undeniable. They ridiculed Copernicus before his revelations became accepted fact. They spat on the name of Harriet Tubman before she became a legend. The world always mocks the ones who step outside the illusion until the illusion falls apart. Then, suddenly, the mockery turns into whispers. Then silence. then awe, and that's where they are now, stuck in the moment between disbelief and realization, frozen in the space between arrogance and shame. You don't even need to say, "I told you so." Your silence is enough, because every word you spoke, every truth you stood by, every warning you gave, has now become undeniable. Look at their faces. The same people who once laughed are now wide-eyed, speechless. They don't know what to do, what to say, how to react, because nothing prepared them for this moment. Nothing told them how to face the truth when it wasn't just words anymore, but reality. Some of them will try to pretend, act as if they always knew, twist their words to avoid admitting they ever doubted you. But you remember their laughter, their mockery, their dismissive glances. And now, they remember too. And no matter how hard they try to rewrite history, the truth is tattooed in their memories. They can't erase what they said. They can't undo the way they treated you. And worst of all, they can't deny that you were the one who saw what they refused to see. And now, they have no choice but to sit in their own regret. Because you've already moved forward. You don't need their validation. You never did. The truth was always on your side, and now it has spoken louder than their laughter ever could. Number 5. The lies they clung to just crushed them like a house of cards. Denial is a house of glass, beautiful in illusion, but one stone of truth shatters it beyond repair. They thought they had it all figured out. They stacked their fragile little world with illusions, propped up by arrogance, glued together by ignorance, and decorated with laughter. They believed their mockery made them strong. They thought their numbers gave them power, but numbers do not save the blind when they march straight off a cliff. Reality doesn't care how many people believed a lie. It crushes them all the same. And now, their empire of deception has collapsed, and they are choking on the dust. Every single thing they swore was impossible is now standing before them, towering over their shattered illusions like a monolith of undeniable truth. The ground beneath them has given way, and they are scrambling, clawing, gasping for something solid to hold on to. But there is nothing left. The lie that kept them warm, that lulled them to sleep in their arrogance, that convinced them they could laugh their way out of consequences. It just caved in on them, and they are suffocating. They thought their ignorance was a fortress. It was nothing more than a house of cards, and now it is rubble. Their laughter, once so loud, has turned into a choked silence. Their eyes, once so full of smug certainty, now dart in every direction, searching for an escape from the truth. But there is no escape. They wanted so desperately for you to be wrong, because if you were right, then everything they built their identity on was a lie. But now they have to face the unbearable weight of that reality, and it is crushing them. Look at them, desperate, lost, terrified. They are trying to rewrite history, trying to pretend they never doubted you, trying to erase the smirks and the insults, trying to downplay their arrogance. They want to pretend they were always aware, always prepared, always in the know. But you remember their laughter, you remember their ridicule, you remember how they sneered, how they dismissed you, how they spat their doubt in your face. And now they are the ones who don't know what to do, because they never thought this moment would come. They believed their denial could keep them safe forever. They thought that if enough of them believed in a lie, it would somehow become truth. But truth is not a democracy. It does not care how many people voted against it. It does not bend, it does not negotiate, and it does not wait for permission. When it arrives like a hammer, smashing through every delusion, reducing every falsehood to dust. And now they are standing in the wreckage of their own making, forced to face what they never wanted to admit, that their laughter was never proof of their intelligence, but a desperate attempt to silence what scared them. Do you see them now, pacing, fidgeting, struggling to explain away what they once swore would never happen? They are spinning in circles, grasping at straws, trying to patch the holes in a sinking ship. But there are too many holes. The ship is already underwater, and they are drowning. You are not drowning. You were never in that boat. While they spent their time reinforcing their fantasy, you stood outside of it. While they laughed at your warnings, you prepared. While they lived in comfortable ignorance, you stood alone, bearing the weight of knowing. And now you're standing tall, untouched, watching as their illusion collapses under the weight of its own lies. And the worst part? They know you remember. That's why they avoid your eyes. That's why they whisper behind closed doors, trying to figure out how to navigate the mess they created. That's why their arrogance has rotted into regret, and their confidence has decayed into fear. They thought they could laugh their way out of reality, but reality just gave them a lesson they will never forget. This is not just defeat for them. This is humiliation, the kind that burns, that haunts, that keeps them awake at night, replaying every moment they dismissed you. The kind of regret that gnaws at them, that whispers in their ears when they try to sleep, reminding them of every opportunity they had to listen, but chose instead to mock. But here's the truth. Their regret is not your burden. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them comfort. You do not owe them a way out of the collapse they created for themselves. They made their choice. They threw their insults. They built their house on fantasies. They convinced themselves that arrogance was armor. And now they stand in the ruins. And you were never in their house of cards to begin with. You are standing on solid ground, watching as the dust settles, unshaken, unbothered, victorious. Number 6. The mockery that once fueled them, now chokes them. They built their confidence on mockery. Now, that same mockery has wrapped around their throats like a noose. They thought they had you cornered. They thought their laughter was a weapon, a hammer meant to crush your spirit into dust. Every insult, every dismissive smirk, every moment they tried to turn you into the fool, it all made them feel powerful. As long as they were laughing, they felt safe. As long as they could drown you out, they could pretend you weren't a threat. But now, that same laughter is choking them, because reality just slapped them breathless. The louder they mocked, the harder they fall. And oh, how they are falling now. Their confidence, built on the shaky ground of ignorance, has collapsed beneath them. Their words, once dripping with arrogance, have dried up completely. Now, they sit in stunned silence, their faces pale, their eyes darting, their breath shallow. Because the very thing they laughed at, the very thing they ridiculed you for believing, is now standing in front of them, undeniable, inescapable, and merciless. They thought they were untouchable. They thought their numbers made them strong. They believed that as long as they all laughed together, as long as they all sneered in unison, they could keep the truth at bay. But truth doesn't care about their numbers. Reality doesn't negotiate with arrogance. And now it has crashed into them like a freight train, tearing apart the delusions they swore would never break. Do you see them now? Do you see how their smirks have vanished? Do you notice how the ones who once mocked you the loudest are now the ones avoiding your gaze? They can't look at you. They can't stand to be in your presence, because now your very existence is a reminder of their own foolishness. You haunt them, and the worst part, they did this to themselves. Every word they spat at you, every joke they made, is now coming back to suffocate them. They thought they were writing your downfall. Instead, they were carving their own gravestone, because history does not remember the ones who mocked. It remembers the ones who endured, the ones who saw through the fog of deception, the ones who stood tall while the rest of the world scoffed. Look at the legends of the past. Every visionary, every warrior, every unstoppable force that reshaped the world was first met with laughter. They laughed at Tesla, mocked his visions of energy that now power the modern world. They called him mad. Now they call him a genius. They sneered at Galileo, condemned him for telling the truth about the stars. They silenced him, but the stars did not change. They ridiculed Harriet Tubman, dismissed her as a fool who believed she could lead her people to freedom. And yet, she did exactly that. The cycle is the same. The blind always laugh, until the truth shatters their illusion. Then, the laughter dies, and in its place, there is only fear. That's where they are now. Drenched in the fear they swore they'd never feel. They want to take it back. They want to pretend they never ridiculed you. They will rewrite history in their own minds, convincing themselves that they always had doubts about what they believed. But you remember. You remember the way they scoffed. You remember how they dismissed you without hesitation. You remember every word, every eye roll, every moment they tried to turn your truth into a joke. And now, that joke is on them. Reality has crushed their arrogance into dust. Their doubt, their laughter, their insults. It all meant nothing in the end, because the truth was never a punchline. The truth was a wrecking ball, and it has leveled everything they built on lies. And you are still here, unshaken, unbothered, unbreakable. They wanted to keep you quiet. Now, they are the ones who don't know what to say. They thought they had the power. Now, they are the ones trembling. Their mockery was never proof that you were wrong. It was proof that they were weak. And now, that weakness has swallowed them whole. They will try to pretend they never doubted you. They will try to find ways to justify their arrogance. But no amount of excuses will erase the simple, brutal fact. You were right, and they were fools. Number 7. The chosen cannot be mocked, only feared. You were never the joke. You were the warning, and now they know it. They spent so much time laughing, so much energy ridiculing, so much effort trying to break you down, because that was the only way they could convince themselves you weren't a threat. But now, their laughter has rotted into silence. That smirk they used to wear so proudly has been wiped clean, replaced with something colder, heavier, more bitter: fear. Because you were never the fool. You were never some misguided dreamer, lost in delusions. You were the signal of something greater. You were the presence they couldn't explain, the voice they couldn't drown out, the force that unsettled them without ever saying a word. And deep down, even in their loudest moments of mockery, they knew you were different. That's what scared them. They tried to shove you into a box, to mold you into something they could control. But you were never meant to fit. You were never meant to blend in with the herd, to follow their blind obedience, to accept the weak illusions they wrap themselves in. You were designed to break the mold, and that made you dangerous. Look at them now, uncertain, uneasy, whispering in hushed voices. They don't mock you anymore. They watch you. Their eyes track your every move. Their silence is laced with a tension they can't shake. because the one they laughed at is the one still standing while their world crumbles to ash. You have become the walking proof that they were wrong, and that truth, it haunts them. You see, mockery was never about you. It was about them, their fear, their insecurities, their desperate need to feel safe in their ignorance. They thought that if they laughed loudly enough, it would erase the doubt creeping into their minds. They thought that if they ridiculed you long enough, it would silence the uneasy feeling in their gut that whispered, "What if they're right?" But truth is a shadow that lingers, no matter how tightly they shut their eyes. And now, as the walls of their illusion collapse around them, they remember every word you spoke, every warning they dismissed, every insight they belittled. And that realization, it's eating them alive. Throughout history, the chosen ones have never been welcomed. They have been ridiculed, demonized, cast out, not because they were wrong, but because they were right before their time. Jesus, crucified for speaking a truth too powerful for the weak to accept. Socrates, poisoned for questioning the very foundation of falsehood. Malcolm X, assassinated for revealing a reality too raw to bear. The world has always tried to destroy those who see through the veil, because nothing terrifies the blind more than the one who refuses to close their eyes. And yet, the chosen always rise. The voices they tried to silence become the echoes that never fade. And you are part of that legacy. They tried to make you doubt yourself. They wanted you to shrink, to question your own mind, to collapse under the weight of their rejection. But you didn't. And now they are forced to watch you thrive. It sickens them, because nothing infuriates a liar more than someone who cannot be deceived. Nothing terrifies a weak soul more than someone who refuses to submit. Nothing breaks the fragile minds of the masses more than the presence of someone who does not need their validation to exist. And that's why they fear you. Because you do not seek their approval, because you do not fold under their pressure, because you never needed them. But they somehow need you. They will never say it. They will never admit it. But their actions speak louder than their denial. Watch how they shift when you walk into a room. Watch how their energy stiffens. Watch how their eyes dart toward you, how their words stumble, how the air thickens when you speak. They feel it. Even if they don't understand it, they feel it. That unease, that's recognition. That hesitation, that's their subconscious admitting what their pride never will. You were never the joke. You were the warning. So let them tremble. Let them struggle to process the truth. Let them sit in the wreckage of their own arrogance while you stand untouched. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them comfort. They made their choice when they laughed. Now they can live with the consequences, because the days of mockery are over. The days of fear have begun. Number 8. They can't laugh anymore because they know you were right. Laughter is the last cry of the desperate, because when reality hits, all that's left is silence. They thought they could laugh their way out of the truth. They clung to their mockery like it was armor, like it was some kind of shield against reality. Every insult, every eye roll, every dismissive chuckle, it was never about you. It was about their fear. Because the moment they stopped laughing, the moment they actually considered what you were saying, they would have to face the possibility that their entire world was built on lies. And now, they can't laugh anymore, because their illusion has collapsed, and all that's left is the wreckage of their own ignorance. Do you see them now? Mouths shut, eyes wide, hands trembling. They have no comebacks, no excuses, no escape. The very thing they swore would never happen is happening, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. The truth they spat on, ridiculed, trampled underfoot. It has risen, unshaken, undeniable, unstoppable. They used to mock you with confidence, as if their laughter was enough to erase reality itself, as if their sheer numbers could override the truth, as if repeating their lies enough times would somehow turn them into facts. But truth is not a democracy. It does not bend to popular opinion. And now, those same mouths that ridiculed you are struggling to form words, because there are no words left. What can they say now? That you got lucky, that it was all a coincidence, that maybe, just maybe, you weren't crazy after all. No, their pride won't let them admit it, but their silence is their confession. It screams louder than their laughter ever did. It tells you everything you need to know. And the worst part for them, they know that you know. That's why they avoid eye contact. That's why they shuffle their feet, nervously clearing their throats, pretending like they weren't the same people who mocked you just months ago. That's why they try to change the subject, why they suddenly don't have the same energy to debate you anymore, because they don't want to face what's staring them in the mirror. You've seen this before. History has seen this before. They laughed at Copernicus before realizing the Earth revolved around the sun. They laughed at Tesla before his visions powered the world. They laughed at every single soul who ever saw beyond the veil of deception before they did. And now, just like every time before, their laughter has died, and all that remains is the bitter taste of regret. But don't be mistaken, they won't apologize. Weak minds never do. They will pretend they never doubted you. They will rewrite history, convince themselves that they always had a feeling something was off. They will twist their own memories to avoid the shame of knowing they stood on the wrong side. They will do everything except admit they were wrong. And you don't need their apology, because you were never here for their validation. You never needed them to believe in you. You carried this truth even when it cost you everything. You stood tall while they laughed. You endured their rejection, their insults, their isolation. And now you stand victorious while they drown in the wreckage of their own arrogance. Let them sit in their silence. Let them struggle with their own thoughts. Let them wrestle with the fact that the one person they ridiculed is the one standing unshaken while they scramble for answers. This is their reckoning. This is their consequence. You were never the fool. You were always ahead. And now they are finally catching up. Too little, too late. Number 9. Let them choke on their regret. You owe them nothing. Regret is a chain forged by one's own cowardice. Let them wear it. They threw stones at you, mocked you, ridiculed you, called you delusional. They made a spectacle of their ignorance, standing on their crumbling pedestal, sneering down at you. They needed to believe you were a fool, because the alternative, the thought that you might be right, was too terrifying for them to handle. But now, those same stones have fallen back on their own heads. The weight of their own words is crushing them. And you stand untouched. They will scramble now, desperate to rewrite history. I always had a feeling this would happen. I never really doubted you. Lies. Weak, pathetic attempts to erase the shame they now feel pressing down on their chests. But you remember. You remember every insult, every dismissal, every time they tried to make you question yourself. You remember how they laughed. And now, that laughter has curdled into silence. Let them choke on it. Let them wrestle with their own regret. That is not your burden to carry. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them comfort. You do not owe them the relief of pretending they were never against you. They made their choice when they spat in your face. Now they can live with it. And make no mistake, they are living with it. Their regret is eating them alive. It follows them, haunts them, lingers in the spaces where their arrogance once lived. They cannot escape it, no matter how hard they try to pretend otherwise. They see you now, not as the fool they once ridiculed, but as the force they were too blind to recognize. But you walk forward, unshaken, unchained, unbothered. Their regret does not slow your steps. Their guilt does not rewrite your story. You were always right. You were always chosen. And nothing they do now can ever change that. Number 10. Their ignorance has collapsed and you stand unbroken. A fool can build a fortress of lies, but truth is always the battering ram that reduces it to dust. They fought so hard to keep the illusion alive. They needed to believe their world was solid, their beliefs unshakable, their ignorance untouchable. They convinced themselves that if they laughed loud enough, denied hard enough, and attacked you viciously enough, they could make the truth disappear. But reality does not disappear. And now, it has crushed everything they once believed in. Look at the ruins around them. Look at what they've lost. Their confidence shattered, their arrogance burned to ashes, their certainty crumbled into nothing. The same voices that used to hurl insults at you are now silent. The same people who once dismissed you are now avoiding your gaze. Because they know they wasted their breath fighting against something they were never strong enough to stop. They spent all their energy trying to drag you down, trying to break you, trying to twist your mind into doubting what you always knew to be true. But you were never one of them. You were never meant to crumble under the weight of their ignorance. While they were busy playing games with their own denial, you were standing tall, unwavering, unbreakable. And now, as their illusions collapse, you stand above the wreckage, untouched. That's what burns them the most. That's what haunts them when they lay awake at night, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment they laughed at you. They wanted to see you fall. They wanted to see you broken, desperate, defeated. Instead, they are the ones drowning, and you are the one rising. Make no mistake, this is the price of ignorance. This is the cost of denying reality, of resisting truth, of thinking that numbers and arrogance could shield them from the inevitable. They lost this war before it even began. And you never even had to fight. All you had to do was stand firm. And now, as they scramble through the ruins of their own foolishness, gasping for something to hold on to, you walk forward, head high, spirit unshaken, power undeniable. You have already won. Number 11. The chosen ones always rise, no matter how hard they try to bury us. They threw dirt on your name, thinking they were burying you, but they forgot. Seeds only grow in darkness. They tried everything. They ridiculed you, isolated you, spat your name like venom, hoping the world would turn against you. They laughed as they cast you aside, convinced that if they buried you deep enough, you'd disappear. But they made one fatal mistake. You were never meant to be erased. You were meant to rise. And now, you have. You never needed their approval. You never needed their acceptance. They tried to bury you in doubt, in mockery, in rejection, but they only buried you in the very soil you needed to grow. While they reveled in their ignorance, you stood alone, fought alone, carried the truth alone. You walked through fire, through storms, through nights of crushing solitude, until the day came when the world could no longer deny what you had always known. That day is here, and now they are the ones left scrambling. They thought they had won, They thought their numbers, their sneers, their rejection would break you. But the truth is, they never had power over you. Their mockery was nothing more than noise, empty, hollow, meaningless. And now that the world has turned, they have nowhere to hide. The illusion they clung to has disintegrated, and they are standing in the ruins realizing that the one they tried to silence is the only one still standing. They wanted you to beg, they wanted you to break, but instead you have become something unstoppable. They tried to suffocate your truth, but truth cannot be suffocated. They tried to silence your voice, but voices like yours shake the very foundation of deception. So let them scramble, let them panic, let them sit in the wreckage of their arrogance and regret. They had their chance to listen. They chose to laugh instead. And now they watch as you rise beyond their reach. Untouchable, unbreakable, unstoppable. They buried you, and you became something they could never control. Number 12. This is your moment. Walk forward and never look back. The past is a graveyard of their doubts, their mockery, their failure to see. Leave them buried in it. You have a future to claim. They doubted you. They sneered. They spat their insults like venom, hoping their laughter would be enough to break you. But you never needed their approval. Their disbelief was never your problem to solve. And now, reality has done the talking for you. Look at them, silent, frozen, grasping for explanations that will never come. They can feel it, even if they don't admit it. The shift, the reckoning, the undeniable weight of being wrong. They are left to sit in the wreckage of their own arrogance, haunted by the echoes of their own laughter. And you are already gone. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove a damn thing. Time has done that for you. The same truth they once mocked has shattered their illusions, and now they are left wrestling with their own disbelief. That is no longer your battle. You have carried the weight of knowing. You have stood against the storm. And now you rise. You move forward. They will try to rewrite history. They will pretend they never doubted you. Some will come crawling, hoping to align themselves with the truth they once ridiculed. But you remember their smirks, their eye rolls, their dismissive tones. And you know, not everyone deserves a seat at your table. You do not owe them explanations. You do not owe them comfort. The same people who tried to bury you are now choking on the very soil they threw over you. Let them tremble. Let them regret. Let them sit in the silence they created. It is not your burden to carry. Your only job now is to walk forward and never look back. Because this is your moment. And they are nothing more than the lesson that made you unstoppable. So, chosen one, before you go, make sure to like this video, drop the number 77 in the comments, and subscribe, because the awakening cannot be stopped. We are no longer silent. We are here. We are rising, and we are unbreakable. The chosen ones do not follow. They lead. They do not bow. They rise. This is our time. A lion does not lose sleep over the opinion of sheep, but your enemies. Oh, they haven't slept since you left them behind. They tossed stones, hoping to shatter you, but instead they only built the throne you now sit upon. They spread their venom, whispering in the shadows, convincing themselves that their gossip could wound you. But here you are, standing taller, walking stronger, and leaving them choking on the dust of your success. They are watching, bitter and broken, haunted by the reality they never saw coming. You handled it like a pro. They tried to make you the villain in their story, but in the end, you became the author of your own destiny, and now they are nothing more than footnotes in a book they'll never finish. Chosen ones, welcome back to your sanctuary, the place where truth is spoken, illusions are shattered, and power is reclaimed. If this message resonates with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. When you engage, you tell YouTube this message needs to reach more chosen ones, because this truth is bigger than just us. They don't want this message to spread, but we are unstoppable, and when we rise together, their lies crumble even faster. So take a second, support this movement, and let's dive into what they don't want you to know. You weren't just chosen, you were born to disrupt. Your mere existence sends shockwaves through the weak-hearted, exposing everything they wish they could hide. That's why they can't stop talking. That's why their whispers never fade. They wanted you to fall in line, to shrink, to beg for their approval. But you did the one thing they never saw coming. You walked away without a single glance back. And now they're drowning in their own irrelevance, scrambling to stay in a story where they were never the main character. They thought their words had weight, but your silence crushed them. They thought their lies could define you, but your truth shattered every illusion they built. See, the power of a chosen one isn't just in their strength. It's in their ability to expose weakness without even trying. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to fight them. You simply rose, and that was enough to dismantle them from the inside out. Because here's the truth they can't admit. They never had power over you. They were parasites, feeding off your light, mistaking your kindness for fragility. But when you cut them off, they withered into nothing. They stare at you now, watching, hating, obsessing, because your glow has become their reckoning. Every time you win, they lose. Every step forward you take is another reminder that they are stuck. They envy you because your fire is real, while theirs was always borrowed. They called you arrogant, but what they really meant was they can't handle the confidence they never had. They called you difficult, but what they meant was you refused to be controlled. They called you selfish, but what they meant was you stopped sacrificing yourself for people who wouldn't even clap when you succeed. And now they are forced to sit in their own shadows, confronted with the fact that they never had the power they thought they did. The power of being chosen isn't just about surviving. It's about becoming the storm that washes away the weak, the fire that burns through every falsehood, the force that cannot be ignored. You don't beg for a seat at the table, you build your own empire. You don't fight battles beneath you, you let your presence do the talking. And while they waste their breath trying to discredit you, your silence is the loudest victory of all. They're haunted by your existence because it forces them to face their own insignificance. And now, the only sound left is their own desperate whispers, whispers that no longer have the power to reach you. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've been standing strong with us from the beginning, your presence and super gifts are the fuel that keeps this movement alive. The weak ones watch in silence, but the strong ones rise together. If you're ready to own your power, rise above their desperate noise, and walk in your destiny unapologetically, then do what they fear most. Smash that like button, hit subscribe and drop the number 77 in the comments. Let them see that no matter how much they whisper, the chosen ones only get louder. This is your moment. Let's get into it. Number 1. Silence is louder than screams. They expected a fight. You gave them nothing. The loudest scream comes from a mouth forced shut by reality. And right now, your enemies are choking on the silence you left them in. They wanted a war. They wanted you to lash out, to throw words like daggers, to claw and fight for your name. But you didn't give them what they craved. Instead, you did something far more powerful. You walked away, unshaken, undefeated, untouched. And now, they are the ones screaming into the void, desperate for a response that will never come. You see, weak people live off reaction. They feed on drama because it makes them feel relevant. Their words, their gossip, their petty schemes, they were never about you. They were about them, about their fragile egos, their desperate need to feel important, their fear of being forgotten. And when you refused to react, when you didn't even look in their direction, you forced them to sit in the one thing they fear most, their own insignificance. This is the truth they can't handle. Your silence was never weakness. It was a weapon, a sword so sharp it cut them deeper than any insult ever could. They expected a fight, but instead you gave them nothing. And now they are left with no choice but to fight themselves. They have no enemy to face, no battle to twist in their favor, no distraction from their own emptiness. And that is what's eating them alive. Think about some of the greatest figures in history. Martin Luther King Jr. faced hatred so vile it should have broken him. But instead of stooping to the level of his oppressors, he held his ground in unshakable dignity, and that silence became louder than their threats. Look at Jesus, betrayed, mocked, and sentenced by those who feared his truth. Did he fight? No. His silence in the face of their cruelty became the echo of his divinity. Even today, the most powerful people in the world know the truth. Power is not in arguing with fools. It's in proving them wrong through action. So why do they hate your silence so much? Why does it haunt them? Because without your reaction, their attacks have no weight. They scream into the wind, but the wind does not answer back. Their gossip, their insults, their manipulations, they were all designed to pull you into their level, to make you crawl into the mud with them. But instead of wrestling pigs, you soared above them, untouched by the filth they wanted you to sink in. And now they're suffocating in the silence that exposes their weakness. Without your engagement, they have no fuel. Without your anger, they have no control. And without your energy, they have no purpose. You stole their power simply by choosing not to acknowledge them. Now, some of you might be thinking, but to defend myself? Don't I need to set the record straight? No, you don't, because the truth always stands tall while lies crumble under their own weight. Look at celebrities, public figures, and leaders who have been slandered, ridiculed, and lied about. The ones who kept moving forward, who let their actions speak louder than the accusations, are the ones who won in the end. Meanwhile, their enemies became nothing more than bitter echoes in history. Your silence isn't just a refusal to engage, it's a statement that says, I do not entertain the irrelevant, I do not validate the desperate, I do not waste my breath on the defeated. And that silence, that's what's driving them mad. They thought they could control the narrative. They thought their words could shape your reality. But your refusal to acknowledge them has rewritten the entire story. They expected a war, and instead you left them talking to themselves. Now they whisper among themselves, trying to convince each other that they still matter. But deep down, they know the truth. You have already moved on, and they are still standing in the same place, fighting a battle that no longer exists. And that is the loudest silence of all. Number 2. The boomerang effect. Every lie they threw came right back. A lie is like a boomerang. Throw it with all your might, and watch it return to shatter everything you built. They thought they were clever. whispering in the shadows, spinning stories, twisting truths, convinced that their words would tarnish you. They sat in their little circles, laughing, feeling powerful, certain that their lies would spread like wildfire and reduce you to ashes. But what happened? The fire never touched you. Instead, it turned back and burned everything they had. This is what they never understood. Energy doesn't disappear. It returns. Every false rumor, every word soaked in jealousy, every dagger they threw with poison-tipped tongues, it all came right back. And now, they're the ones suffering. They're the ones whose reputations are crumbling. They're the ones whose names are being dragged through the very mud they tried to bury you in. Because the universe doesn't let deceit go unanswered. Truth moves like a tide, slow at first, but unstoppable once it rises. They thought they could twist reality to fit their own insecurities. They thought they could convince the world that you were the problem. But the problem was never you. It was their obsession with tearing you down. And now, that obsession has become their downfall. Look around. How many people have tried to destroy someone only to end up destroyed themselves? History is full of them. Judas betrayed Jesus for a handful of silver, thinking he'd win. But his own guilt became unbearable, and he sealed his own fate. People plotted against Martin Luther King Jr., thinking they could silence him. But his words outlived them all. Even in modern times, how many celebrities, leaders, and public figures have had lies thrown at them, only for the truth to eventually come out and expose the ones who spread the falsehoods? Because here's what weak-minded people never realize. Lies are unstable. They require constant maintenance. The moment you start lying, you have to keep lying to cover up the last one. It's exhausting. It's never-ending. And sooner or later, one crack forms, and the entire web collapses. Meanwhile, the truth? It stands on its own, unshaken, needing no defense. That's why they're scrambling now. Why they're suddenly backtracking, pretending they never said what they said. Because the very people they tried to convince, they're starting to see through the act. They're starting to ask questions. Wait, if what they said about you was true, why are you still thriving? Why are you still rising while they're falling apart? And that's the thing. Lies have an expiration date. Truth does not. They expected their words to break you, but instead, they boomeranged back and shattered their own illusions. They spent so much time trying to destroy your image that they never stopped to think, what happens if people realize the real problem isn't you, but them? And now, it's happening. The ones who once entertained their gossip are turning away, losing trust, distancing themselves, because nobody respects a snake once it's been exposed. The backstabbers are now looking over their own shoulders, wondering who will betray them next. The slanderers are watching their own words come back to haunt them. Now, some of you might be wondering, should I say something? Should I clear my name? No, you don't need to. You never needed to. Truth doesn't need defense. Your silence, your success, your very existence is proof enough. Let them drown in the lies they created. Let them scramble to patch the holes in the ship they set on fire themselves. You are already miles ahead. This is the boomerang effect. What they threw at you didn't land. It circled back with twice the force. The weight of their own deceit is now crushing them, and the best part, you never had to lift a finger. Watch them now. Watch as they struggle to clean up the mess they made. Watch as the same people they once convinced turn away in disappointment. Watch as the lies collapse under their own weight, because no structure built on deceit can stand forever. And you, keep moving forward, chosen one, because while they're stuck in the ruins of their own destruction, you are walking straight into greatness. Number 3, they wanted you to crumble, but you built an empire instead. They thought they were burying you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. And now, you've grown into something so powerful, they can't even stand in your shadow. They wanted to see you broken. They whispered behind closed doors, spreading their envy-laced lies, convinced that if they threw enough dirt, they could bury you beneath the weight of their hate. They thought their words had power. They thought they could shake you, break you, make you doubt yourself. But while they were plotting, while they were hoping for your downfall, you were doing something far more dangerous. You were building. See, weak people always focus on destruction. It's all they know. They don't create. They don't innovate. They don't elevate. Their minds are too small for greatness, too fragile for resilience, too desperate for shortcuts. They don't understand what it means to build something from the ground up, to rise from nothing, to take every stone thrown at you and turn it into a foundation. But you understood. You took their insults and turned them into fuel. You took their gossip and let it sharpen your focus. You took their hate and used it as bricks to build your empire. That's why they're miserable now. That's why they're choking on their own resentment. Because everything they hoped would destroy you only made you stronger. Every lie they told became another reason for you to push harder. Every obstacle they put in your way became another step toward your success. And now they don't know what to do, because instead of seeing you fall, they're watching you rise higher than they ever imagined. Look at the greats. Oprah Winfrey was told she wasn't fit for television. They wanted her to shrink, to give up. But she didn't crumble. She built a legacy. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. They expected him to quit. Instead, he became one of the greatest athletes of all time. Steve Jobs was fired from his own company. They thought that was the end of him. Instead, he came back and built an empire that changed the world. This is what your enemies never understood. True power doesn't come from avoiding struggle. It comes from using it. They thought they were writing your ending, but they were just adding another chapter to your success story. Every attempt to break you became another reason to grow. And now they're stuck, watching, wishing, seething, because they can't take back what they did. They can't undo the fact that while they wasted their time trying to tear you down, you were rising. They can't erase the fact that you proved them wrong without even trying. And nothing burns them more than seeing you win when they swore you wouldn't. You might be wondering, why were they so obsessed with my failure? Because they needed it to justify their own. They needed you to fall so they wouldn't have to face the truth about themselves. Your success is a mirror reflecting everything they could have been, but never had the discipline to become. They thought tearing you down would make them feel bigger, but now they realize it only exposed how small they truly are. So let them sit in their misery. Let them watch from the sidelines as you thrive in a game they were never even qualified to play. You don't owe them an explanation. You don't owe them forgiveness. You owe them nothing but the view of you standing tall, unshaken, unstoppable. Because the truth is, you were never just surviving, you were always building. And while they were running in circles, hoping to see you fall, you were creating something they could never touch. This is the difference between you and them. They bet everything on your failure, but you built an empire on their doubt. And now, they have nothing, and you have everything. Number 4, they're haunted by your glow. Your light exposed their shadows. The brightest light doesn't just shine, it exposes everything hiding in the dark. And right now, your enemies are scrambling for cover. They never hated you for what you did. They never hated you for your words, your actions, or even your success. No, their hate was always about something deeper. Your existence forced them to see themselves, and they couldn't handle the reflection. Weak people thrive in darkness. They survive by blending in, by pretending, by keeping their insecurities hidden under layers of ego and deception. Then you showed up, bold, bright, unapologetic, and suddenly every falsehood they built crumbled in an instant, because your light did what light always does. It exposed everything. They thought they were strong until they stood next to you. They thought they were wise until your clarity made their confusion obvious. They thought they were powerful until your presence alone revealed how small they really were. That's why they tried to dim you. That's why they whispered, why they slandered, why they threw shade, because standing next to you made them realize just how little they had. But here's the thing about real light. It doesn't ask for permission to shine. It doesn't beg for approval, and it doesn't shrink for anyone's comfort. That's why they hated you. That's why they still talk about you, even when you've moved on. Because your glow didn't just expose their shadows, it cast them in a darkness they can't escape. Think about it. How many times have you seen people attack someone not because that person did something wrong, but because they were everything others secretly wished they could be? Look at Michael Jordan. They mocked his intensity, but they envied his greatness. Look at Oprah. They laughed at her beginnings, but they couldn't deny her power. Look at Jesus. They feared his truth because it shattered their control. Greatness has always been attacked, not because it harms people, but because it forces people to look at themselves and ask, why am I not doing more? And that's exactly what happened with you. You didn't even have to say a word. Your glow alone was enough. They saw your growth, and it exposed their stagnation. They saw your peace, and it magnified their internal chaos. They saw your strength, and it reminded them of their own weakness. And instead of rising with you, they chose the easier path. They tried to pull you back into the shadows with them, but it didn't work. It never could, because chosen ones don't shrink. They rise. Now they're haunted. They wake up thinking about you, replaying their failures, drowning in the reality they tried to deny. They thought ignoring you would make them feel better, but it only made them more obsessed. They thought slandering you would make them feel powerful, but it only exposed their insecurity. And now they can't look away. Some of you might be wondering, why do they still care? Why can't they just move on? Because you were never the problem. They were. They're not mad at you. They're mad at themselves for never having the courage to be what you are. You broke the cycle. You refused to settle. You became something more. And that reminder, it keeps them up at night. You see, a chosen one doesn't just shine for themselves. They shine because they are a symbol of what's possible, a symbol of resilience, a symbol of what happens when you refuse to stay small. And people who are afraid of growth, people who have built their entire identity on mediocrity, cannot handle the sight of someone who refuses to be average. That's why they're haunted, not by your words, not by your actions, but by the reality that you exist, by the fact that you refuse to dim yourself to make them comfortable, by the fact that you are still standing, still rising, still untouchable. And the best part, they can't stop watching. They'll act like they don't care, like they don't see you, like you don't matter. But the truth, their silence is just as loud as their words, because deep down they know the truth. You are everything they fear, and no matter how hard they try, no matter how much they whisper, they will never be able to escape the light you shine. Number 5. The battlefield was theirs, but you controlled the war. A fool sharpens his sword for a battle he has already lost. And your enemies? They didn't even realize the war was over before it began. They thought they had you cornered. They whispered in the dark, building their little armies of gossip and deceit, sharpening their tongues like blades, convinced that when the moment came, they would strike and leave you broken. But what happened? The battlefield they built became their own graveyard. Every trap they set, they fell into. Every scheme they crafted collapsed in their own hands. Because while they were busy plotting, you were playing a completely different game, one they never even understood. See, they thought this was about petty battles, about slander, rumors, manipulation, cheap weapons used by weak minds. They expected you to show up swinging, to meet them in the mud, to waste your energy proving yourself to people who were never worth the effort. But you didn't. You saw the battlefield for what it was, small, insignificant, beneath you. So instead of fighting, you did something much more powerful. You left. And that was the move they never anticipated. You didn't play their game. You ended it before it even started. You refused to fight battles that held no value, and in doing so, you forced them to face their own irrelevance. Now, they're standing in an empty war zone, weapons in hand, swinging at shadows, realizing too late that the only ones left to fight are themselves. History has always favored those who understand true strategy. Look at Sun Tzu, the greatest war strategist of all time. He said, "The greatest victory is that which requires no battle." He understood that power is not about fighting every enemy. It's about choosing the fights that matter. It's about controlling the battlefield, controlling the energy, and ultimately controlling the outcome. And that's exactly what you did. You never fought for their approval. You never defended yourself against their lies. You never gave them the war they so desperately wanted. And now they're standing there, frustrated, angry, looking around for a fight that no longer exists. They underestimated you because they assumed you thought like them. They assumed you would be just as small, just as reactive, just as desperate for control. But what they failed to realize is that true power does not chase validation. It does not entertain distractions. It does not waste time on meaningless wars. While they were sharpening their swords, you were sharpening your vision. While they were gathering their troops, you were building your empire. While they were throwing stones, you were stacking bricks. They prepared for war, but you prepared for success. And now, the difference is undeniable. Look at them now, scattered, confused, unable to understand how they lost a fight. They were so sure they had won. They thought controlling the battlefield meant controlling you. But you controlled the war by refusing to engage on their level, and that's what destroyed them. Some of you might be wondering, but if I don't defend myself, won't they think they've won? Let them think whatever they want. Their opinions do not shape reality. Your results do. You don't need to fight when the evidence speaks for itself. You don't need to explain yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. The only thing that matters is that while they were obsessed with dragging you into their battles, you were busy winning a war they didn't even know existed. That's the difference between you and them. They are fighters. You are a conqueror. Fighters argue. Conquerors build. Fighters throw punches. Conquerors throw foundations. Fighters seek revenge. Conquerors seek elevation. And now, you're untouchable. They wasted their energy trying to pull you into their games, but you saw through every trick, every manipulation, every desperate attempt to keep you tangled in their chaos. And instead of playing along, you chose something greater. You chose to win on your terms. So let them stand in their war-torn battlefield, clutching their broken weapons, wondering why their attacks never reached you. Let them argue with ghosts, scream into the void, and fight battles that no longer exist. Because you're not there anymore. You've already moved on, you've already won, and they'll spend the rest of their lives trying to figure out how. Number 6. They can't outrun karma. What they wished for you became their fate. The holes they dug for you have become their graves, and now they scream for mercy in a storm they created. They watched you with envy, their hearts poisoned by resentment, their tongues dripping with curses disguised as concern. They wanted to see you stumble, to watch you crawl, to hear the sound of your destruction echo through the walls of their own insecurities. They whispered behind your back, plotted in the shadows, and sent out silent prayers for your failure. But the thing about praying for someone's downfall is that the universe is always listening. And karma doesn't take sides. It only delivers what is earned. And now, everything they wished for you has come knocking at their own door. The very misery they hoped would consume you has become their daily reality. The storm they tried to summon over your life has ripped through their own foundations, leaving them exposed, weak, and drowning in the consequences of their own actions. They thought they were powerful, that their manipulations would go unnoticed, that they could play with fire and never get burned. But karma doesn't forget, and karma never loses an address. They spent their time scheming, convinced that their pettiness would break you. But what they didn't realize is that when you send out negative energy, it returns, and it never returns empty-handed. Every insult, every smear campaign, every lie, it all carried weight. And since you refused to pick it up, the weight has fallen right back onto them. Look at them now, scrambling, watching their own lives unravel piece by piece, wondering why everything they touch turns to dust. But they already know why. They know deep down that this isn't bad luck. It's karmic justice in motion. They wasted so much energy hating you, trying to dim your light, trying to control a destiny that was never theirs to control. And in the process, they ignored their own growth. While they were watching your every move, they stopped moving forward themselves. While they were busy trying to make sure you lost, they never realized they were the ones falling behind. It's always the same story. People who live with bitterness, who operate in jealousy, who thrive on destruction, they always think they're untouchable, that the rules of the universe don't apply to them. They think that just because their attacks aren't met with immediate retaliation, they've escaped judgment. But karma doesn't work on their timeline. It waits, it builds, it collects every debt. And when it finally arrives, it doesn't knock. It breaks down the door. Think of history's greatest backstabbers. Judas betrayed Jesus, and the weight of his own actions destroyed him. Dictators, traitors, liars, all of them thought they could outrun the consequences of their deceit. But the universe never lets corruption go unchecked. It might take time, but time never forgets. And now, the same rule is applying to those who tried to break you. They see you winning, they see you thriving, and it infuriates them, because after all they did, after all their effort, you never fell. You never crumbled under their weight. You never gave them the satisfaction of watching you lose. Instead, you rose higher. Instead of fighting back, you let the universe fight for you. Instead of getting revenge, you got results. And that was the worst punishment you could have ever given them. Some of you might wonder, should I feel bad for them? Should I forgive them? That's up to you. But understand this, you didn't do this to them. They did this to themselves. You didn't curse them. You didn't wish harm upon them. You didn't spend your days obsessing over their downfall. You simply let karma do what it always does, balance the scales. And now, as they sit in the wreckage of their own making, don't be surprised if they try to reach out, if they suddenly start acting kind, if they suddenly claim they've changed, if they suddenly want to make things right. But remember, people don't regret their actions, they regret the consequences. They're not sorry for what they did. They're sorry they got caught in the trap they set for you. Let them deal with their fate. Let them learn from the pain they tried to send your way. You owe them nothing. Keep moving forward, keep thriving, and let them watch as karma teaches them the lessons you never had to. Because the most powerful thing you ever did, you didn't have to lift a single finger. You stayed silent, you stayed strong, and the universe handled the rest. Number 7. Gossip is the sound of the weak. Their words hold no weight. A dog barks at the moon every night, but the moon never barks back. And yet, the dog still exhausts itself trying. That's your enemies, yapping, whispering, running in circles, convinced that their gossip could shake you. They thought they were writing your downfall with their words, but all they did was carve their own names into the wall of irrelevance. Because, here's the truth they refuse to face. Gossip is a confession. Every time they spoke about you, they exposed themselves. They never hated you because you did something wrong. They hated you because you existed outside of their control. You walked in truth while they built their entire identity on deception. And what do liars fear most? Someone who doesn't need to lie to stand tall. So they did what weak people always do. They tried to turn the world against you with whispers in the dark. But here's the part that haunts them now. Nobody takes them seriously anymore. At first, people listened. They leaned in, entertained the rumors, fed into the spectacle. But gossip, no matter how loud, has an expiration date. And the more they talked, the more obvious it became that this wasn't about you. It was about them. Their words weren't revealing anything about you. They were screaming out their own insecurities, their own failures, their own irrelevance. Look at history. The greatest figures, the ones who reshaped the world, all faced slander, rumors, and attacks from those who couldn't match their power. Martin Luther King Jr. was called a troublemaker. Nelson Mandela was labeled a terrorist. Jesus was accused of blasphemy. And yet, here we are, remembering their names, while their enemies have been buried in the dust of time. Why? Because gossip is weak. It is the last resort of the powerless, the weapon of those too small to fight with anything real. They gossiped about you because they feared what would happen if people saw the truth. They needed to poison the well before anyone could drink from it. But what they didn't understand was that truth is water. It finds a way to flow, no matter what stands in its path. And now, that truth has revealed them for what they really are. Frauds, jealous, insecure, and scrambling for relevance in a world that is already forgetting them. And you never needed to defend yourself, because while they wasted breath on rumors, you were out here living proof of everything they denied. Your actions drowned out their words. Your success silenced their accusations, and every move you made forward left them more and more irrelevant in your rear view. Now, they're desperate. Their words don't land the way they used to. People are starting to see the pattern, the way they target anyone who rises above them, the way their stories change depending on the audience, the way their bitterness drips from every word they say. And nothing exposes a liar faster than time. Some of you might be wondering, but what if people believed them? What if my name was dragged through the mud? It doesn't matter. Mud washes off. The only ones who stay dirty are the ones who threw it. And trust me, they are drowning in it now. They built their reputation on tearing others down. But the thing about gossip, it's a hungry beast. And when it runs out of new victims, it turns on the very people who fed it. Watch, soon enough, they'll start attacking each other, cannibalizing their own circle, because people who thrive on negativity always end up self-destructing. So let them talk. Let them scramble for attention. Let them repeat the same tired stories to an audience that is shrinking by the day. You have already won. And they have become exactly what they feared: irrelevant. Number 8. They're chasing shadows while you're chasing destiny. A fool runs in circles thinking he's moving forward, but a chosen one walks in purpose, leaving the lost to chase their own shadows. They're still there, stuck, spinning the same old stories, recycling the same tired lies, playing the same pathetic games. They thought they had you locked in their little maze, running with them in endless circles, trapped in the cycle of their gossip and jealousy. But what happened? You walked away. You stopped playing. You saw their illusion for what it was, an empty loop leading nowhere. And now, while they're chasing ghosts of a battle they already lost, you are chasing destiny. That's what separates the weak from the strong. They hold on to the past while you build the future. They replay old grudges in their minds like a song stuck on repeat, while you compose an entirely new symphony of success. They sit in their little groups, dissecting your every move, trying to convince themselves that you're still within reach. But deep down, they know the truth. You've outgrown them, and they can't stand it. It's almost funny, isn't it? They spent so much energy trying to stop you, and now they spend even more energy trying to keep up with you. But they can't. They're too distracted by their own bitterness, too consumed by their own envy, too weighed down by the burdens they refuse to let go of. You, on the other hand, you are weightless, unstoppable, untouchable. Look at history. How many greats were mocked, hated, and doubted, only for their critics to be forgotten while their names lived on. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team, but did he sit around proving his doubters wrong with words? No. He became so legendary that no one even remembers the people who once doubted him. Beyoncé was dismissed as just another girl group singer, but instead of arguing with critics, she worked in silence and became untouchable. The greatest don't argue with fools. They leave them behind. That's what you've done. You stopped looking back. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped trying to prove anything to people who were never going to understand you anyway. And in doing so, you left them in a dust storm of their own confusion. Now they scramble, trying to find new ways to pull you back, to make themselves feel relevant in a story that no longer includes them. But it's too late. You are miles ahead, and their voices don't carry that far. You might wonder, why do they keep coming back? Why won't they just move on? Because they don't have a path of their own. They've never built anything for themselves, so all they know how to do is chase what someone else has. And since they couldn't stop your rise, the only thing left for them to do is try to drag you back down. But let's make something clear. You can't dim your light just to make them comfortable. You can't slow down just so they can catch up. You were never meant to stay in the same place as them. Your destiny demands movement. They call it hate, but the truth, it's obsession. If they didn't care, they wouldn't still be watching. If they had moved on, they wouldn't still be whispering. If they had their own purpose, they wouldn't be so fixated on yours. But they have nothing, so they cling to the last thing that gave them meaning: you. And that is why they are forever stuck. Because while they chase the memory of the battle, you are chasing the future of your victory. While they are trapped in the shadows of their own failures, you are stepping into the light of your success. While they waste time trying to figure out how to bring you back, you are already gone, soaring into a destiny they will never touch. So let them chase their ghosts. Let them waste their breath. Let them run in circles while you keep moving forward. Because at the end of it all, they will still be talking about you, and you will still not care. Number 9. You starved their ego, and now they're desperate. A parasite without a host starves, a fire without fuel dies, and a hater without your attention, they collapse into nothingness. They thought they had power over you, thought they could control the narrative, pull you into their games, and drain you of your energy. They mistook your kindness for weakness, assuming you would always be there, engaging, explaining, defending yourself. But then you did the one thing they never saw coming. You cut them off, you shut the door, you walked away, and just like that, their lifeline was gone. Because that's what these people thrive on: attention, validation, the thrill of knowing they can get a reaction out of you. Haters don't hate because they truly dislike you. No, they hate because they need you. They need someone to project their failures onto. They need a distraction from the emptiness in their own lives. They need a punching bag for their insecurities. And when you refused to play that role, it destroyed them. Think about it. What happens when a narcissist loses their supply? They spiral, they lash out, they scramble to get back what they lost. That's exactly what's happening now. Look at them, desperate, gasping for the power you stripped away. The moment you stopped reacting, the moment you stopped caring, the moment you stopped even acknowledging their existence, they lost control. And now they're suffocating in the silence. They're throwing jabs at shadows, hoping you'll bite. They're exaggerating their lies, making their stories wilder, more dramatic, just to see if they can pull you back in. They're stirring up drama with whoever will listen because they need someone to feed their starving ego. But the only thing growing in their world is their desperation. This isn't just random behavior, it's a cycle as old as time. Look at history. Look at great leaders, successful people, visionaries who broke away from the opinions of the weak-minded. Every single one of them had leeches trying to pull them back down. And every single time, those leeches did the same thing, screamed louder when they realized they were being ignored. Jesus had people slandering him, twisting his words, calling him everything under the sun. Did he chase after them, begging them to see the truth? No. He let them talk. He kept moving forward, and his name still echoes through history while his enemies faded into nothing. Elon Musk, whether you love him or hate him, has people tearing him apart online every single day. Do you think he sits there arguing with every hater? No. He keeps building, keeps innovating, keeps succeeding. And his enemies? They just look smaller by comparison. This is what happens when you starve negativity. It weakens, it withers, it becomes powerless. That's why they're desperate now. They're looking for another way to get under your skin, to regain the influence they lost. But it's too late. You already took their power and turned it into your fuel. They no longer exist in your reality, and that is killing them more than any clapback ever could. But some of you might be wondering, what if they keep talking? What if they don't stop? Let them talk to the wind. Let them rant into the void, throwing their tantrums like bitter children who lost their favorite toy. The truth is, they're not just desperate for your attention anymore. They're desperate for any attention. And that's the part that really stings them, because they've started to realize you weren't just their target, you were their last source of relevance. Now, they have nothing, no control, no power, no grip over your mind. And you're thriving, unbothered, untouchable. While they chase ghosts, you're chasing destiny. While they waste their time on meaningless drama, you're building a life they will never understand. This is what it means to be chosen. This is what it means to rise above. And this is what it means to watch your enemies destroy themselves, not because you fought back, but because you let them drown in the silence they never prepared for. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Their desperation is just proof of your power. Number 10. Your existence is their reckoning. The mere fact that you exist, thriving, unbothered and unstoppable, is the loudest warning bell your enemies will ever hear. They wanted you gone, but instead you became their greatest nightmare. You never needed to lift a finger. You never needed to fight them, defend yourself, or even acknowledge their whispers. Because your existence alone, your very presence, is the thing that haunts them. Every step you take forward is a slap in the face to their doubts. Every success you achieve is a funeral for the lies they told. You don't have to prove anything, because your life is already the proof. They told themselves you wouldn't make it. They whispered behind closed doors, convincing themselves that you were just a phase, a mistake, a temporary rise. They placed bets on your downfall. But now, every milestone you hit, every new level you unlock, every victory you claim, it forces them to confront the ugly truth they've been running from. And that truth? You were never the problem. They were. You see, your enemies aren't just jealous of what you have. They are terrified of what you represent. You are the walking, breathing evidence that they could have done more. You are the living reminder that they settled for mediocrity while you chose greatness. And that eats them alive. Look at history. Look at how many greats were ridiculed, attacked, and doubted. Not because they did anything wrong, but because their mere existence shattered the illusions of others. Muhammad Ali didn't just win fights. He forced an entire world to confront a confidence they weren't ready for. Nikola Tesla wasn't hated for failing. He was hated because his genius revealed how small others' minds were in comparison. And Michael Jordan? His success wasn't just about basketball. It was about proving that discipline, obsession and raw talent will always outshine lazy entitlement. That's you. You don't need to expose their weaknesses. They do it themselves every time they speak your name. They can't stop watching you. They can't stop thinking about you. Because no matter how much they try to convince themselves that you're not a threat, your success proves them wrong every single time. Have you ever noticed how much energy they put into disliking you? How much time they spend talking about you, watching you, analyzing your every move? Think about it. Why would someone focus so much on a person they claim to hate? Because deep down it's not hate, it's obsession. They need to see what you're doing, because every achievement you unlock is a reminder of how much they've fallen behind. And now they are stuck replaying the past while you build your future. Stuck whispering while you're out there making power moves. Stuck wondering why you refuse to acknowledge their existence while they can't seem to escape yours. That's what happens when you rise above the noise. They lose their power, their words, their gossip, their petty games. They all lose meaning the moment you stop playing along. And that's why they're furious. That's why they can't rest. Because your wins aren't just victories, they're wake-up calls. And trust me, they're wide awake now. They are watching you live the life they told themselves wasn't possible. And now they have two choices: face their own shortcomings or keep pretending they don't see you, and you already know which one they'll choose. They will keep talking, they will keep trying, but it won't matter, because the gap between you and them is only getting wider, and their voices are getting smaller. Your existence is their reckoning, because it forces them to see what they could have been if they had just done the work, instead of wasting their time plotting against you. But now, it's too late for them. You've already won, and that chosen one is why they will never stop watching, never stop talking, never stop obsessing, because your life, your success, your sheer presence is the very thing they will never be able to escape. Let them choke on the reality that you are everything they feared you would become. Keep moving forward, keep thriving, and let your existence continue to be the reckoning they never saw coming. Number 11. The last chapter. You closed the book, and they're stuck rewriting the past. They thought they were throwing dirt on your grave, but all they did was plant a seed, and now you've grown into something they can't control. They tried to silence you, to bury your name under gossip, to drown your voice with lies, to make you disappear like you never existed. They convinced themselves that if they piled enough hatred on top of you, you'd break under the weight. But they forgot one thing. You weren't a body to be buried. You were a force waiting to rise. And rise you did, louder, bigger, more powerful than they ever imagined. Every stone they threw became the foundation beneath your feet. Every betrayal only hardened your spirit. Every attempt to erase you only made you more unforgettable. And now, you're the storm they never prepared for. They wanted you to fade away, but instead, your presence looms over them like thunder in the distance. They hear your success like a drumbeat in the air, feel your energy like the wind before a hurricane. They know they can't outrun what's coming, because what's coming is you. So let them brace themselves. Let them realize too late that the storm they tried to destroy has only just begun. Welcome, chosen ones. A fool will break the wings of an eagle and wonder why it no longer soars. That's exactly what happened when they fumbled you. They clipped your wings, laughed at your struggles, and thought they had you trapped. But now they watch in disbelief as you rise, higher and stronger than ever, leaving them behind in the dust of their own mistakes. They never understood your worth, and now the loss is theirs to carry. And let's be real, how humiliating must it be for them? Imagine realizing too late that you had a diamond in your hands and tossed it away like a pebble. They didn't just fumble you, they threw away their greatest blessing. Now they stalk your moves, watching from the shadows, trying to figure out how you keep winning despite everything they did to hold you back. But here's the truth. When you are chosen, no amount of envy, betrayal, or sabotage can stop what the universe has set in motion for you. Before we go deeper, do me a favor, like and subscribe to spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage, you signal to YouTube that this message is reaching those who need it most. And trust me, the more we empower each other, the more unstoppable we become. Now, let's talk about what makes you so powerful, so haunting to those who doubted you. The chosen ones walk a path that few can handle. Your energy is different, your mindset is unshakable, and your resilience, it terrifies them. Why? Because they thought breaking you would be easy. They underestimated your ability to rise from the ashes. See, the universe doesn't choose just anyone. You were built for the storms they sent your way, and instead of drowning, you learned to walk on water. The people who fumbled you didn't just lose a person, they lost a force that could have uplifted them, protected them, and even led them to something greater. But their arrogance, their jealousy, their small-mindedness blinded them. And now, they're left watching from the sidelines as you step into the power they never believed you had. You see, the biggest mistake they made was assuming you needed them. But what they failed to realize is that chosen ones never truly lose. They evolve. Every betrayal, every loss, every setback was nothing more than fuel for your transformation. While they remained stagnant, you kept moving, kept growing, kept winning. And that's why they can't rest. Your success is their biggest nightmare. Every step you take forward is a reminder of what they threw away. Every level you unlock is proof that they were never capable of handling someone like you. They were playing checkers while you were playing chess, and now the game is over. So, chosen one, hear me when I say this. You were never meant to stay where they left you. You were never meant to be confined by their expectations. The universe always had something bigger for you, and that's why they had to go. They weren't strong enough, wise enough, or worthy enough to stand beside you on this journey. And that's their burden to bear. So, keep moving, keep rising, and keep being the proof that they made the worst mistake of their lives. Because at the end of the day, the ones who fumbled you, they will never, ever recover from it. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one, know this. Your presence here is no accident. Whether this is your first time here, or you've been walking this path with us for a while, you are part of something bigger. If you're ready to own your truth, shake the foundations of those who doubted you, and step into the power they never saw coming, hit that like button, smash subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to confirm that their discovery came too late. They thought they knew your story, but now they're realizing they never even read the first chapter. And now, let's break it down, step by step. Because if you're a true chosen one, you'll feel it. The pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. They played with fire, thinking it would never burn them. Some people mistake a sleeping lion for a house cat until it wakes up. That was their biggest mistake. They thought your silence was submission. They thought your patience meant powerlessness. They believed they could manipulate, provoke, and test you without consequence. They took your kindness as an open door, your tolerance as an invitation, and your grace as a weakness. And now they sit in the ruins of their own arrogance, realizing too late that they were never in control. You were. You see, chosen ones move differently. You don't react like the rest. You don't waste energy on meaningless battles, and you don't engage in chaos. While others are quick to show their hands, you stay unreadable. While they scramble to control narratives, you watch in silence, calculating every move before making one. But what they failed to understand is that your silence was never ignorance. It was strategy. They were playing a game you had already mastered. They thought they had the upper hand because you didn't lash out, because you didn't expose them, because you let things slide that others wouldn't. They took that as permission to keep testing you. But chosen ones don't waste energy on proving points to people who don't matter. You knew who they were all along. You saw through the fake smiles, the subtle digs, the quiet betrayals. You clocked their moves before they even made them. And still, you let them think they were winning. But the universe does not allow its chosen ones to be played with. It aligns itself to remove those who don't belong in your story, either by exposing them or by letting them expose themselves. And that's exactly what happened. There came a moment, a single shift, when they pushed too far, when they thought they had you under control. when they mistook your restraint for permission, and then you withdrew. You removed your energy, your presence, your access. No warnings, no explanations, just silence. And suddenly, they felt it. The absence. The void where your presence used to be. The sudden realization that the power was never in their hands. It was always in yours. That moment haunts them, because it was never you who needed them. It was them who needed you. And now they're restless, because they finally see it. They finally understand that your calm wasn't compliance. It was a silent red flag they ignored. It was the universe giving them a chance to stop playing with fire before it burned them alive. But they didn't listen. They kept going, blind to the warning signs, thinking they were untouchable. Now they replay every moment in their minds. Every time they tested you, every time they pushed, every time they thought they had you figured out. They wonder how they could have been so blind. They thought they were leading the game, but the truth is, you were letting them walk straight into their own downfall. Regret is a slow poison. It seeps in when they least expect it. When they see your success, when they hear your name, when they realize the doors that are opening for you while theirs remain closed. And that's when it hits them. They didn't just lose you, they lost their chance. Because here's the thing about chosen ones. Once you leave, you never return. There are no second chances, no do-overs, no rewinds. They can sit in their regret. They can analyze their mistakes. They can wish things had gone differently. But none of that changes the fact that they lost access to something rare, something irreplaceable. And the most painful part, the realization that they did it to themselves. So let them watch. Let them sit with their regret. Let them experience what it means to fumble something they were never meant to hold in the first place. Because the truth is, they were never playing with you. They were playing with the universe, and the universe always collects its debt. Number 2, they thought they were the judges, but you were never on trial. A diamond never begs to be recognized. It shines, whether seen or unseen. That's what they failed to understand. They believed their validation held power over you, that their approval was the key to your worth. They thought you needed their claps, their compliments, their shallow praise to feel valuable. They were wrong. They played the game of control, using validation as a leash, tightening it when they wanted to keep you small, loosening it when they wanted you to chase. They wanted to be the ones who decided when you felt important, when you were worthy, when you had made it. They believed they were the gatekeepers to success, the ones who could make or break you. But here's the reality. You were never waiting for their stamp of approval. You never played by their rules because you were never in their game. And that's what broke them. See, most people they've dealt with have folded under that pressure. They've watched others bend, compromise, and seek validation like it's oxygen, willing to do anything for their approval. They expected the same from you. They thought you would shrink, that you would seek their applause, that you would need them to affirm what you already knew about yourself. But instead, you moved differently. You carried yourself like someone who already knew their worth. You didn't flinch when they withheld recognition. You didn't break when they downplayed your greatness. You didn't crave their attention, their compliments, or their permission to be who you are. And that confused them. They couldn't understand how someone could move with such quiet confidence, so unbothered, so secure. They kept waiting for you to seek them out, to prove yourself, to fight for their approval like so many before you. But instead, you walked away, uninterested, unaffected, untouched by their games. And that's where the embarrassment sets in for them, because now, looking back, they see it so clearly. They were playing a game you weren't even participating in. They were trying to withhold something you never needed. They thought they were dangling power over your head when, in reality, you had already outgrown their entire existence. Now, they sit in the aftermath, questioning themselves. How did I misjudge them so badly? Why didn't they care about my validation? Why didn't my approval matter to them? The answer is simple: because your worth was never up for debate. They were so used to people needing them, craving their attention, chasing their validation. So when they came across you, someone who couldn't be controlled that way, their whole illusion shattered. It exposed their own insecurity. Because if they weren't the ones with the power, if they weren't the ones deciding who mattered, then what did that make them? Irrelevant. And that truth stings more than they will ever admit. Now, they're left watching from a distance, seeing your glow, witnessing your success, and realizing, too late, that their validation was never the fuel behind your fire. Your light was never theirs to give or take. And that's the part that will haunt them the most, because deep down, they know they fumbled something they never even deserved to touch. Number 3. They traded a diamond for dust, thinking they'd never notice the difference. Fools only realize the worth of gold when they're left holding rust. That's exactly what happened when they thought you were replaceable. They convinced themselves that you were just another face, another presence, another connection they could swap out like an old accessory. They thought they could fumble you, walk away, play their games, and simply find another you. That was the biggest mistake of their life. They had no idea what they were losing when they had you. They were too blinded by arrogance, too caught up in their own delusions to recognize the rarity of your presence. They assumed that just because they had access to you, that meant someone else could take your place, that your energy, your wisdom, your loyalty could be duplicated. Now they're choking on that realization. Because the truth is, chosen ones are not replaceable. You don't just fill a space in someone's life. You become the space itself. You don't just bring value. You transform the environment you step into. You are the one who brought clarity to their confusion, peace to their chaos, and depth to their shallow world. They didn't just lose a person, they lost the glue that held everything together. And the moment you left, everything started to unravel. See, they thought it would be easy. They thought they could walk away and immediately find someone else to play your role. Someone else to give them the wisdom, the loyalty, the presence you gave so effortlessly. They went searching, convinced they would find better, or at least something similar. And that's when reality hit them like a freight train. Because no matter where they looked, no matter how many replacements they tried to force into your place, none of them measured up. The conversations felt hollow, the energy was off, the connection was weak, and suddenly the weight of their mistake came crashing down on them. How did I let that go? Why can't I find that same feeling again? Why does everything feel less now? Because you weren't just a part of their life, you were the standard. And once you set the bar that high, nothing beneath it will ever satisfy them again. Now, they're scrambling, fumbling through weak connections, trying to fill the void they created. But the problem, you were never just an option. You were the only one of your kind. They can try to replace you, but every single attempt will only remind them of what they lost. Because here's the thing about people who think everyone is replaceable. They only understand the concept of rarity once it's too late. They only recognize true value when they've already thrown it away. And that's the regret they will have to live with. You see, chosen ones don't look back. You don't entertain second chances. You don't return to people who treated you like you were disposable. Once you're gone, you are gone forever. No apology, no realization, no guilt will be enough to undo what they did. And that haunts them, because they know now there is no one else like you. They can chase shadows, they can search for echoes, they can try to rebuild what they shattered. But at the end of the day, you were the one thing they could never afford to lose. And now, they have to sit in that loss for the rest of their lives. Number 4, they took the sunlight for a flashlight. Now they're stumbling in the dark. A fool will hold a diamond in their hands and call it a rock until they realize they're left with nothing but dust. That's exactly what happened when they failed to recognize the power of your aura. They felt it. From the moment they met you, something about you pulled them in, an unspoken energy, a presence they couldn't quite define. You didn't have to try. Your aura naturally commanded attention, respect, and curiosity. They sensed the depth in you, the wisdom in your silence, the strength in your composure. And yet, they underestimated it. They thought it was just charisma, just charm, something fleeting, something surface level, something they could replace. They mistook your energy for something common, something that could be found elsewhere. They believed that what you brought to their life could be replicated, that they could walk away from you and still experience that same gravitational pull elsewhere. But the truth? Your aura wasn't just a spark, it was the sun, and now that they've stepped out of its warmth, they're realizing just how cold the world feels without it. See, people like you change the atmosphere when you walk into a room. You don't just exist, you shift things. Your energy uplifts, inspires, and awakens. People feel seen around you in a way they never have before. They feel a presence that speaks louder than words, a vibration that resonates deep within their spirit. And those who are wise, they recognize it immediately. But fools, they take it for granted. And now their world feels dimmer. Now they move through life without that invisible force guiding them, without that rare presence that once gave them clarity, comfort, and confidence. They thought your energy was just an extra perk in their life, not realizing it was the very thing elevating them. Now they feel the absence, the hollow space where your presence used to be, the silent void that no one else can fill. And here's the part that haunts them the most. They didn't even realize what they had when they had it. They had something extraordinary right in front of them, but instead of valuing it, they dismissed it as ordinary. They assumed they'd always have access to you, that your energy would always be there, that your light was something they could dim and relight at their convenience. And now they're chasing shadows. They're looking for replacements, trying to find another presence that feels the way yours did. They're surrounding themselves with people who might look the part but don't carry the energy. They're searching for the same depth, the same wisdom, the same unspoken power you carried so effortlessly. And they're coming up empty-handed. Because what you bring, it's not teachable. It's not something you can fake, borrow, or manufacture. It's something born into you, something cultivated by the universe itself. And once someone loses access to it, they never get it back. And that's what eats away at them. That's what keeps them up at night. That's what makes them replay every moment, every interaction, every chance they had to appreciate you before it was too late. They thought they could walk away and find another you. Now they finally understand. You were never just a spark. You were the fire. And now they're the ones left in the dark. Number 5. They thought they were breaking you, but they were only forging steel. The fire that was meant to destroy you only melted your chains. That's the part they never saw coming. They thought you were fragile, that you were easy to shake, that the right amount of pressure would be enough to bring you to your knees. They believed pulling their support, throwing roadblocks in your path, and feeding you doubt would break you down. They thought they held the power to control your rise. And now they have to watch in horror as you thrive without them. See, weak people assume that silence is weakness, that patience is submission, and that grace means dependence. They mistook your ability to endure for an inability to fight back. They thought that if they withdrew their validation, if they made things harder for you, if they threw you into the fire, you would crumble. What they didn't realize is that the fire wasn't there to destroy you. It was there to refine you. Chosen ones are built differently. You don't fold under pressure. You evolve. You don't break under stress. You transform. And every single time life has tested you, every moment you were faced with adversity, every time someone tried to count you out, you didn't just survive. You became stronger. So when they played their games, when they set traps, when they sat back and waited for you to fail, they were writing a story they didn't even understand, because all they did was speed up your process. Every obstacle they placed in your way became a stepping stone. Every time they tried to make you doubt yourself, you doubled down. Every door they shut in your face only pushed you to build your own. And now they have to live with the weight of their mistake, because the very thing they thought would break you became the reason you can't be touched. They thought they were essential to your success. They assumed you needed their support, their presence, their so-called influence. But now they're realizing the ugly truth. They were never a pillar in your life. They were never the foundation. They were nothing more than a temporary distraction. And that embarrasses them. They wanted to be the reason for your success, or at the very least, the reason for your downfall. They needed to believe they had an impact, that their absence would leave you lost, that their attempts to sabotage you would set you back. But instead, you kept rising. Now, they're watching from the sidelines, stuck in the same place, while you've surpassed every expectation. They can't ignore the reality that their schemes didn't work, that you've become untouchable, that their efforts to break you were nothing more than wasted energy, because in the end, you didn't just survive, you dominated. And now they're haunted by one undeniable truth. They bet against you and lost. Number 6. They mistook your mercy for a license to betray. A bridge burned by arrogance can never be crossed again. That's exactly what happened when they mistook your forgiveness for foolishness. They thought your ability to let things go was a sign of weakness, a flaw they could exploit. They believed they could move recklessly, betray without consequence, and then rely on your kindness to clean up the mess they made. They played themselves. They didn't realize that forgiveness is not forgetfulness. You saw every lie. You felt every betrayal. You recognized the disrespect, the manipulation, the audacity of their actions. But instead of reacting with anger, you chose grace. You chose to rise above their games. You refused to let their darkness pull you into the same low energy they thrived in. And that confused them. They thought if you weren't seeking revenge, you must be weak. They thought if you let things slide, it meant you didn't notice. They believed your mercy was an open door, an invitation to keep crossing the same lines over and over again. But they misunderstood the assignment. Your forgiveness wasn't a free pass. It was a final chance, a test they didn't even realize they were taking. And they failed, miserably. Because when you forgive, it's not because you're blind to someone's nature. It's because you've already decided they're not worth your energy. They thought they were getting away with something, but in reality, they were just revealing themselves, showing you exactly why they never deserved a place in your life to begin with. Now, they're haunted by their own arrogance, because one day they woke up and realized something had changed. You were gone, not with an explosion, not with a dramatic goodbye, not with screaming or threats, just silence, just absence, just the undeniable weight of the fact that their actions had finally cost them everything. And that's the part that hurts the most. They were expecting a fight. They were expecting to see you struggle, to see you beg, to see you try to hold on. But instead, you simply let them go. And that shook them to their core, because it meant they weren't as powerful as they thought. It meant they never had the control they believed they did. It meant you were never dependent on them in the first place. And now they sit with the crushing realization that your forgiveness was the last thing tethering them to you. And once that was gone, so were you. And the cold truth, you're never coming back. They fumbled the one person who gave them chances they didn't deserve. They lost the one soul who had the capacity to understand, to uplift, to heal. They thought they could play in the presence of grace and walk away untouched. But the universe doesn't work that way. Now, every connection they have feels different, hollow, temporary, meaningless. Because once someone has experienced a chosen one's mercy, a chosen one's love, a chosen one's energy, nothing else will ever compare. They thought they could replace you. They thought they could find someone else who would tolerate their cycles of betrayal and half-hearted apologies. But what they didn't see coming was this. There is no second chance with a chosen one. Once you've shown them who you are, once you've exhausted their patience, once you've reached the limit of their forgiveness, that door closes forever. And that's why they can't move on. That's why the regret lingers. Why the silence is deafening, why no distraction is enough. Because deep down, they know they weren't worthy of your forgiveness, and now they'll never experience it again. They thought they were playing you, but really, they were playing themselves. And the game is over. Number 7. They built a cage, never expecting you to grow wings. They thought they buried you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. They never saw this coming. They never imagined you would outgrow them, outshine them, outrun them. In their mind, you were meant to stay exactly where they left you, small, predictable, confined to the version of yourself that made them feel comfortable. They thought they knew your limits, your potential, your future, and that was their greatest miscalculation. Because you didn't just grow, you evolved. You became something they never expected, something they never even considered possible. You shed the expectations they placed on you, broke free from the invisible leash they thought would always keep you within reach. And now they're watching in shock as you soar past every boundary they set. They thought you needed their validation. They assumed you'd always look to them for approval, that you'd seek their recognition before making a move. They believed you'd always stay within their orbit, never daring to step into something greater. But chosen ones don't ask for permission to evolve. While they stood still, believing you would never surpass them, you were transforming. You were sharpening your mind, elevating your spirit, and preparing for something they never saw coming. And now, the gap between you and them is undeniable. It's embarrassing for them, not just because of your success, not just because you exceeded their expectations, but because they now have to face the truth. They were the ones holding you back. They wanted to keep you in a role that no longer fit. They tried to limit your growth, downplay your potential, make you doubt your own abilities. because the thought of you surpassing them was something they couldn't handle. They mistook their control over your past as power over your future. And now that illusion is shattered. They underestimated you. They laughed at your ambitions. They rolled their eyes when you spoke about your vision. And now they're watching you become everything they swore you'd never be. Imagine the humiliation. Imagine realizing the person you once dismissed is now unreachable. Imagine witnessing the rise of someone you tried to keep small. Imagine seeing the one you overlooked stepping into a power so undeniable that even you have no choice but to respect it. That's what they're facing right now. Because here's the thing, you didn't just outgrow them, you outgrew their entire mindset. Where they saw obstacles, you saw stepping stones. Where they doubted, you believed. Where they settled, you kept moving. And now they're stuck, trapped in the small world they tried to keep you in, replaying every moment they tried to downplay you, every time they convinced themselves you wouldn't make it. They could have supported you. They could have grown with you. They could have been part of your journey. But instead, they're just another chapter in your story, a reminder of the past, a footnote in the narrative of your evolution. And the worst part, there's no going back, because chosen ones never shrink to fit where they've already outgrown. You've stepped into a new reality, one where their opinions, their limits, and their presence no longer hold weight. And now they have to sit in the aftermath, watching the one they underestimated become untouchable. Number 8. They threw their shadows at you, but you were already standing in the light. Weak people don't want to heal, they just want to infect others. That's exactly what they tried to do to you. Instead of confronting their own insecurities, instead of dealing with the cracks in their own foundation, they made you the problem. They couldn't face their own self-doubt, their own lack of confidence, their own shortcomings, so they did the easiest thing. They dumped it all on you. They saw something in you that terrified them. It wasn't just your confidence, your growth, or your resilience. It was the fact that your very existence forced them to see everything they weren't. And that was unbearable for them. So they did what weak-minded people do. They criticized, they belittled, they planted doubt in your mind, hoping it would take root. They tried to make you feel small because deep down, they knew they were the ones who lacked substance. They disguised envy as advice, masked insecurity as concern, and threw passive-aggressive jabs disguised as jokes, all in an attempt to make you question yourself. But here's where they failed. You didn't absorb their poison. They expected you to shrink under their words. They thought if they made you doubt yourself enough, you'd stop growing, stop shining, stop proving that everything they said was a lie. They wanted you to carry the weight of their issues so they wouldn't have to. But chosen ones, we don't carry burdens that aren't ours. You saw through the manipulation. You recognized that their words had nothing to do with you and everything to do with their own lack of self-worth. You understood that the way they treated you was a reflection of them, not a reflection of you. And that realization is what haunts them now, because the truth has settled in. It was never you who was lacking. It was them. They wasted so much time trying to tear you down, hoping it would make them feel better, stronger, more powerful. But now they're stuck exactly where they were, if not worse. Because while they were projecting their fears onto you, you were rising. While they were focused on keeping you stuck, you were moving forward. While they were wasting their energy on trying to shake you, you were busy proving that their words had no power over your destiny. And now, they have to live with the embarrassment of knowing that everything they did to hold you back only made you stronger. Every doubt they tried to plant in your mind, you used it as fuel. Every insult they threw your way, you turned it into motivation. Every time they told you that you weren't good enough, you showed them that you were more than enough, and then some. And now they're left to sit with an uncomfortable truth. Their attempts to break you only expose their own weakness. Because here's the thing about chosen ones: you don't break under pressure. You don't crumble when faced with doubt. You don't internalize the insecurities of others. You rise, you evolve, you transcend. And that's a reality they'll never escape. Because while they wasted time trying to dim your light, you proved that you were the sun all along. Number 9. They laughed at the caterpillar, never expecting the butterfly. The ones who doubted your rise are the same ones now squinting at your shine. They were never ready for your glow-up. They never thought you'd become the version of yourself that stands before them today. Confident, unshakable, thriving. In their minds, you were supposed to stay the same, stuck in the version they were comfortable with, the version they thought they could overlook, control, or dismiss. But they didn't realize that chosen ones are always evolving. Every setback, every betrayal, every moment of doubt you endured, it wasn't breaking you, it was building you. Every loss was a lesson. Every hardship was fuel. You were never stagnant, you were in the process of becoming. But because they were too focused on who you used to be, they never saw who you were destined to become. And now, they don't even recognize you. Not just physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You move differently. You speak with power. Your presence demands respect. You radiate confidence that wasn't given to you, but earned through the fire of your experiences. And that has them shook. They're scrambling now, trying to understand how they missed the signs. How they once had access to you, but never truly saw you. They mistook your quiet moments for stagnation, your struggles for weakness, and your patience for complacency. And now they see the truth. You were never waiting for their approval. You never needed their validation. You were always destined to shine, but they were too busy underestimating your journey to realize it. Now, they're left watching from the sidelines as you step into your full potential, watching you succeed in ways they never imagined, watching you become the person they swore you'd never be. And it's eating them alive. Because here's the thing, people only appreciate what they understand, and they never understood you. They didn't see the depth of your ambition, the strength of your resilience, or the magnitude of your potential. They only valued the version of you that was still in progress. Now they're suffocating on regret, because they had a front row seat to your journey, and they took it for granted. They could have encouraged you, they could have grown with you, they could have celebrated you, but instead they ignored you. And now they're stuck replaying every moment they overlooked you, every time they dismissed you, every chance they had to stand beside you but chose not to. Now they watch as you soar without them. And the most painful part, there's no coming back. Because the version of you they knew, that person no longer exists. You have elevated, ascended, evolved. You shed the past like dead weight and stepped into a new reality, one where they no longer belong. Your glow-up isn't just a personal victory, it's a statement, a loud, undeniable truth that echoes in their minds. You were never the problem. They were just never prepared for your greatness. And now they have to live with that. Number 10. They treated your presence like air until you became a rarity. People don't notice the light until they're left in the dark. They thought you'd always be there, always available, always ready, always just one call away. They believed they could come and go as they pleased, dipping into your energy like a bottomless well, taking what they needed and leaving just as quickly. They assumed you would never change, never wake up, never realize that your presence was never an obligation. It was a privilege. And now they're choking on their own arrogance. Because you're gone. See, for the longest time, they mistook your kindness for infinite access. They thought that no matter how many times they disappeared, they could always return and find you waiting. That no matter how much they drained you, you'd always refill yourself just in time for them to need you again. They thought you were a constant. But what they failed to understand is that even the kindest souls have limits. Even the most patient hearts reach a breaking point, and even the chosen ones learn when to cut the cord. And that's exactly what you did. At first, they didn't notice the shift. They assumed you were just busy, just distracted, just going through something. But then, the reality started settling in. You weren't just distant, you were done. No more answering their calls immediately. No more being their emotional safe haven. No more rescuing them from their own mess. You removed yourself from the cycle. And that hit them harder than they ever could have imagined. Because suddenly, the source of their comfort, their validation, their energy, was gone. And now, they're feeling it. They're realizing just how much they relied on your presence, on your wisdom, on your ability to make things better. They're noticing how empty their life feels without you in it, how much duller their days are now that they no longer have you to run to when things go wrong. It's embarrassing for them, not just because they lost you, but because they never even considered the possibility that you could walk away. They were so used to the cycle, take, without ever wondering if one day you'd stop giving. And now, as they sit with the weight of their own choices, they're forced to confront the painful truth. Your presence was never guaranteed. You were never obligated to be their savior. You were never meant to be their emotional safety net. You were never supposed to be their personal source of healing while they gave you nothing in return. And yet, they assumed you would be. Now they're scrambling, reaching out with fake check-ins, lurking on your social media, trying to see if you've truly moved on, dropping passive hints, hoping you'll reach out first. But the door is closed, locked, sealed, bolted shut. Because the truth is, chosen ones don't stay where they are taken for granted. You don't keep giving to hands that only know how to take. And this is a lesson they will never forget. Because once they lose access to you, there is no coming back. Number 11, they thought they were the ladder until you learned to fly. Some people will watch you build wings and still believe you need their staircase. That's the delusion they lived under. They truly believed that you needed them to win, that without their approval, their guidance, their so-called resources, you wouldn't get far. They convinced themselves that they were the key, the missing piece, the gatekeepers of your success. And now they're watching in stunned silence as you rise without them. They assumed you were dependent on their validation, their network, their knowledge. Like without them, you'd be lost. They believed their support was a privilege you should be grateful for, something you couldn't possibly succeed without. But what they failed to see was the power that was inside you all along. You were never waiting for a handout. You were never looking for a shortcut. You were never dependent on them the way they imagined. You were always going to make it, with or without them. And now they're embarrassed. Because they see it clearly, they were never your foundation. They were just another piece of the scenery, temporary characters in a story that was always bigger than them. They thought they were writing your destiny, when in reality they were just spectators. The biggest wake-up call for them was seeing you achieve everything they swore you couldn't without their help. Every milestone you hit, every door you kicked open, every victory you secured, it was proof. Proof that their opinions were irrelevant. Proof that their absence was not a loss. Proof that your success was never in their hands. It was in yours. And now they have to sit with that realization. I thought they needed me. I thought they'd come back. I thought they'd fail without me. But instead, you kept moving. And the more you succeed, the more foolish they feel, forever thinking they had control over your destiny. Because here's the truth: if someone can take your success away, it was never real success to begin with. But yours is real. Yours is untouchable. You built something that cannot be taken, borrowed, or controlled. And that's what eats them alive. Because they were convinced you wouldn't be able to do it alone. They wanted to believe that their influence, their connections, their presence was the reason for your growth. But the truth, they were never the power source. You were. And now, as you continue to rise, they are left behind, watching in disbelief. Watching as the empire you built without them grows bigger, stronger, and more unstoppable by the day. They thought they were essential. They thought they were irreplaceable. But now they know you never needed them. You only needed yourself. Number 12. They thought they were the prize, until you walked away without a second thought. The real power move: leaving without looking back. They thought they had you locked in. They thought you were too attached, too invested, too loyal to ever walk away. In their mind, you were a permanent fixture in their life, someone who would always be there, always forgiving, always waiting. They were wrong. They took you for granted because they believed their presence was irreplaceable, that no matter what they did, no matter how little effort they put in, you would always stay. They thought you'd hesitate, struggle, fight for the connection, even if it meant sacrificing your peace. They assumed you needed them more than they ever needed you. But the day came, and when it did, you walked away like they were nothing. No begging, no warnings, no dramatic goodbyes, just silence. And that's what shattered them. It wasn't just the fact that you left. It was how effortlessly you did it. How clean, how unbothered, how completely detached you were. They weren't expecting that. They thought if you ever walked away, it would be messy. That you'd leave a door open, give them a reason to believe you'd come back, cling to the history you shared. Instead, you vanished. And now they're left scrambling. Because in their eyes, they were special. They were the ones who had control. They believed they were the prize, the ones with the upper hand, the ones you would always chase. But now they have to sit with the bitter truth. They weren't as important as they thought. And that truth, it's humiliating. Imagine thinking someone couldn't live without you, only to realize they were already prepared to cut you off the moment it became necessary. Imagine assuming someone would always need your validation, only to watch them thrive without even acknowledging your absence. Imagine convincing yourself you mattered, only to discover you were completely dispensable. That's the reality they're choking on right now. They expected you to beg. They expected you to check in. They expected you to struggle with the separation. But instead, you flourished. You didn't just walk away, you leveled up. You didn't crumble. You didn't look back. You didn't show any signs of weakness. And that eats them alive. Because now they know they never had power over you. The connection you had, it was never built on dependence. Your loyalty was a choice, not a necessity. And when the time came, when their presence became more of a burden than a blessing, you made the choice to leave. And now they have to live with it. They sit there, replaying the moments, trying to pinpoint when they lost you. Was it something I said? When did they stop caring? Why aren't they reaching out? But the truth is, they lost you long before you ever physically left. The moment they started treating you as an afterthought, the moment they assumed you would always be there, the moment they stopped putting in effort, that's when you started detaching. So by the time you walked away, it was already too late. And now, they're the ones stuck in the past, watching, regretting, realizing that they'll never get another chance. Because chosen ones, they don't do second chances. Once you prove that you don't value them, you lose access forever. No amount of regret, no amount of hindsight, no amount of sudden realizations can change that. And that's a wound their ego will never recover from. And just like that, the truth is clear. They fumbled you, and now they have to live with it. They thought they had control. They thought they were irreplaceable. They thought you'd never walk away. But now, they're just another lesson you outgrew. Let them watch. Let them regret. Let them sit in their own downfall. You've already moved on. If you're a true chosen one, show your presence. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, drop number 77 in the comments, and share this message. Because the more we rise, the harder it is for them to ignore what they lost. When you dig a grave for someone else, make sure to dig too. That's the thing about messing with a force you don't understand. It backfires every single time. The universe doesn't let chosen ones fall. It lets their enemies fall for them. There are people who move in silence, thinking their schemes are undetected, their betrayals unseen. They believe they can manipulate, lie, and destroy without consequences. But here's what they fail to realize. Messing with a chosen one is like trying to put out the sun with a handful of water. No matter what they do, they're only exhausting themselves while the chosen one continues to shine. Before we dive in, take a moment to like and subscribe. When you do, you're not just helping this message reach more chosen ones, you're sending a signal to the universe itself. The awakening is happening, and those who once lurked in the shadows are now being dragged into the light. Welcome, chosen ones. You are not ordinary, and that is both your greatest gift and the reason you attract enemies. Some people fear what they don't understand. Others hate what they can never become. That's why they fixate on you. Your existence alone is an unspoken challenge to everything they stand for. They see your resilience, your purpose, your power, and it eats them alive. So they scheme, they plot, they throw stones, hoping to break you. But as Marcus Aurelius once said, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. The very obstacles they throw in your path only make you stronger. The universe has a way of using their attacks to elevate you. Every attempt to harm you is turned into fuel for your rise. Think of it like this. A snake that tries to strike a hawk soaring in the sky is only wasting its venom. No matter how much it lunges, it will never reach the heights the hawk flies in. And that's exactly what happens when low-vibrational people try to bring down a chosen one. They're swinging at something far beyond their reach. They don't realize that chosen ones are like phoenixes. Every time they think they've burned you down, you rise from the ashes, stronger than before. And worse for them, they get caught in the fire they started. The trap they set for you becomes their own downfall. That's not just karma, that's universal law in action. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. This is why chosen ones don't even need revenge. The universe has a perfect way of handling those who cross the line. The people who betray you, they'll betray themselves. The ones who try to destroy your name, they'll destroy their own credibility. The ones who try to make you feel powerless, they'll end up powerless themselves. It's like a man climbing a ladder, trying to kick someone else off the rung below him. What he doesn't realize is that by removing that support, he's only making his own fall inevitable. So, chosen ones, stand firm. Keep rising. Keep walking in your purpose. Let them throw their stones. Let them plot behind your back. It doesn't matter. The higher you go, the harder they fall. Because in the end, they're not fighting you. They're fighting the universe. And that's a war they will never, ever win. And thank you, yes you, the unstoppable, the untouchable, the divinely guided, thank you for being here. Whether you've just arrived or you've been walking this path with us, your energy is undeniable. This isn't just a video, it's a movement, a reminder of the force you carry within. If you're ready to step fully into your power, to watch the tables turn on those who dared to move against you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. That's the number of endings and new beginnings, the sign that what was meant to destroy you is only making you rise. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. Because if you're a true chosen one, you won't just hear these words, you'll feel them. And once you do, there's no turning back. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought they were playing a game. Turns out they were playing themselves. When you throw dirt at the sun, the only thing that gets dirty is your own hands. Some people are so blinded by their own arrogance that they fail to recognize what they're up against. They move recklessly, thinking they can manipulate, sabotage, and destroy without consequence. But here's what they don't realize. When they mess with a divinely guided earth angel, they're not just picking a fight with a person. They're stepping into a battlefield they can't even see, against forces they will never be able to outrun. See, earth angels aren't just kind souls floating through life without protection. They're wired into the very fabric of the universe, backed by forces that move in ways their enemies can't even begin to comprehend. To plot against them is to set a trap that only ensnares the one who set it. It's like trying to push against the ocean. No matter how strong you think you are, the tide will always push back harder. They didn't realize it, but the moment they made the choice to go against an earth angel, they activated something bigger than themselves. The universe has laws, unspoken, unseen, but always at work. And one of the strongest laws is this. When you interfere with a divine mission, you don't just fail, you self-destruct. Those who dig pits for others often fall into them themselves. And oh, do they fall. Suddenly, the plans they were so confident in begin to unravel. The doors they expected to walk through slam shut. Their own allies start turning on them. It seems like the universe itself is setting roadblocks in their path, one after another, until they're trapped in the very downfall they designed for someone else. They might call it bad luck, they might blame circumstances, but deep down, they know, they can feel it. The weight of the energy they put out is now pressing down on them like a tidal wave, and there's no escape. It's almost poetic, isn't it? Watching them scramble, trying to make sense of why everything is suddenly going wrong. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they were the puppet masters, pulling strings from the shadows. But they failed to see the bigger picture, the invisible strings of fate pulling them toward their own reckoning. The universe does not forget. It does not forgive. It simply returns to you what you sent out. The power of being chosen is something that haunts those who move against you. They sense it, even if they don't understand it. It starts as unease, then turns into full-blown paranoia, because deep down, they know something is watching, something is balancing the scales. They can feel the energy shifting against them, and no matter how much they try to resist, it only makes the fall harder. Think of a gambler who keeps making the same bad bets, convinced that this time they'll win. They stack the deck, cheat the game, laugh at those who play fair. But the house always wins, and when it's time to collect, there's no running, no bargaining, no second chances. They thought they were the players, but they were nothing more than pawns. That's the fate of those who try to cross an earth angel. The very forces they dismissed, mocked or ignored are the same ones writing their downfall. They played the game, but the game was never in their hands to begin with. So if you, the chosen one, have ever wondered why people move against you, why they seem to obsess over your downfall, understand this. It's because your presence alone is a threat, not because of anything you do, but because of what you are. And when they come for you, when they think they can break you, just remember, they're not fighting you, they're fighting the universe. And that's a war they will never, ever win. Number 2, they tried to break you, but all they did was build a warrior. A diamond is just a piece of coal that handled pressure exceptionally well. They thought their words would shatter you. They thought their betrayals would leave you weak. They thought their schemes, their manipulation, their backstabbing would finally bring you down. But instead, they unknowingly did the very thing they feared the most. They made you stronger. See, earth angels aren't like everyone else. Most people crumble under negativity. They let insults sink into their bones, let betrayal drain their spirit, let adversity strip them of their power. But earth angels? They don't just survive the fire, they become it. Every time they tried to harm you, they didn't weaken you, they refined you. Like steel forged in the hottest flames, their attacks only shaped you into something sharper, something unbreakable. And that's the irony. They were trying to destroy you, but in doing so, they turned you into something even greater than before. He who throws mud loses ground. They came at you with their envy, their lies, their hidden agendas, convinced they had the upper hand. They laughed, thinking you were broken, shattered, done. But what they failed to understand is that the chosen ones don't absorb negativity like everyone else. They transmute it. It's like trying to drown a fish. It doesn't work. You don't fear the waters they tried to pull you into. You were born to navigate them. They wanted to see you suffer, to see you doubt yourself, to watch you spiral. But all they did was hand you a mirror, because every attack forced you to look deeper within yourself, to uncover strength you never even knew you had. They wanted to weaken your spirit, but instead they forced you to master it. You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. Every betrayal, it only sharpened your intuition. Every lie they told, it only revealed the truth more clearly. Every time they tried to isolate you, they only pushed you closer to your higher self. They thought they were draining your energy, but in reality, they were fueling your evolution. Think of a storm crashing against a mountain. The wind howls, the rain pours, lightning strikes with fury, and yet, when it all passes, the mountain is still there, unchanged, unmoved, eternal. That's you. They thought they could shake you, but the storm was never bigger than your foundation. And now, you don't just withstand storms, you become them. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. They wanted to see you broken, but now they can't even look you in the eye. They wanted to see you weak, but now your presence alone unsettles them. They don't understand how you survived, how you keep rising, how their worst efforts only made you more powerful. And that's the part that haunts them, because deep down they realize they were never in control. The very energy they used against you became the force that elevated you beyond their reach. So let them watch, let them wonder, let them sit in the ruins of their failed attempts to bring you down. Because in the end, they weren't your downfall. They were just stepping stones on your path to greatness. Number 3, they thought they could bring you down, but they couldn't even reach your level. You don't have to fight the darkness, just shine so bright that it has nowhere left to exist. They came at you with everything they had: jealousy, manipulation, deception, thinking they could shake you, thinking they could pull you into their chaos. But there was one thing they didn't account for: they were playing on the wrong frequency. Earth angels don't operate in the same low vibrations as the people who seek to destroy them. And when low energy tries to collide with high energy, it doesn't weaken the high, it annihilates the low. It's like trying to throw a stone at the sun. The rock doesn't reach its target. It simply falls back to the ground, powerless, useless. That's exactly what happens when someone tries to harm an earth angel. They think they're launching an attack, but in reality, they're only setting themselves up for a harsh return. The energy you put out is the energy you get back, tenfold. They underestimated the power of high vibrational energy, the way it acts as an unseen force field, reflecting negativity back to its source with brutal accuracy. They thought their envy, their resentment, their carefully crafted betrayals would bring you down, but instead they became tangled in their own web. Everything they sent out came back to them, heavier, darker, and completely inescapable. What they don't realize is that earth angels don't just absorb energy, they transmute it. Any negativity that does manage to slip through the cracks doesn't break them. It fuels them, it sharpens them, it pushes them further into their power, leaving those who tried to hurt them wondering why nothing they do ever works. It's like trying to throw a boomerang in the wind. You think you've aimed it perfectly, but the wind catches it, turns it around, and sends it flying straight back at you with twice the force. By the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. They're already drowning in the very negativity they tried to drown you in. You cannot destroy light with darkness. Darkness only destroys itself in the presence of light. Earth angels don't need revenge. They don't need to engage in battles that were never meant for them. They understand something that their enemies never will. Energy is the only true currency in this universe, and those who invest in destruction, deception, and low vibrational chaos will always end up bankrupt. And here's the kicker. While they're consumed by the weight of their own negativity, the earth angel they tried to break, they're thriving, they're ascending, they're living in a realm so far beyond the petty games of the envious that it's almost laughable. It's like watching a child throw a tantrum in the middle of a storm. They scream, they kick, they rage, convinced they have control. Meanwhile, the storm continues on, unmoved, unbothered, untouched. That's the reality of dealing with an earth angel. They don't need to fight battles that have already been won by the laws of the universe. Messing with an earth angel isn't just a mistake, it's a self-inflicted sentence. And so, the ones who tried to destroy you will sit in confusion, wondering why their world is falling apart while yours is only getting stronger, wondering why they feel drained, stuck, lost, while you move forward with clarity and ease, wondering why every attempt to harm you ended up harming them instead. They thought they could drag you down, but you were never even within their reach. Number 4, they thought forgiveness meant a free pass. They were dead wrong. The first time someone shows you who they are, believe them. They thought they could wound you and walk away untouched. They believed that an earth angel's kindness meant they could do as they pleased, that their betrayal would be forgotten, that their apologies, real or fake, would always be enough to earn them another chance. But here's where they played themselves. Earth angels do forgive, not because they're weak, not because they're naive, but because they refuse to carry the weight of someone else's darkness. Forgiveness is not a gift to the one who caused harm. It's a gift to themselves. It's how they stay light, unburdened, unshaken. But don't mistake that for blindness. They forgive, but they never forget. Some people take forgiveness as an invitation back in. They assume it means the slate has been wiped clean, that they can return to play the same games, repeat the same cycles. What they fail to realize is that while an earth angel may let go of resentment, they never let go of the lesson. The moment someone shows them their true colors, it's locked into memory, and no amount of apologies can erase the truth of what was revealed. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Earth angels are patient, but they are not foolish. They give people the space to change, but they do not wait around for illusions. A true apology is change in action, and anything less is just noise. They see through empty words, recognize patterns, and once they've had enough, they don't look back. They don't waste energy trying to fix what was never meant to be whole. And this is where their enemies miscalculated. They expected to walk back in like nothing happened, to find the same open arms, the same gentle spirit, the same unconditional acceptance. Instead, they found a door locked so tightly that even the key they once held no longer fit. They found a soul that had already moved on, elevated beyond their reach, detached from whatever illusion had once kept them around. They never saw it coming. You never heal by going back to what broke you. Earth angels don't hold grudges, they hold boundaries, and once they've outgrown someone, there's no reversing it. The absence of hate doesn't mean there's space for reconnection. The lack of anger doesn't mean there's room for second chances. They've simply made peace with the past, taken the lesson, and moved forward without looking back. That's the real power of an earth angel. They don't stay bitter, they don't seek revenge, they don't drown in resentment, but they also don't repeat mistakes. When they shut the door, it stays shut. And those on the other side are left with nothing but the realization that they lost access to something rare, something powerful, something they will never find again. They thought forgiveness was a revolving door. They thought kindness meant unlimited chances. But what they didn't understand is that earth angels don't waste their light on those who refuse to value it. And once they walk away, they never truly return. Number 5. They thought they held the power until the universe pulled the rug right from under them. When the chess game is over, the pawns and the kings go back into the same box. They moved with arrogance, convinced that they had it all figured out. They whispered, plotted, manipulated, and set their traps, believing they were untouchable. They thought they were pulling the strings, that every move they made was another step toward your downfall. What they failed to realize is that they weren't playing the game. They were the game. And the moment they tried to turn their hand against an earth angel, the universe began rearranging the pieces faster than they could even blink. The shift was instant. They didn't even see it coming. 1 minute they were in control, and the next, everything started falling apart. The alliances they relied on suddenly crumbled. The plans they so carefully constructed slipped right through their fingers like sand. The very circumstances they thought they had power over began working against them. It was almost poetic. The way it all started to unravel, piece by piece, as if an invisible force was pulling the strings, undoing their every effort with a level of precision they could never match. The universe doesn't need permission to restore balance, it just does. What they didn't understand was that by moving against you, they triggered something bigger than themselves. They weren't just playing with a person, they were tampering with a system that does not tolerate interference. The universe doesn't sit idly by while its chosen ones are targeted. It doesn't hesitate. It corrects. The moment they made the decision to move against you, they sealed their own fate. And the irony, you didn't even have to lift a finger. The unraveling was inevitable. At first, they brushed it off as bad luck. A small setback here, a minor inconvenience there. But then the weight started piling on. Things that used to come easy became difficult. The people who once stood by their side started turning against them. Their confidence turned to anxiety. Their control turned to desperation. And just as they thought they could recover, something else went wrong. The doors they expected to walk through were suddenly slammed shut. Their carefully curated lies started to crumble under the weight of truth. The situations they depended on to keep themselves afloat began dragging them under. They tried to run from the consequences, but there was no running, because this wasn't just a random streak of bad luck. This was a reckoning. Karma moves in silence. You won't hear it coming, but you'll feel it when it arrives. What's worse for them? The realization that you weren't even affected. They had spent all this time plotting against you, waiting for the moment you would break, but instead you stood there untouched, unaffected, and stronger than ever. It burned them up inside. They couldn't understand it. They had done everything they could to bring you down, yet somehow it all backfired on them. Watching their downfall is like watching someone build a tower out of glass, thinking it will stand forever, only to have it shatter with the slightest touch. They thought they had the upper hand. They thought they had control. But control is an illusion when the universe is in charge. And the universe does not tolerate injustice, especially not against someone with a mission, someone who is protected by forces beyond human comprehension. You reap what you sow. Sometimes you don't get the harvest, you get the storm. Their arrogance blinded them to the simple truth. Messing with an earth angel is like lighting a match in a room full of gasoline. The explosion isn't immediate, but when it happens, there's no stopping it. They never saw you as a threat. They underestimated you because of your kindness, your patience, your ability to rise above the chaos. But what they failed to grasp is that true power doesn't scream. It moves in silence. It waits. And then, when the time is right, it strikes in ways that leave no room for recovery. And by the time they realize what's happening, it's already too late. The universe always balances the scales. They crossed a line they had no business crossing, and now they're paying the price. It doesn't matter how much they regret it, how much they try to fix what's broken. Once the universe steps in, there's no undoing what's been set into motion. They thought they could manipulate destiny, that they could twist fate in their favor. But fate does not bend to human will. Every debt in the universe gets paid, one way or another. And now, they're left with nothing but the consequences of their own actions. They thought they could play the game, but in the end, they only played themselves. Number 6. They threw stones, but the universe handed them a mirror. When you spit towards the sky, it lands right back on your face. They thought they could move in the dark, strike without consequence, and walk away untouched. What they didn't realize was that the moment they directed their energy toward an earth angel, they had already sealed their fate. They were never just throwing shade, never just whispering lies, never just plotting in secret. They were standing in front of a cosmic mirror, and every single thing they sent out was only circling back to hit them harder. They didn't account for this. They thought they were in control. But the truth is, Earth Angels don't just walk with protection, they are protection. Their energy is so aligned with the universe that any attack against them is automatically reflected back. And not just in the same measure. No, the universe has a way of amplifying it, making sure those who tried to harm them feel the weight of their own intentions. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you is not just a saying, it's a universal contract. And when people violate that contract against an Earth Angel, the penalty is steep. The enemy never expects this. They believe they're immune. But suddenly, things begin to shift. Doors that once opened for them slam shut. Opportunities they took for granted disappear. Relationships begin to crumble. Their luck turns sour. And no matter what they do, they can't seem to catch a break. They call it misfortune. They call it coincidence. But deep down, they know exactly where it's coming from. The weight of their own actions is being handed right back to them. It's like throwing a stone into a still lake. They thought the ripples would move outward, affecting only their target. But what they didn't see coming was the wave forming, growing, turning back toward them with unstoppable force. The most poetic part, the Earth Angel never had to lift a finger. They didn't have to seek revenge, didn't have to wish harm, didn't have to play the same dirty game. All they did was exist, move forward, continue shining, and let the universe handle the rest. Karma is like a rubber band. It stretches as far as it can, but when it snaps back, it hits with force. This is the part that truly haunts them, the realization that they did this to themselves. The Earth Angel wasn't their enemy. The universe wasn't out to get them. They were simply being shown the reflection of their own energy. And nothing is more terrifying than having to face yourself in the harshest, most unforgiving way possible. They start to panic. They try to undo the damage. Some even attempt apologies, not out of genuine remorse, but out of fear. They think they can smooth things over, stop the effects, press reset. But the universe doesn't work that way. There are some debts that must be paid in full, some actions that cannot be undone, only faced. You made your bed, now lie in it. The Earth Angel, meanwhile, walks on, untouched. Not because they are unaware, but because they know this is how it always plays out. They've seen it before. They understand that divine protection isn't just about shielding them. It's about ensuring that balance is always restored. They don't gloat. They don't celebrate the downfall of their enemies. They simply observe, knowing that justice is unfolding exactly as it was meant to. Because when someone tries to mess with an Earth Angel, they're not just playing with a person, they're playing with the system itself. And in a game against the universe, there is only one outcome. They lose, every single time. Number 7. They thought the quiet meant weakness. They didn't realize it was the calm before the storm. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dogs bark. They underestimated you. They saw your kindness and mistook it for naivety. They saw your patience and assumed it meant they could push you forever. They thought your silence was a sign of fear, your forgiveness a sign of weakness. But what they didn't know, what they never saw coming, is that your calm wasn't submission. It was calculation. It was the deep, immovable stillness of someone who doesn't waste energy on battles beneath them. The biggest mistake they made? Thinking they had power over you. See, Earth Angels don't react the way ordinary people do. They don't get caught up in meaningless fights. They don't scream, beg, or plead. They observe. They analyze. They wait, and when the time comes, they remove themselves completely. That is the moment their enemies never expect, yet fear the most. The most dangerous opponent is not the one who shouts, but the one who silently walks away. You didn't need to raise your voice. You didn't need to seek revenge. The moment you saw through their games, the moment you realized they were taking your energy for granted, you disappeared. And that disappearance? That was their downfall. They thought they had you right where they wanted you. They thought they could keep lying, keep manipulating, keep draining your energy without consequence. But the truth is, you let them play their little games while you watched, gathering information, understanding their true nature. And when you had enough, you closed the door they never thought could be shut. They didn't see it coming. They thought they were in control, but in reality, they were only given as much access as you allowed. Earth angels are masters of perception. They see deception long before it unfolds, yet they stay still, not out of weakness, but out of choice. Because the moment an earth angel decides to walk away, there's no undoing it. Never push a loyal person to the point where they no longer care. And when that moment comes, their enemies feel it instantly. The shift is undeniable. The energy changes. Where there was once warmth, there's now a wall. Where there was once understanding, there's now indifference. The person they could once manipulate so easily is suddenly untouchable. They try to pull you back in. They send messages. They talk about you. They play the victim. But it doesn't matter. The door is closed, and earth angels never reopen doors that were shut for a reason. They find themselves on the outside, confused, desperate, wondering why their usual tricks don't work anymore. They may even try to provoke a reaction, just to prove to themselves that they still have some kind of hold over you. But they're met with nothing. No words, no anger, no attention, just the cold realization that they never had control to begin with. The most powerful statement you can make is silence. And that silence haunts them. It lingers in their mind, louder than any argument, more painful than any confrontation. Because deep down, they know they lost. Not only did they lose you, but they lost access to the energy, the peace, and the light that only you brought into their life. That's the thing about earth angels. They don't need to seek revenge. The moment they remove their energy from someone's life, the punishment begins naturally. Those who once thrived off their presence suddenly find themselves empty, surrounded by their own darkness with no light to steal from. They thought they were winning. They thought they were playing you. But in the end, they played themselves. When an earth angel goes silent, it's not the end of a conversation. It's the beginning of their enemy's downfall. And now, as they sit in the silence they once laughed at, they finally understand. Your peace was never weakness. It was the ultimate power. Number 8. They let jealousy consume them, and it devoured them whole. Envy is the art of counting the other fellow's blessings instead of your own. They thought they were watching you, studying you, calculating your every move, but they never realized the truth. While they were watching you, something else was watching them. Jealousy is a silent disease, one that creeps into the mind, poisons the heart, and turns admiration into resentment. And once it takes hold, it doesn't let go. It festers, rotting from the inside out, until the very person who harbored it becomes unrecognizable, even to themselves. Earth angels don't seek attention, but they attract it effortlessly. They don't chase admiration, yet people are drawn to their light. It's a presence, a frequency, a silent power that makes those around them either inspired or deeply insecure. For some, Seeing a chosen one stand firm in their purpose is a reminder of everything they lack. Instead of using that feeling as motivation, they let it turn into envy. Instead of learning, they start scheming. Instead of growing, they start plotting. The jealous are troublesome to others, but a torment to themselves. And that's exactly what happens. The ones who let jealousy take root don't even realize they've already set their own downfall in motion. They become obsessed, picking apart your every move, trying to figure out why you shine the way you do. They whisper behind your back, hoping to dim your light. They try to block your path, hoping to slow you down. But earth angels are on a mission that human hands cannot interfere with. You are divinely guided, protected by forces they can't even comprehend. Every attempt to harm you is like throwing stones at the moon, futile, desperate, and only exposing their own weakness. At first, they think they're winning. They see you face obstacles and assume it's their doing. They see you struggle and believe their plans are working. But what they don't realize is that every attack only strengthens your resilience. Every roadblock only refines your path. What they intended as a weapon against you becomes the very force that lifts you higher. Meanwhile, their jealousy is eating them alive. Their minds become prisons, trapped in endless thoughts of you. While you're out there evolving, growing, and fulfilling your purpose, they're stuck, unable to focus on their own progress because they're too busy watching yours. They think about you more than they think about themselves, and in doing so, they become their own worst enemy. Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies. And that's the thing. They think their envy will harm you, but it only destroys them. The negativity they send out circles back, manifesting as setbacks, failures, and losses in their own lives. They don't see the connection at first. They blame bad luck, bad timing, bad circumstances. But deep down, something gnaws at them. A whisper of regret, a shadow of realization. By the time they understand the damage they've done to themselves, it's too late. They've already sabotaged their own path. They've wasted too much time focused on you while their own opportunities pass them by. And when they finally look around, they see the truth. You're still standing, stronger than ever, unshaken, untouchable. And they're drowning in the chaos of their own making. It's almost poetic, isn't it? They thought their jealousy was a weapon, but in the end, it was a mirror, a reflection of their own insecurities, a magnifying glass on their own failures. And when they looked into it, all they saw was the person they had become, bitter, broken, and left behind. You, the chosen one, never had to lift a finger. The universe handled it for you. Because when someone tries to destroy what is divinely protected, they don't just fail, they unravel. So let them watch, let them obsess, let them drown in their envy while you continue to rise. Because in the end, they were never fighting you. They were fighting themselves. And that's a battle they were doomed to lose from the very start. Number 9. They couldn't handle their own reflection. So they tried to shatter the mirror. The hate you give is just the love you're too afraid to show yourself. There's a certain kind of person who can't stand to see someone walking in their truth, standing in their light, and thriving in their power. They don't just dislike it, they resent it. It gnaws at them, fuels an obsession, forces them into silent competition with someone who isn't even playing the same game. But here's the brutal truth. When they came for an earth angel, they weren't attacking you. They were fighting their own reflection. Insecurity is a disease that spreads from within. It festers, twists, distorts reality until the person suffering from it believes the only way to ease their discomfort is to drag someone else down. And who better to target than someone who moves differently? Someone who radiates an energy they don't understand, a presence they can't compete with, a peace they've never known. So they lash out. They label you as too much, too kind, too confident, too at peace. They'll claim you think you're better than others, that you're out of touch, that your light is fake. But in reality, every insult, every smear, every whisper behind your back is nothing more than a confession. They aren't exposing you, they're exposing themselves. Jealousy is a wound that never stops bleeding. It only stains the one who carries it. The moment they decided to go against an earth angel, they triggered their own downfall, not because of anything you did, but because their own energy started eating them alive. They were already drowning in their insecurities. You just held up the mirror, and when they saw themselves for what they really were, full of fear, envy, and self-doubt, they panicked. Instead of confronting it, they projected it onto you, hoping it would make them feel lighter. But here's where they played themselves. Projection is a cycle that never ends well for the one doing it. The more they push their insecurities onto someone else, the heavier their own burdens become. It's like throwing stones into the ocean, expecting the waves to disappear. But the ocean doesn't break. It absorbs, transforms, and keeps moving. And the weight? It doesn't disappear. It stays with the one who threw it. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they did was make you stronger. Because an earth angel doesn't absorb negativity the way they do. Where they see pain, you see wisdom. Where they feel threatened, you feel empowered. Every insult, every attack, every desperate attempt to dim your light is just more fuel for your transformation. It's like trying to block out the sun by standing in its shadow. It doesn't make the light any less bright. It only leaves them in the dark. The shadow proves the sunshine. And that's the irony of it all. The more they tried to hurt you, the more they hurt themselves. Their bitterness became their prison, their envy became their torment, and their obsession with you became their own undoing. Meanwhile, you kept thriving, you kept evolving, you kept moving forward while they stayed stuck in the same miserable cycle, watching you from a distance, wondering why nothing they did could shake you. That's because earth angels don't operate on the same frequency as their enemies. They aren't driven by the same fears, the same need for validation, the same fragile ego that keeps others in chains. They exist above it. And when someone with a wounded spirit tries to bring them down, the only thing that happens is the attacker ends up sinking deeper into their own darkness. The fire you set to burn someone else will always leave you covered in smoke. And now they're left with the consequences of their own actions. The relationships they ruined, the bridges they burned, the peace they destroyed. None of it affected you, but it consumed them. That's the cost of moving against a force you don't understand. The universe doesn't punish earth angels, it protects them. But those who try to interfere with that protection, they find themselves on the receiving end of the very energy they put out. So if you, the chosen one, have ever wondered why people come against you, why they try so hard to drag you into their misery, understand this: it was never about you. It was always about them. You were just the reminder they couldn't escape, the proof that something was missing in their own soul. And when they finally realized that all the energy they wasted trying to bring you down only destroyed them in the process, it will be too late. They picked a fight with a mirror, and now they can't escape their own reflection. Number 10. They took your patience for permission. Now they're locked out forever. Some people will only realize your worth when your silence is the only thing they have left. They mistook your kindness for weakness, They thought your patience meant they could keep testing you, keep pushing the limits, keep playing their games without consequence. They assumed that because you forgave, you had forgotten. That because you stayed silent, you didn't see. But what they never understood is that an earth angel's patience is not infinite. It's intentional. It is not permission. It is not surrender. It is a test, one they failed without even knowing. See, earth angels don't react like everyone else. When others lash out, they observe. When others seek revenge, they reflect. They allow people the space to either correct their ways or expose their true selves. And most of the time, people expose themselves. With every subtle manipulation, every lie, every betrayal disguised as a mistake, the earth angel watches. They see it all. They just don't say anything because they don't need to. The moment of reckoning always arrives, and when it does, it is not the earth angel who suffers. The snake thought it was clever until it bit its own tail. They thought they were winning, thought they were getting away with it. But what they didn't realize is that earth angels don't strike back, they rise. And when an earth angel outgrows someone, that person becomes invisible. There's no grand confrontation, no dramatic fallout, just a quiet shift, a step into a frequency where the offender can no longer reach them. One day, they wake up and realize the earth angel is gone, not just physically, but energetically. And that's when the regret sets in. Because the truth is, they never had real power over the earth angel. They only had the illusion of power, an illusion that existed because the earth angel allowed it to. They were never in control. They were simply being observed. A wise man never argues with a fool. He simply stops responding. They misread the silence. They assumed it meant acceptance, when in reality it was a countdown. Every ignored red flag, every overlooked betrayal, every second chance they thought they had secured was just time ticking away until the earth angel decided they were done. And when an earth angel is done, they're done for good. No closure, no explanations, no way back. And the best part? The person who took advantage never even sees it coming. They wake up one day and everything feels different. The energy has shifted. The dynamic they once controlled is gone. The earth angel, the one they thought would always be there, has moved on. Not just away, but beyond. It's a brutal kind of karma, one that doesn't arrive with thunder and lightning, but with the eerie quiet of absence. The earth angel becomes unreachable, untouchable, unreadable. Their patience was never about submission. It was about seeing who someone really was before deciding their fate. And once they decide, it's over. They never see the last time coming, but when they look back, they realize that was the moment everything changed. The person who misused their patience suddenly finds themselves in a place they never expected, locked out of something they never truly valued until it was gone. The support, the kindness, the forgiveness, their access to it has been revoked, not out of anger, but out of wisdom. Because earth angels know that people like this don't change. They only regret losing the benefits of being close to an earth angel. And that's the irony. They don't miss the earth angel, they miss what they got from the earth angel. They miss the safety of being in the presence of someone who genuinely wanted the best for them. They miss the warmth, the guidance, the energy. But it's too late. That door is shut, and it doesn't reopen. A tree never stops growing to match the height of the weeds around it. It simply grows beyond them. So if you, the chosen one, have ever felt like people have mistaken your patience for weakness, understand this: you were never weak. You were simply watching. You were giving them rope, and they used it to hang themselves. You were giving them space, and they used it to reveal who they truly were. Now, they sit in the mess they created, wondering why things feel different, why their world seems colder. It's because they played themselves. They didn't lose you. They lost access to something sacred, something irreplaceable. And the most powerful thing you can do: keep rising, keep evolving, keep walking forward without looking back. Because the more you grow, the smaller they become, until one day they're just another lesson, just another story, just another ghost in the past, knocking on a door that will never open again. Number 11. They thought they could pull the strings, but ended up tangled in their own lies. The more you try to control someone, the more you reveal how little control you have over yourself. Manipulators believe they are the masters of deception. They move in shadows, twisting words, creating illusions, planting seeds of doubt in the minds of those around them. They thrive on control, thinking they can shape reality to their liking, bending others to their will. But when they try this with an earth angel, they don't just fail, they unravel. They assumed their games would work, that their tricks would confuse, that their false narratives would take root. What they didn't realize is that earth angels see, not just with their eyes, not just with logic, but with something deeper, an unshakable intuition that exposes lies before they're even spoken. An earth angel doesn't need proof. They feel deception in their bones. The moment a manipulator starts playing their game, the earth angel already knows the outcome. And this is where the tables turn. Manipulators don't just fail at deceiving an earth angel. They expose themselves in the process. Their insecurities, their desperation, their lack of self-worth, everything they tried to hide now stands in the spotlight. Every attempt to control is a confession of their own inner chaos. The harder they try to pull the strings, the more tangled they become in their own web. It's not the earth angel who gets caught, it's them. You can fool the world, but you can't fool someone who has mastered the art of seeing beyond the mask. Manipulation is never about power. It's about fear. It's about someone so terrified of losing control that they resort to tricks and deceit to feel a false sense of dominance. But an earth angel doesn't operate in the same realm as manipulators. They don't play mind games. They don't react to false narratives. They don't chase or seek validation from those who scheme. Instead, they stand still, watching, allowing the manipulator to expose themselves. There's nothing more dangerous to a manipulator than someone who cannot be controlled. Someone who doesn't react, doesn't flinch, doesn't fall for the same traps that worked on others. The earth angel's silence, their detachment, their refusal to engage, that alone is enough to break the manipulator down. It's like a puppet master yanking on strings, only to realize that the puppet is no longer attached. The show is over. The game is done, and now they're left with nothing but the weight of their own desperation. The moment an earth angel sees through the illusion, they step back. They withdraw their energy. They remove themselves from the equation. And that's when the manipulator's worst nightmare begins. Because now, there's no one left to play the game with. The best way to win a rigged game is to walk away from the table. And that's exactly what an earth angel does. They don't need to expose the manipulator. They don't need to argue, prove a point, or engage in drama. They simply leave. They take their energy with them. They take their presence, their warmth, their light. And suddenly, the manipulator is left standing in the cold, naked in their deception, with nothing left but their own darkness. And oh, do they feel it. The silence is deafening. The absence of the earth angel's energy is suffocating. They thought they were in control, but now they see the truth. Control was the illusion. The real power belonged to the one who never needed the game to begin with. They thought they were breaking the Earth Angel down. Instead, they broke themselves. They played themselves. Because what is a manipulator without someone to manipulate? What is a puppet master with no strings to pull? Just a lost, empty soul standing in the ruins of their own deception. This is the power of an Earth Angel. Not through force, not through revenge, but through unwavering clarity, through the simple, undeniable truth that no manipulator can ever truly control someone who walks with universal alignment. So let them play their games, let them pull their tricks, let them think they have control. In the end, they always reveal themselves. And when they do, the Earth Angel will still be standing, untouched, unbothered, and stronger than ever. And just like that, the truth reveals itself. Those who thought they were winning were only running straight into their own downfall. They played themselves, not realizing that an Earth Angel's path is protected, their power is unstoppable, and their rise is inevitable. No matter what they tried, the universe was always working in your favor. If this message resonated with you, show your support. Like this video, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another chosen one, because when we rise together, the enemy has nowhere left to hide. The awakening is here. A sharp blade is feared, not because it cuts, but because it reminds the dull knives of their own uselessness. Welcome, chosen one. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to disrupt, to unsettle, to remind people of everything they lack. Your mind is a weapon, and the world despises what it cannot control. The average person isn't just comfortable with mediocrity. They defend it like a religion. The weak fear what outshines them, and your refusal to dim your light is their biggest nightmare. You don't have to attack them. Your existence alone is an act of war. They want you to water yourself down, to reduce your brilliance to something digestible for the simple-minded. But why should a lion pretend to be a house cat just because the mice feel threatened? Before we go deeper, hit like and subscribe. Every time you engage, you push this message further into the algorithm, signaling to YouTube that more chosen ones need to wake up. The more of us who see this, the stronger we become. Now, let's talk about the power they fear, the power you carry. You are a walking reminder of everything they'll never be. Your intelligence, your depth, your refusal to participate in meaningless chatter. It haunts them. It exposes their emptiness. They say you're arrogant, cold, too much. But what they really mean is that you don't need their validation, and that makes you dangerous. The truth is, the world is getting dumber. Studies prove it. The reverse Flynn effect shows IQ levels are dropping. Society isn't just dumbing down, it's celebrating it. The less you think, the more you belong. And that's exactly why they despise you. You don't just refuse to join the herd, you make them realize they're cattle. When you enter a room, the energy shifts. They can't explain it, but they feel it. Your presence alone forces people to confront their own lack of depth. It's why they try to isolate you, tear you down, and make you question yourself. They don't want you to see your power. They want you to believe that being different is a curse, not the gift that it is. You've probably felt it. Conversations that drain you, interactions that leave you hollow, social circles where no one is saying anything of real substance. You're not crazy for wanting more. They've been conditioned to settle for less. You speak in full thoughts. They reply in recycled phrases. You question reality. they defend their illusions. You move with purpose, they drift with the tide. And because of that, you terrify them. They want compliance, not intellect. They want comfort, not truth. But you were built differently. The universe chose you to break the cycle, not become part of it. And that's why your very existence pisses them off. So let them talk, let them whisper, let them call you too much while they remain not enough. A wolf never loses sleep over the opinions of sheep. Your path is clear. Never shrink yourself for those who refuse to grow. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Your presence here is no coincidence. Whether this is your first time or you've been walking this path with us for a while, know this: you are part of something unstoppable. If you're ready to own your truth, embrace your power, and watch them choke on the reality of who you've always been, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to mark this moment. And now, let's get into it, step by step. Because believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. They weren't ready for the truth, so they called it arrogance. A mind that sees through the illusion is a threat to those still trapped in it. The truth is, they never hated your intelligence. They hated what it revealed about them. They hated the mirror you unknowingly held up to their faces, the reflection of their own limitations, their intellectual laziness, their dependence on pre-packaged opinions. You never had to call them weak. They felt it the moment you spoke. And that's why they resent you. Most people don't seek intelligence, they seek comfort. They want predictable conversations, recycled opinions, and easy validation. They want to stay where they are, wrapped in the illusion that they know enough, that they've figured it all out. The moment you challenge that illusion, you become the enemy. Not because you're wrong, but because you force them to think. And thinking requires effort, an effort most people aren't willing to make. You see, when you refuse to dumb yourself down, you're not just being different, you're breaking a sacred rule. The rule that says, don't make me feel stupid. The rule that says, pretend along with us. The rule that says, be smaller so we can feel bigger. They want your intelligence as long as it entertains them, but the moment it forces them to confront their own inadequacy, they flip the script. They call you arrogant, cold, difficult, not because you are, but because it's easier to label you than it is to level up. But here's the real reason they fear you. You are proof that they could be more, and that fact eats them alive. Because if you exist, if someone like you can think, evolve, and refuse to settle, then what's their excuse? If intelligence, awareness, and depth are possible, then their lack of it is a choice. And that realization, that terrifies them. It forces them to acknowledge the corners of their mind they've neglected, the truths they've ignored, and the ways they've let themselves decay. So instead of facing that reality, they take the easy way out. They turn you into the villain. You've seen it before. The subtle shifts in tone when you speak, the fake laughs, the passive-aggressive comments, the sudden shift in energy when your presence disrupts the status quo. At first, they tolerate you, maybe even admire you, but as soon as they realize you won't lower yourself to their level, admiration turns to hostility, because you're no longer just someone with a sharp mind. You're a threat to their delusion. And that's when they start playing dirty. They isolate you, mock you, label you too much. Not because they want you gone, but because they need to believe that your depth is a flaw. That way, they don't have to face the uncomfortable truth. They were capable of more, but they chose less. But here's where they miscalculated. The universe never aligns itself with mediocrity. It aligns with those who seek truth, who refuse to shrink, who demand more from themselves and the world around them. And that's why, no matter how much they try to bury you, the universe keeps pulling you forward. They thought they could erase you, but all they did was highlight you. You're not here to be understood by them. You're here to outgrow them, to force them to watch as you rise while they remain shackled to their self-imposed limitations. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to disrupt. And the very thing they despise about you, that's exactly what makes you unstoppable. So let them call you arrogant. Let them misunderstand you. Let them mock what they cannot comprehend. Because the truth is, the more they resist you, the stronger you become. And by the time they realize their mistake, it'll be too late. You'll be too far ahead for them to catch up. Number 2. They call it socializing. You call it a waste of breath. The emptier the mind, the louder the mouth. They say you're antisocial. They say you're awkward, distant, uninterested. But what they really mean is, you refuse to participate in their meaningless rituals. Most people don't talk to connect. They talk to belong. Words aren't used to exchange ideas. They're used to keep up an illusion, a script, a performance where everyone plays their part, nods on cue, laughs at the right moments, and pretends that conversations built on cliches and empty phrases actually mean something. How are you? They don't want an answer. Crazy weather, huh? They don't care. Did you see the game last night? They don't even remember half of it. None of it is real. It's verbal filler, a desperate attempt to avoid silence, because silence forces people to think, and most people don't want that responsibility. But then you walk in, and you don't play along. You don't nod mindlessly. You don't pretend to be entertained by recycled jokes. You don't waste your breath on shallow observations that lead nowhere. And that's when the shift happens. They notice you, and they don't like what they see. Because your presence is a reminder that most conversations are meaningless, that they're just talking to hear themselves talk, that they have nothing of substance to say, but they say it anyway because silence terrifies them. And instead of questioning themselves, they blame you. They say you're the problem, that you don't get socializing, that you're too serious, too intense, too different. But what they really mean is, you don't need the illusion to feel comfortable. Because let's be honest, when was the last time someone actually said something worth listening to? Most conversations are verbal junk food, empty calories, no nutrition, a sugar rush of social validation, quickly followed by the crash of realizing nothing important was said. And yet, they expect you to indulge in it, to fake a smile, to pretend you care, to force yourself into a mold that was never meant for you. But why should you? Why should you lower your frequency just to match their static? Why should you waste energy on words that carry no weight? Why should you dim your depth just because they're afraid of drowning? The truth is, your silence isn't rudeness. It's rebellion. It's a refusal to be pulled into their empty rituals. It's a declaration that your energy is too valuable to be spent on conversations that go nowhere. And that terrifies them. Because when you don't play along, you break the illusion. You remind them that their words mean nothing, that their conversations are just a distraction from the emptiness they refuse to face. And deep down, they know you're right. But instead of rising to meet you, they take the easy way out. They resent you. They'll say you're arrogant, that you think you're better than them, that you're too quiet, because they need a reason, any reason, to explain why your presence makes them uncomfortable. And blaming you is easier than admitting the truth. They are afraid of depth. afraid of real conversations, afraid of facing themselves. And you make them see that. That's why they'll never understand you. That's why they'll never accept you. Because you don't talk just to talk. You don't seek validation through meaningless chatter. You don't waste words, and that makes them nervous. Because they know everything they say around you will be weighed, measured, and found lacking. So let them talk. Let them fill the silence with empty words. Let them convince themselves that they're the normal ones and you're the strange one. It doesn't matter, because the truth is, when you finally do speak, they all shut up. Number 3, they hate you, not because you're wrong, but because you're right. A weak mind is only at peace when surrounded by weaker minds. You never had to say a word. You never had to claim superiority. You never had to rub your intelligence in anyone's face. Yet, somehow, your existence alone is enough to set them off. Because deep down, they know. They know they've been coasting through life on mental autopilot. They know their opinions aren't really their own, just borrowed ideas, regurgitated from headlines, influencers, and whatever the loudest voice in the room says. They know they haven't questioned anything deeply in years, maybe ever. And then you show up. You don't just accept things at face value. You don't mindlessly repeat what you're told. You ask questions that demand real answers. You see through their contradictions, their lazy arguments, their half-baked philosophies. And the worst part, you don't even have to try. Your presence alone forces them to recognize something they've been running from. They could be sharper, wiser, more self-aware, but they've chosen not to be. And that reality, that stings. So instead of rising to meet the challenge, instead of sharpening their own minds, they take the easier route, resenting you. They label you as too much. They call you difficult. They act as if your curiosity is offensive, as if your critical thinking is an attack. Not because you're actually attacking them, but because in a way, you are. You're disrupting the fragile comfort they've built around themselves. Because here's the truth, most people aren't looking for knowledge, they're looking for validation. They don't want to be challenged, they don't want to be forced to think harder. They want confirmation that they're already right, that they already know enough, that their worldview is solid and unshakable. And then you come along asking why, instead of just nodding. You come along questioning what they've blindly accepted. You come along making them aware of just how lazy their thinking has been. And it infuriates them, because in that moment they're forced to realize that intelligence is a choice, growth is a choice, depth is a choice, and if you exist, if someone like you can think, analyze, evolve, then what's their excuse? They don't have one. And that's why they'd rather drag you down than rise to your level. It's easier to attack you than to confront themselves. It's easier to resent you than to admit they've been lazy. It's easier to call you arrogant than to acknowledge their own ignorance. And they will fight to keep that illusion intact. You've seen it before, the way people get defensive when you challenge their beliefs, the way they mock what they don't understand, the way they pretend you're the problem because the alternative, that they've been wrong this whole time, is too much for them to handle. But here's what they don't realize. The universe does not reward mental laziness. You weren't built to blend in with them. You weren't built to shrink yourself for their comfort. You were built to see through the noise, to question, to evolve. And the very fact that they fear you proves how powerful that is. So let them talk. Let them dismiss you. Let them pretend you're the issue. Because while they stay stuck in the same tired loops, recycling the same thoughts, defending the same hollow opinions, You keep growing, and by the time they finally realize their mistake, it won't matter. You'll be too far ahead for them to catch up. Number 4. They don't despise you, they despise what you make them see. A dull blade blames the sharp one for its own inability to cut. They don't actually hate you, they hate the way your presence makes them feel. You walk into a room and suddenly they're aware of their shortcomings, their untapped potential, their wasted time. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to criticize. Just being you is enough to activate something they've spent their whole lives suppressing. The realization that they could have been more. But instead of facing that truth, they do what weak minds always do. They reject the mirror. They twist reality to make themselves the victim and you the villain. They label you arrogant, difficult, out of touch. Not because it's true, but because it's the easiest way to deal with the discomfort you bring. Accepting that you earned your intelligence, your insight, your depth. That would mean accepting that they chose to remain stagnant. And that's a truth they'll do anything to avoid. You see, most people live their lives avoiding self-awareness. They don't want to reflect, analyze, or question themselves. They don't want to confront the fact that they've been playing small, following the herd, choosing convenience over growth. And when you come along, unapologetic, sharp, unwilling to shrink, they're forced to acknowledge a reality they despise. They had the same 24 hours as you, the same access to books, to knowledge, to self-improvement, the same potential to be more, and they wasted it. So what do? They attack, they gossip, they downplay your intelligence, call you nerdy, weird, too intense. They mock what they don't understand because ridicule is easier than reflection. It's a defense mechanism, not a rational decision, not a conscious plan, just pure gut-level survival. They feel like prey in the presence of a predator, not because you're hunting them, but because your existence reminds them of their own weakness. And weak people will do anything to protect their delusions. But here's the truth, chosen one, they don't matter. You are not here to be understood by those who refuse to understand themselves. You are not here to dim your light so they can feel comfortable in the dark. The universe didn't align itself in your favor just so you could waste time convincing small minds to think bigger. Let them misunderstand you. Let them call you whatever helps them sleep at night. Because at the end of the day, their words won't change reality. They can tell themselves you're too much, but that won't make them more. They can mock your depth, but that won't fill their emptiness. They can reject the mirror, but they'll always know, deep down, that you were never the problem. The only difference between you and them is that you had the courage to face yourself, to see your flaws, your weaknesses, your blind spots, and do something about them, while they chose to look away. That's why your presence makes them uneasy. That's why they push you away. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because you did something they refused to do. You chose growth over comfort. You chose truth over delusion. You chose power over fear. And that will always make the weak uncomfortable. So let them talk. Let them project. Let them twist reality to protect themselves. It changes nothing. Because at the end of the day, you don't need their approval. They need your absence. Number 5. They can't keep up, so they call it arrogance. A dull mind sees a sharpened blade as a threat, not a tool. You walk into a room, speak with clarity, and immediately feel the shift, the subtle tension, the discomfort in their eyes. Not because you were rude, not because you said anything offensive, but because you said something too well, too structured, too logical, and that's unacceptable. Because in a world built on vagueness, where people prioritize feelings over facts, precision is treated like an attack. When you cut through the nonsense and speak directly, they don't hear your words. They hear a challenge. They hear, "I'm smarter than you." They hear, "You're wrong, and I can prove it." Even when that's not what you said. Because truth be told, they don't actually hate your intelligence. They hate what it reveals about them. Most people are comfortable in intellectual mediocrity. They thrive in half-baked opinions, in weak arguments propped up by emotion, in conversations that go nowhere because no one wants to be pinned down to an actual position. And then you come along, concise, factual, unwavering, and suddenly they feel exposed. Your precision forces them to confront the weakness of their own thinking, and instead of rising to meet you, they do what weak minds always do. They label you. You're arrogant. You think you know everything. You always have to be right. Not because these things are true, but because calling you arrogant is easier than admitting they lack the discipline to think as sharply as you do. Ironically, real arrogance isn't precision. Real arrogance is refusing to learn. Yet the very people who accuse you of being full of yourself are the ones who shut down the moment they're challenged. They're the ones who reject facts they don't like, who refuse to refine their ideas, who would rather attack the messenger than engage with the message. They mistake certainty for superiority. They confuse logic with condescension, because they've been conditioned to believe that confidence is offensive, that clear thinking is somehow aggressive. And so, every conversation with them feels like running in circles. You speak logically, they respond emotionally. You try to exchange ideas, they try to win. You want a discussion, they want a debate. But what they don't realize is, you're not fighting them, you're fighting their insecurities. And that's a battle they've already lost. This is why most debates go nowhere. You're holding up a mirror, and instead of facing their own reflection, they lash out at you. Your clarity reminds them that they've been lazy with their thinking, that they rely on filler words and vague ideas to protect themselves from ever having to be wrong. They expect you to soften your words, to wrap your intelligence in fluff, to dilute your mind so they can feel comfortable, and when you don't, you become the villain. But here's what they'll never admit. They envy you. Deep down, they wish they could speak with the same conviction. They wish they could back up their arguments with more than just emotions. They wish they had the ability to cut through the noise the way you do. And that's why they resent you. Because every time you open your mouth, you remind them of what they could be, but aren't willing to become. Let them misinterpret you. Let them twist your words. Let them call you arrogant, condescending, or too intense. Because at the end of the day, their opinion doesn't make you wrong. It only proves that they weren't ready for the truth. Number 6. They bond over weakness. You refuse to play the victim. They wanted a fellow prisoner, not someone who could walk out of the cage. Most people don't connect through strength. They connect through flaws, failures, and shared limitations. They bond over complaining about their jobs, their relationships, their problems. They form alliances based on mutual misery, not mutual growth. Because in a world that rewards mediocrity, struggle isn't just expected, it's celebrated. And then there's you. You don't play the victim. You don't bond over excuses. You don't trade weaknesses as currency in social interactions. You don't indulge in self-pity just to fit in. And because of that, you disrupt everything. They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't seek sympathy, who doesn't join the chorus of complaints, who doesn't need external validation to feel secure. Your presence alone is a problem. Because when you refuse to participate in their emotional bargaining, their entire dynamic falls apart. And people hate when their system stops working. Society runs on unspoken rules, subtle manipulations, fake humility, expected guilt. Someone gives you a gift, you owe them. Someone shares their problems, you're supposed to mirror them with your own. Someone plays helpless, you're expected to rush in and save them. It's not always sinister, it's just how people function. They use guilt to get favors, flattery to win approval, emotional leverage to maintain control. They expect everyone to play along, to follow the script, to keep the illusion running smoothly. But you see through it. You recognize when people are fishing for sympathy. You notice when they use self-deprecation as a shield. You can tell when they're seeking validation instead of solutions. And worst of all, you don't fall for it. That makes you dangerous. Not because you're cruel, but because you won't be controlled. Most people aren't used to that. They're used to others responding on cue, offering reassurance, playing their part in the emotional economy. But you break the cycle. You don't feed their need for pity. You don't engage in guilt-based transactions. You don't offer cheap validation for the sake of social harmony. And that makes you an anomaly. Manipulators avoid you because their tactics don't work. They can't guilt trip you because you don't operate on guilt. They can't love bomb you because you don't crave approval. They can't bait you with drama because you see the trap before it's even set. People in power find you difficult because you ask questions they don't want to answer. You notice contradictions. You expose hypocrisy. You don't just listen to what they say. You analyze why they're saying it. And that's when the resentment starts. They don't like being seen. They don't like that their usual tricks fall flat. They don't like that their emotional leverage has no effect on you. So instead of changing their tactics, they make you the problem. They call you cold, distant, uncaring. They claim you lack empathy. They frame you as difficult, as arrogant, as someone who just doesn't get people. But here's the truth. They don't want you to get them. They want you to play along. They want you to lower yourself to their level. They want you to follow the same manipulative social scripts that keep everyone else trapped up. But you never will, because you don't bond through weakness. You don't trade in excuses. You don't pretend to be helpless just to make others feel comfortable. You were never meant to be controlled. You were meant to stand apart. And they hate that. They hate that you move through life without needing their approval. They hate that you see what they try to hide. They hate that their usual tricks don't work on you. But most of all, they hate that deep down. They wish they could be like you. So let them resent you. Let them misinterpret your silence. Let them label you as too much or too little. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, they will always need others to survive. And you were built to stand alone. Number 7, they can't fool you, so they fear you. A mind that sees the strings will never be a puppet. The game was rigged from the start, but they never expected you to figure it out. Most people don't even realize they're being manipulated. They walk through life on autopilot, responding to guilt, flattery and pressure like well-trained dogs. They follow unspoken rules, obey invisible expectations and mistake submission for social intelligence. But then you come along, and suddenly the game stops working. You don't respond to guilt tripping. You don't fall for fake compliments. You don't dance to the rhythm they've set. You see the game for what it is. A carefully crafted illusion meant to keep you in line. And that makes you dangerous. Because manipulation only works on people who don't recognize it. It feeds on blind trust, on emotional triggers, on predictable behavior. And when you refuse to react the way they want, you disrupt their control. You make them uneasy. You make them doubt their own tactics. You throw off the balance they've spent years perfecting. And that's why they fear you. Because you can't be controlled. And nothing terrifies a manipulator more than someone they can't manipulate. They've spent their entire lives perfecting the art of subtle coercion. They disguise control as kindness. They disguise guilt as concern. They disguise deception as diplomacy. They twist words, shift blame, and rewrite reality itself, all to make sure they get their way without ever looking like the villain. But you see through it. You recognize the forced smiles, the calculated phrasing, the strategic pauses designed to make you doubt yourself. You hear the manipulation behind their words, feel the control woven into their actions, and you don't fall for it. And that destroys them, because their power was never real. It only existed in the minds of those who believed in it. And the moment you refuse to play along, you strip them of that power. That's why they call you difficult. Why they say you have trust issues. Why they act like you're the problem. Because in their world, seeing the truth is the crime. And your crime? You refuse to be deceived. You refuse to flinch when they try to guilt you. You refuse to react when they bait you into an argument. You refuse to soften your boundaries for the sake of their comfort. They can't predict you. They can't control you. They can't manipulate you into submission. So what do? They turn everyone else against you. They plant seeds of doubt. They whisper that you're paranoid, difficult, untrusting. They frame your clarity as arrogance, your independence as selfishness. They spin the narrative to make you seem like the problem. Because if people start seeing what you see, the whole system falls apart. And that is their biggest fear. Because if one person wakes up, others might follow. And if enough people stop falling for their tricks, they lose everything. That's why they need you silenced, isolated, outnumbered. But here's what they don't understand. Once you see through the illusion, you can never unsee it. You will never fall back into blind obedience. You will never mistake manipulation for love. You will never trade your autonomy for acceptance. They lost their power over you the moment you woke up. And that is why they will never forgive you. Because deep down, they know, if more people were like you, their entire way of life would collapse. So let them plot, let them whisper, let them try to twist the story in their favor. Because in the end, the truth always wins. And you were born to see it. Number 8. They want you to dim your light, so they don't have to squint. Excellence offends those who have accepted mediocrity as their ceiling. They call it relatability. They say you should be more approachable, more down to earth. But what they really mean is, make yourself smaller so they don't have to feel inadequate. Society loves to praise those who fit in, who blend seamlessly into the background, who never stand out too much, think too deeply, or rise too high. The moment you step outside that mold, you become a problem. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because you've done something they haven't. You've sharpened your mind while they let theirs rust. You've broken cycles while they've made excuses. You've faced truths they've spent their entire lives avoiding. And that makes them uncomfortable. Because if you exist as you are, sharp, focused, relentless, then what's their excuse? If success, depth and self-awareness are possible, then their lack of it isn't fate. It's a choice, and they can't have that. They can't face the fact that the only thing stopping them is themselves. So instead, they disguise their resentment as advice. You should be more relatable. You're too serious. Lighten up. Not everyone thinks like you. Maybe you should tone it down. Translation: make yourself more digestible so they don't have to choke on their own inadequacy. But here's the truth. Relatability is just another word for self-betrayal. They don't want you to be authentic. They want you to be accessible. They want you to strip away the very things that make you powerful. The sharpness of your thoughts, the intensity of your presence, the fire in your ambition, so they can feel safe in their stagnation. And the moment you refuse, you become the villain. They'll call you arrogant, distant, elitist, not because you are, but because it's easier to attack you than admit they should be better. They don't want to see that they could have sharpened their minds, expanded their horizons, or elevated their lives. They don't want to accept that they chose comfort over growth. That's too painful. So they spin the story. It's not that I'm not trying, it's that they think they're better than me. It's the classic defense mechanism of the mediocre. If they can't rise to meet you, they'll try to pull you down to their level. But here's what they don't realize. You weren't built to be relatable. You weren't meant to fit in. You weren't designed to shrink yourself for their comfort. You were chosen to stand apart, to lead, to elevate. And the truth is, relatability has never changed the world. Geniuses weren't relatable. Visionaries weren't relatable. The greatest minds in history weren't spending their time trying to make others comfortable. They were too busy pushing forward, breaking barriers, rewriting reality. So why should you be any different? Why should you make yourself small just to be accepted by those who will never understand you anyway? Why should you pretend to be less than you are just so they don't have to feel like failures? The answer is simple. You shouldn't. Your job isn't to be understood. Your job isn't to be liked. Your job is to become so unapologetically yourself that their opinions become irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, what they think of you doesn't change reality. It doesn't dim your intelligence, erase your achievements, or lower your frequency. All it does is expose them. Expose their fears. Expose their insecurities. Expose the smallness of their thinking. And that's why they need you to be relatable. Because the moment you stop playing small, they have to face the uncomfortable truth. They were always capable of more. They just chose not to be. So let them talk. Let them twist your confidence into arrogance. Let them whisper that you're too much. It doesn't matter. Because the truth is, the only people who need you to be relatable are the ones who refuse to rise. Number 9. They don't want truth. They want a mirror that lies. A comfortable lie will always be more popular than an uncomfortable truth, but only fools choose comfort over clarity. They don't seek truth, they seek confirmation. They don't want to think, they want to feel right. And when you refuse to give them that, you become a problem. Most people don't hold beliefs because they've thought them through. They hold them because they were given to them, fed to them, reinforced by the people around them, and repeated until they felt like facts. The moment you challenge that, the moment you force them to think for themselves, you disrupt their entire reality. And that makes you dangerous. Because you don't just disagree, you make them confront the possibility that they've been wrong, and nothing terrifies the weak-minded more than realizing they've spent years, sometimes their entire lives, building an identity on a foundation of sand. See, they expect conversations to be a game of mutual validation. They expect you to nod along, to agree even when you don't, to stroke their ego and let them believe their half-baked opinions are deep wisdom. They want to be told they're right, not tested to see if they actually are. But then you come along, asking questions that demand real answers, answers they don't have. You don't argue to win, you argue to reveal. You force them to defend their claims, to support their ideas with logic, to think instead of regurgitate. And that's when they start to panic, because deep down, they know if their beliefs were solid, they wouldn't feel threatened. If their opinions were strong, they wouldn't need validation. But they do, and that's why your presence unsettles them. It's why they call you difficult when you won't just agree. It's why they say you're too serious when you ask for clarity. It's why they claim you always have to be right when all you did was refuse to lie to make them comfortable. The truth is, they don't resent you for challenging them. They resent you for making them realize they've never challenged themselves. And so, instead of rising to your level, they try to pull you down to theirs. They dismiss you as argumentative. They label you cold. They throw around words like know-it-all, as if intelligence is an insult. Because if they can paint you as the villain, they never have to question whether they're the fool. But let's be clear about one thing. You don't challenge people to be cruel. You challenge them because you refuse to live in a world built on lies. You challenge them because you know that growth doesn't come from comfort, that wisdom isn't handed out for free, that the mind, like a blade, only sharpens under pressure. And for those who have the strength to meet you there, that's a gift. But for the weak, for the ones who have built their entire existence around never being questioned, you are their worst nightmare. Because you don't hand out participation trophies. You don't pretend bad ideas are good just to keep the peace. You don't reward laziness with approval. And in a world that runs on validation over truth, that makes you an anomaly. But here's where they miscalculated. You don't need their validation. They spent their entire lives chasing approval, shaping themselves into whatever form gets them accepted, while you carved yourself into what's real. And that's why, no matter how much they resent you, they'll never be able to ignore you. Because deep down, they know you see through them, you hear their words, but you listen for the truth. And more often than not, you find nothing. So let them squirm, let them resist. Let them call you names, roll their eyes, dismiss you as too much. It doesn't matter. Because in the end, when the dust settles, they'll realize something that haunts them more than any argument you've ever won. You never needed their approval, but they always needed yours. Number 10. They wasted their years, and now they hate you for proving it. The worst pain isn't losing time, it's realizing someone else used theirs better. You walk into a room and the energy shifts. Not because you said anything, not because you did anything, just because you exist. And that alone is enough to make them uncomfortable. They've spent years, decades even, convincing themselves that life is about drifting, that it's okay to settle, that growth is optional. They believed they could stay the same, keep the same thoughts, cling to the same outdated perspectives, and somehow they'd still be enough. And then you show up, and without even trying, you destroy that illusion. You are living proof that time isn't the issue, effort is. That the years they wasted weren't stolen from them by bad luck, by circumstances, by fate, but by their own choices. And that fact, it eats them alive. Because if you could evolve, if you could sharpen your mind, push your limits, break past the excuses, then what's their excuse? They look at you, and they don't just see you, they see the person they could have been, if only they had tried. And that's what makes them resent you. they'll never say it outright. No, they're too cowardly for that. Instead, they'll find ways to discredit you. You think too much. You take life too seriously. You act like you're better than everyone. But what they really mean is, I can't stand the reminder that I wasted my potential. Because deep down, they know the truth. The years they spent scrolling mindlessly, gossiping about things that didn't matter, numbing themselves with distractions, it all adds up. And now, they have nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, you sharpened your mind, you questioned everything, you grew while they stood still. And that stings, because people can accept failure, they can accept setbacks, they can even accept being average. But what they cannot accept, what they will never forgive, is being forced to see the proof that they could have done more. And that's exactly what you are, walking proof. It's not your intelligence that offends them. It's not your insights, your wisdom, or your ability to cut through the nonsense and see reality for what it is. It's the fact that you expose them. Every time you speak, every time you move, every time you exist in a space they occupy, they feel it. The weight of the time they let slip through their fingers. The haunting realization that they weren't victims of circumstance. They were complicit in their own stagnation. So what do? Do they rise to the challenge? Do they take inspiration from you and finally start becoming what they should have been? No, that would take effort. That would take accountability. And effort is exhausting, and accountability is painful. So instead, they choose the easy way out. They resent you. They mock you. They label you. Not because you deserve it, but because it's easier to attack you than admit the truth. Because to admit the truth would mean facing something far more terrifying than you, their own wasted years. And here's the thing, it will never stop. The older you get, the worse it will become, because the gap will only widen. While they continue recycling the same old thoughts, you'll keep evolving. While they waste more time, you'll make the most of yours. And before long, the resentment will turn into something deeper, regret. And regret is lethal. It's why they desperately try to tear you down now, while they still have the chance. They think if they can just convince you to slow down, if they can just make you doubt yourself, then maybe, just maybe, they won't have to face the truth of what they've become. But here's the problem. You see through them. You see what they don't say. You see the regret hiding behind their sarcasm. You see the envy buried under their forced laughter. You see the pain disguised as indifference. And that's why they'll never like you. Because as long as you exist, they can't escape the truth. So let them resent you. Let them talk. Let them pretend they don't care. Because the truth is, the longer you keep winning, the harder it gets for them to lie to themselves. Number 11. They don't want truth. They want an echo of their own voices. Weak minds seek agreement. Strong minds seek truth. They don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because you won't clap along with their delusions. Because you ask questions they can't answer. Because you refuse to nod in blind agreement when you know they're spewing nonsense. Most people don't want to think. They want to feel right. They want the comfort of knowing that everyone around them thinks the same, believes the same, agrees on everything without question. They don't want to debate. They don't want to challenge their own perspectives, and they sure as hell don't want someone like you walking in and disrupting the illusion. Because that's what you are to them, a disruption. You introduce ideas that force them to think, and that's unforgivable. When you speak, you break the harmony of their echo chamber. You bring friction into a space that was built to be frictionless. And in their minds, that makes you dangerous. Because an echo chamber isn't just a comfort zone, it's a prison built out of agreement, and every time you challenge it, you're shaking the walls. You've seen it happen. You ask a question that isn't supposed to be asked. You point out a flaw in their logic. You introduce a new perspective when all they wanted was the same one repeated back to them. And suddenly, the mood shifts. The air gets thick. The smiles get tight. You can feel their discomfort. They try to steer the conversation back into safe, shallow waters. They laugh nervously, brush you off, act like you're overthinking or taking things too seriously. And when that doesn't work, they turn on you. You're arrogant, you're contrarian, you're too much. Not because you are, but because you don't belong in their echo chamber. They never wanted truth. They never wanted depth. They wanted confirmation. That's why they surround themselves with people who think like them, speak like them, believe exactly what they believe. They want an audience, not a conversation, an applause track, not a dialogue. And you refuse to play along. You don't swallow empty narratives. You don't repeat opinions just to fit in. You don't reduce yourself to a parrot when you were built to be a thinker. And that makes you public enemy number one, because you force them to confront the one thing they never wanted to face. What if they're wrong? What if the beliefs they've built their identity on are flawed? What if the truths they hold on to so tightly are just convenient lies? What if the real reason they avoid you isn't because you're too opinionated or too intense, but because they can't defend their own beliefs once you start asking the right questions? That's why they need you gone. They'll ice you out, they'll silence you, they'll twist your words, mock your perspective, and do everything in their power to make you seem wrong, even when they know you're right. Because to them, you aren't a person. You're a threat to their illusion. And here's the cruel irony. If they had any real strength, they'd thank you. They'd see you as an opportunity to grow, to evolve, to refine their own thinking. They'd embrace the friction, because friction sharpens the blade. But they aren't looking to be sharper. They're looking to be comfortable. And you make them uncomfortable as hell. So let them exile you. Let them whisper behind your back. Let them throw labels at you to make themselves feel safe. Because history remembers disruptors. It forgets the chorus of yes men, the obedient sheep, the comfortable masses who never questioned anything. But the ones who dared to challenge, the ones who refused to echo back the same tired ideas, they leave a mark. So keep speaking, keep questioning, keep disrupting, because in the end, truth doesn't need an echo. It only needs a voice. Number 12. They were built for shallow waters. You were born for the depths. The deep intimidates those who have only ever known the shore. They call it good social skills. What they really mean is, they've mastered the art of sounding like they know something when they actually don't. Watch them. They move effortlessly through surface-level conversations, exchanging empty words like currency. They know exactly when to laugh, when to nod, when to sprinkle in just enough fake depth to sound interesting without ever saying anything real. Their entire social identity is built on pretend engagement. They don't need to think, they just need to perform, and they've been rewarded for it their whole lives. But then you walk in, and suddenly the script doesn't work anymore. You're not interested in shallow waters. You don't just talk to pass time. You listen, you question, you push the conversation further. And that's when the cracks start to show. Because the truth is, most people don't think when they speak. They repeat. They recycle opinions, regurgitate headlines, and piece together their worldview from whatever was easiest to absorb. The moment you disrupt that, by asking the wrong question, by challenging an assumption, by refusing to play along, they freeze. Because they weren't prepared for this. They were built for predictable interactions, and you are anything but predictable. You see it happen in real time. The shift, the tension, the way their body language changes when they realize they can't just coast through this conversation like they usually do. They start fumbling for words. They default to defensiveness. They look for an escape, checking their phone, changing the subject, laughing awkwardly to fill the silence. And when none of that works, they turn on you. They'll say you're too intense, that you overcomplicate things, that you make conversations feel like an interrogation. But what they really mean is, you're exposing how shallow they are. They'll tell you to lighten up, to just go with the flow, to stop taking everything so seriously. But what they actually want is for you to shrink, to dull yourself down so they don't have to rise to meet you. Because let's be real, they're not struggling because they lack intelligence. They're struggling because they've never had to use it in social settings. They've been conditioned to think that good communication means being agreeable, charming, and non-threatening. That it means sticking to topics that don't demand too much from anyone. That it means never making people uncomfortable. But here's the thing. Growth is uncomfortable, and you don't fear discomfort. That's why they don't know what to do with you. They can navigate office gossip, celebrity scandals, and the latest TV shows with ease. But ask them something real, something that requires them to think, to engage beyond the surface, and they fall apart. Their charm fades, their confidence crumbles, and what's left is the terrifying realization that they were never actually good at socializing. They were just good at faking it. And that makes them resent you, because deep down they know you see through it. You see the cracks in their facade. You see how much of their identity is built on illusion. And instead of rising to the challenge of learning how to communicate beyond their usual scripts, they label you as the problem. But you're not the problem. You were just never meant for shallow waters. You were built for conversations that move something, that challenge, that reveal, that force people to confront truths they'd rather ignore. And the reality is, they won't all be able to handle that. Some will avoid you, some will lash out, some will dismiss you as difficult, arrogant, or socially awkward. Let them. Because the ones who can't keep up were never meant to walk this path with you anyway. And the ones who can, the ones who crave depth, who see what you see, who think the way you think, they'll recognize you instantly. And when they do, you'll realize something powerful. You were never alone. You were just surrounded by the wrong people. And that's the truth they can't escape. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out and rise. If you feel this, if you know this, hit like, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Share this message. Let more chosen ones wake up. The ones who laugh the loudest in arrogance are often the first to choke on their own words. The universe has a way of turning the stage on those who think they're untouchable. The higher they climb on stolen power, the harder they crash when truth rips through their illusions. Chosen ones, your enemies have walked with smug faces for too long, thinking they could get away with their schemes. They whispered lies, threw dirt on your name, and mocked your struggles. But they made one fatal mistake. They thought they could toy with someone marked by the universe itself. What they never saw coming, The downfall waiting just around the corner, written in bold letters by fate itself. And when it hits, it won't be quiet. It won't be hidden. It will be loud, brutal, and undeniable. So if you are ready, hit that like button and subscribe. If this message speaks to you, it's because you were meant to hear it. And when you engage, you send a signal, not just to YouTube, but to the universe itself. More chosen ones need to wake up, and with every voice that rises, this force grows stronger. Now, let's get into it. The universe doesn't choose lightly. If you are marked, you carry a presence that unsettles the wicked. They sense it before they understand it, and that's why they hate you. It's not what you did, it's who you are. You don't need to lift a finger for them to fear you. Just your existence is a threat to their lies, their masks, their illusions. That's why they've spent their energy trying to break you down, smiling in your face while sharpening knives behind your back, spreading rumors, setting traps, hoping you'd fall into the darkness they designed for you. But here's where their arrogance blinds them. Powerful forces protect the chosen. You were never alone. While they plotted, the universe calculated. And now, their time is up. This isn't just about karma. This is about exposure. It's about the humiliating unraveling of those who thought they were untouchable. Watch how their carefully curated image begins to crack. How their words, once so convincing, turn against them. How their allies, sensing the shift, begin to abandon them one by one. You won't need to lift a hand. The same force that elevated you will now be the storm that topples them. Have you noticed it already? The strange slip-ups, the nervousness in their voice, the way they avoid your gaze. That's fear creeping in. That's the weight of their own actions coming back to collect. Some will fight it, trying to hold on to the false reality they built. But the truth doesn't care about their desperation. The universe has flipped the hourglass, and the last grains of their illusion are slipping away. Public humiliation is the final act. It's the ultimate unveiling, where the masks fall and the truth stands exposed for all to see. And it won't just be you witnessing it, the world will. They once used the crowd as their shield, but now that same crowd will be their downfall. People will whisper, they will point. The same ones who once believed their lies will be the first to turn against them. The irony, they did it to themselves. They wrote their own fate with every betrayal, every deception, every moment they underestimated you. And now, the show they orchestrated has one last twist. They are the main act, and the script isn't in their hands anymore. Chosen ones, the power that haunts your enemies isn't just fate. It's justice in motion. It's the weight of the universe balancing the scales. You were never the underdog. You were the test they failed. And now, as their downfall unfolds, remember this. You were never meant to be their prey. You were always the storm they feared. Brace yourself, because the celebrations are coming, not just for revenge, but for restoration. What was stolen will be returned. What was broken will be rebuilt. And what was lost, it was never truly lost. It was only waiting for the right moment to be restored. Their time of deception is over. Your time of rising has begun. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, whether you just found this message or you've been walking this path with us for a while, know this. Your presence here is no accident. The truth is unfolding, and your energy fuels this awakening. If you're ready to stand tall despite their whispers, embrace the power they fear, and turn their shock into your strength, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments if you're done apologizing for who you are. And now, let's break it down step by step. Because If you are truly chosen, you won't just hear this. You'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. When the universe sets the trap, there's no escape. The most dangerous moment for a fool is when they think they've won. Your enemies celebrated too soon. They thought they could rewrite your past, twist your truth, and trap you in their web of deception. But what they didn't realize, the universe was watching, and it wasn't ignoring their actions. It was calculating. Every lie, every betrayal, every move they made against you was silently recorded, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. They weren't winning. They were walking straight into their own downfall. They thought they had you cornered. Maybe they spread rumors about you, dug up old mistakes, twisted the facts, and whispered just loud enough for the world to hear. They laughed, convinced they had buried you under the weight of your past. But here's where their arrogance betrays them. The past has no power over the chosen ones. While they were busy trying to use it against you, the universe was flipping the script. What they thought would destroy you is about to destroy them instead. That's the thing about universal justice. It doesn't operate on their schedule. It waits, it watches, and then, when they least expect it, it moves, swift, precise, unforgiving. Their biggest mistake wasn't attacking you. It was assuming they could play with the system and get away with it. They thought they were the ones in control, but they failed to see the bigger game. They weren't the hunters, they were the bait. And now, the trap they set is snapping shut, and there's no way out. Maybe you've been wondering, why did the universe let them get away with it for so long? That's what they wanted you to believe, that they were untouchable, that their lies would stand, that their power was absolute. But what they failed to realize is that silence is not approval. The universe was never ignoring them. It was letting them dig deeper, giving them just enough rope to hang themselves. It's like watching a gambler get cocky. At first, they win. They keep pushing their luck, thinking they're invincible. But the more they bet, the higher the stakes get, until they've risked everything without realizing the game was rigged against them all along. They were never winning. They were just being set up for the final blow. And now that moment has come. The weight of their own actions is caving in on them. Their confidence is cracking. They feel it, the shift. The whispers have changed direction. The same people they fooled before are now looking at them with doubt, with suspicion. The respect they once commanded is slipping through their fingers like sand. They thought they could expose you, but now they're the ones standing in the spotlight, stripped of their lies, their masks, their illusions. That's the power of being chosen. You don't have to fight. You don't have to chase revenge. You don't have to lower yourself to their level. The universe does it for you, and when it moves in ways that shake the ground beneath them. Their arrogance blinded them to the truth. You were never just another target. You were the test they failed. And now, as their world starts to crumble, as the same crowd that once cheered them on turns against them, they will understand exactly who they were messing with. They will see that the silence they mistook for weakness was actually the calm before their storm. And you will rise, unshaken, unbothered, unstoppable, because the chosen ones aren't meant to stay in the shadows. The universe aligns itself to bring justice, and when it does, it doesn't just humble your enemies, it humiliates them. Number 2, they dug their own grave. Now they have to lie in it. The most dangerous enemy is the one who believes their own lies, because when truth strikes, it doesn't just expose them, it annihilates them. Your enemies thought they were clever. They built their plans in the dark, weaving lies, spreading deception, manipulating people like pieces on a chessboard. They thought no one would ever see the real them, that they could keep hiding behind their carefully crafted masks, that the shadows would always protect them. But here's the truth they never saw coming. The very darkness they relied on is now turning against them. They believed they could control the narrative forever, that they could bury the truth so deep that no one would ever find it, that they could keep twisting reality to their advantage. But what they didn't understand is that the universe doesn't need to strike them down, because their own actions are already doing it for them. Every lie they told, it's now evidence. Every scheme they ran, it's now a ticking time bomb. Every betrayal they committed, it's now fuel for their own collapse. And the most brutal part, they did this to themselves. No outside force needed to intervene. No sudden act of destruction needed to be delivered. The universe simply turned on the light, and suddenly everyone saw them for who they really were. They built their power in secrecy, thinking they were untouchable. They surrounded themselves with people who clapped for their deceit. But what happens when the same people who once supported them start whispering behind their backs? What happens when those closest to them begin to see through the cracks in their facade? That moment is here. The exposure is happening, and it's anything but subtle. They feel it. The shift. The way the energy around them has changed. The way people no longer trust their words. The way their name, once respected, now carries doubt. The charm that used to work on everyone, it's fading. The manipulation that once kept them in control, it's failing. And now, they are panicking. They see it slipping. They try to claw their way back, to explain, to justify, to spin the story in their favor. But it's too late. No one is listening. The same people they fooled are now looking at them with suspicion, with disgust, with realization. And that's when the worst part hits them. They never had real power. It was all an illusion, one that only worked as long as people believed in it. Now, no one believes anymore. That's the power of universal justice. It doesn't just take them down, it lets them destroy themselves. It lets them walk straight into their own demise, thinking they're still winning, right up until the moment the ground crumbles beneath them. And you didn't have to do anything. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to fight them on their level. You didn't even need to defend yourself, because the universe already had a plan, and that plan was to let their own darkness be the weapon that ends them. That's the difference between them and you. They relied on deceit, while you stood in truth. They operated in shadows, while you walked with clarity. They spent all their energy trying to pull you down, while you kept rising. And now, they're exhausted from running their own game. The very lies they built their kingdom on are suffocating them. They thought they could control fate. They thought they could manipulate outcomes. They thought they could rewrite history. But fate doesn't play by their rules. Now, as their world collapses, all they can do is watch as the truth devours them. The same darkness they wielded against you has swallowed them whole. The same web of deception they spun has wrapped around them like chains. And you stand free, unbothered, untouchable, watching as the universe does what it always does, balance the scales. They thought they had buried you in the dark, but the only grave they dug was their own. Number 3. When the curtain falls, there's nowhere to hide. A false king fears only one thing: the moment the crowd sees he wears no crown. Your enemies built their power on illusion. They crafted a perfect image, a carefully controlled story where they were always the hero and you were the villain. They wore masks of respectability, convinced the world that they were untouchable. But here's what they never understood. A lie can only last as long as the truth remains silent. And now, the silence is over. They thought they could manipulate the system forever, that their status, their influence, and their carefully built reputation would protect them from consequences. But the universe has a way of balancing the scales. And when it does, justice isn't served in the shadows. It happens in broad daylight, where the whole world can see. This won't be a quiet downfall. There will be no chance for them to slither away unnoticed, no way to rewrite the narrative. The same audience they performed for, the same people they fooled and controlled, will now be the ones watching their collapse. They wanted attention. Now they have it. Just not in the way they imagined. Public humiliation is the cruelest kind of justice because it leaves them nowhere to run. They spent years ensuring that people only saw what they wanted them to see. Now, their real face is being forced into the light. Every betrayal, every deception, every backhanded move they made against you is coming back like an avalanche. The cracks in their false empire have started to show, and soon the whole structure will come crashing down. Maybe you've asked yourself, why does their downfall have to be public? Simple, because their power was built on public perception. They weren't just satisfied with harming you privately, they needed an audience. They wanted others to turn against you, to doubt you, to mock you. They enjoyed watching you struggle. So now, the universe is making sure they learn a lesson they will never forget. The same stage they used to elevate themselves is now the site of their disgrace. The same crowd they controlled will be the first to turn against them, because that's how the world works. People love to watch a rise, but they love a fall even more. And when it happens, it won't be slow or quiet. It will be instant, merciless, and absolute. Imagine watching someone juggle glass balls, each one representing the lies they told, the people they manipulated, the fake power they held. They're so confident, smiling as they perform for the crowd. But then, one slip, one small miscalculation, one hand falters, and suddenly everything comes crashing down, shattering at their feet, right in front of everyone they wanted to impress. That's what's coming, and they feel it. The ones who used to walk with confidence now seem uneasy. The ones who mocked you are suddenly avoiding eye contact. They sense the shift, even if they won't admit it. The same people who once believed them without question are now asking, wait, was any of it real? And that's what will break them. Not just the exposure, but the realization that the illusion is gone, and they can never rebuild it. They can deny, they can make excuses, they can beg for sympathy, but it won't work. Because once people see the truth, they never unsee it. This isn't just about proving you right. This is about setting the record straight, once and for all. The lies they told, crushed. The respect they commanded, gone. The power they clung to, nothing but dust. And the best part? You didn't have to lift a single finger. Because when the universe delivers justice, it does it in a way that no one can ignore. And as they stand there, exposed and powerless, they will finally understand exactly who they were dealing with. Number 4. The silent trap. They walked right into their own downfall. The deadliest hunter is the one that lets its prey come closer, thinking it's safe. Your enemies thought they had you figured out. They mistook your silence for surrender, your patience for weakness. They convinced themselves that you were too afraid, too powerless to fight back. They had no idea they were stepping straight into the trap you never had to set, because they built it themselves. They grew bold. They talked louder, acted recklessly, pushed further, believing there were no consequences. But what they didn't understand, the universe was never ignoring them. It was giving them space to expose themselves. And oh, how they exposed themselves. They paraded their arrogance, flaunted their false victories, and kept digging deeper. You let them talk. You let them spread lies. You let them believe they were winning. And in their ignorance, they never realized the truth. You didn't have to strike back. The trap wasn't something you made. It was something they walked into, step by step, thinking they were untouchable. It's like watching a reckless gambler. At first, they win a few rounds. They feel unstoppable. They start betting more, running their mouth, convinced luck is on their side. But the game doesn't favor fools. The moment they think they own the table is the moment they've set themselves up for the biggest loss. And when that loss hits, there's no way to recover. Your silence wasn't compliance, it was strategy. Every moment you stayed quiet, they assumed they were gaining ground. They didn't realize they were just tightening the noose around their own fate. The more they pressed, the more obvious their true nature became. To everyone, they stopped being careful. They thought their lies would be enough. But they underestimated one thing. Truth doesn't need to be shouted. It reveals itself in time. And now, the time has come. Their words, their actions, their schemes, they've left a trail so undeniable that they can't backtrack, can't erase it, can't manipulate their way out. The very people they convinced before are now seeing them for what they truly are. The whispers are shifting. The eyes that once admired them are now filled with suspicion. That's the power of your stillness. It forced them to show their hand, and now they can't hide. They wanted to ruin your name, but now they're the ones scrambling to protect theirs. They wanted to paint you as weak, but now their desperation makes them look pathetic. They can feel the shift. They're trying to undo the damage, but it's too late. The more they struggle, the more obvious their guilt becomes. And you didn't have to do a thing. That's how the universe works for the chosen ones. It doesn't need chaos. It doesn't need noise. It simply lets the enemy walk themselves into destruction. You never needed to fight them. Their own actions fought for you. So when the moment comes, and it will, when their downfall is undeniable, when their panic becomes visible, when they realize the damage they did to themselves, remember this: you won by doing nothing. The universe aligned everything for you. Your silence was never weakness. It was your greatest weapon. Number 5. They tried to bury you, but now their lies are screaming the truth. A lie can run 1,000 miles, but truth only needs one step to catch up, and when it does, it drowns everything in its path. They thought they were smart. They twisted words, flipped narratives, and painted you as the villain in their carefully crafted story. They wanted the world to see you through their warped lens, to make you doubt yourself, to make others turn against you. But what they didn't realize: lies are weak. They demand maintenance, and the moment one piece cracks, the whole structure collapses. They ran their mouths like they were untouchable, like they were the narrators of your life. They fed the crowd falsehoods, hoping their deception would spread far enough to become truth. But truth doesn't bow to liars. It doesn't need validation, it doesn't need reinforcement, and most importantly, it doesn't stay buried. That's the beauty of being chosen. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to defend yourself. The universe already has a plan, and part of that plan is letting their own words become the weapon that exposes them. Because while they were busy running their mouths, they forgot something crucial. Lies have an expiration date. They thought they could control the narrative forever, They thought their web of manipulation was airtight, but the moment reality starts slipping through the cracks, it's over. The very stories they told to destroy you are about to be the megaphone that amplifies their downfall. Think about it. A house built on deception can't stand. At first, they might convince a few people, maybe even a crowd. But all it takes is one slip, one inconsistency, one person asking the right question, and suddenly the whole facade begins to tremble. Those who once blindly believed them will start to see the gaps, the contradictions, the way things don't add up. And once doubt sets in, it spreads like wildfire. They won't be able to keep up. They will scramble, trying to patch their crumbling story, but it will be too late. The truth is relentless. It doesn't wait. It doesn't care about their panic. It rises like a tide, swallowing the sandcastle they built with lies, washing everything away until only reality remains. And here's where it gets even better. They didn't just fail to destroy you. They made you stronger. The attention they tried to bring against you, the negativity they threw your way, it all backfired. The more they spoke about you, the more people became curious. The more they tried to silence you, the more others started watching, questioning, noticing. Instead of burying you, they ended up putting you in the spotlight. Their manipulation turned into a megaphone, broadcasting your resilience, your truth, your power. And now, the audience they gathered to turn against you is starting to see through the illusion. That's why the chosen ones don't fight for validation. You don't need to. The universe fights for you. It moves in ways that make sure everything hidden is revealed, everything stolen is returned, and every false accusation is turned into proof of your strength. And now they are standing there, exposed. The silence they used to fill with lies is suddenly deafening. They have no words left, no stories to spin, no more shadows to hide behind. The truth has arrived, and it's staring them right in the face. This is what they feared all along. Not just that you would survive, but that you would thrive, that you would rise above their games and become undeniable, that the very people they tried to deceive would see you standing tall, untouched, proven right, without you ever having to lift a finger. This isn't just justice. This is humiliation. And you are free. Free from their lies, free from their games, free from the weight they tried to place on your shoulders. The universe never let you down. It simply waited for the right moment to flip the entire script. So now, let them sit in the ruins of their deception. Let them taste the silence they once tried to force upon you. And while they struggle to comprehend how everything turned against them, you will be walking forward, untouched, unstoppable, and fully in your power. Number 6. When the universe rewards, it leaves no doubt. The sweetest victory is the one they swore you'd never taste. They wanted you broken. They wanted you lost in the chaos they created, stuck in the wounds they inflicted. They were so sure that their schemes would be the final chapter in your story. But what they didn't realize? The universe was already writing a new ending, one where you don't just survive, you thrive. The celebration that's coming isn't just about proving them wrong. It's not about petty revenge or rubbing their faces in your success. It's bigger than that. This is about restoration so complete, so undeniable, that it leaves no room for doubt. Not in your mind, not in theirs, not in anyone's. It's the kind of victory that shakes the ground, that rewrites history, that makes people stop and stare because they can't believe what they're witnessing. And that's exactly how it was designed. See, your enemies thought they had control. They thought they could dictate how your story ended. But the universe doesn't operate on their rules. It doesn't just balance the scales, it flips the entire system. What they took from you, it's coming back, multiplied. The doors they slammed in your face, new ones are opening, ones they'll never have access to. The pain they inflicted, it's turning into fuel that will push you further than they ever imagined. And the best part, they will have to watch. Not because you need their validation, not because you need an audience, but because the universe will make sure they see the results of their own failure. Every time they hear your name, every time they see you rise, it will be a reminder. They tried to bury you, but you were never meant to stay underground. Maybe you've wondered, why did it take so long? Why did I have to struggle while they seemed to thrive? Because this isn't just about getting what's yours. This is about building you into the kind of person who can handle what's coming. The rewards that are on their way aren't just random victories. They are tailor-made for you, designed with every sacrifice, every battle, every moment of patience in mind. This isn't a simple win. This is a reversal so complete that it feels surreal. The very things you thought you lost forever, the opportunities, the dreams, the peace of mind, it's all coming back in ways you never imagined. Not just returned, but elevated. The universe doesn't just give back. It multiplies, refines, and perfects. And when it's finally placed in your hands, you will know without a doubt that it was meant for you all along. And here's what will haunt them the most. It will look effortless. The same ones who tried to block you will watch as things fall into place for you without force, without struggle, without begging. The same ones who laughed at your setbacks will see you walk into opportunities they could never reach. They will feel the weight of what they lost, not because you took it from them, but because they wasted their energy trying to stop you instead of securing their own future. That's the power of being chosen. You don't chase what's meant for you, it finds you. And when it arrives, it doesn't just heal, it empowers. It doesn't just restore, it elevates. It doesn't just silence your enemies, it forces them to acknowledge they never had the power to stop you in the first place. And that's why this moment isn't just about rewards, it's about transformation. This isn't about proving a point or making a scene. It's about stepping into a version of yourself that no one, not even you, fully saw coming. No more struggling to be understood. No more waiting for validation. No more second-guessing what you deserve. The universe has spoken. Your time is now. Number 7. When justice strikes, your story becomes their warning. A fool doesn't learn from their own mistakes. They learn when they see someone else suffer for the same crime. Your enemies thought they could rewrite your story. They twisted the truth, manipulated those around you, and laughed as they watched you struggle. But what they didn't realize was this: your story isn't just about you, it's about them too. They didn't just make themselves your enemy, they made themselves an example. And now their downfall is about to teach a lesson they can't escape. This was never just about personal payback. This is bigger than you. When the universe moves, it doesn't just expose one liar, one betrayer, one enemy. It shifts the entire landscape. Everyone who watched in silence, who played along, who secretly supported those trying to tear you down, they will all have to face the truth now. Because what's about to happen isn't just a consequence, it's a warning. Your enemies were bold when they thought they were winning. They flaunted their lies like trophies. They whispered in the ears of anyone who would listen, thinking they had full control over how your story would be told. But the universe had other plans. And now, that same audience they once used against you, they're watching their downfall in real time. Imagine a stage play where the villain, convinced of their victory, stands in the spotlight, chest puffed, arms raised in triumph. And then, just as they begin their final monologue, the stage beneath them collapses. The audience gasps, not out of sympathy, but out of realization. They were watching a fraud the entire time. That's what's happening now. Your enemies are being stripped bare, their illusions shattered, their lies unraveling faster than they can contain them. And the crowd is watching. Those who once believed their words now see the truth. Those who once stood by in silence now understand the cost of looking the other way. And those who secretly sided with them, they're terrified. Because if this could happen to your enemies, what makes them think they're safe? That's the power of being chosen. Your victory doesn't just free you, it changes the entire game. Suddenly, people start questioning their own choices. The ones who sided against you feel the weight of their own silence. The ones who sat on the fence realize neutrality was never an option. This isn't just karma, it's a shift in the balance. And now, your story becomes a warning, not just to your enemies, but to everyone who thinks they can move the same way. It shows the world that betrayal isn't just a personal offense, it's a cosmic mistake. That trying to destroy a chosen one isn't just cruel, it's suicidal. Because the universe doesn't just restore what was taken from you, it multiplies it. And it doesn't just punish the guilty, it makes an example out of them. Your story is proof that the universe isn't blind, that justice isn't just a concept, it's an undeniable force. People will talk about what happened, they'll whisper about how the tables turned. Some will claim they always knew the truth. Others will pretend they never doubted you. And your enemies? They will live with the shame of knowing they played themselves. What they meant for destruction has become your testimony. What they thought would break you has now become your strength. They wanted to erase your name, but instead they made it unforgettable. And now, you move forward, not just as someone who survived, but as someone whose story set the record straight, as someone whose enemies thought they had power, only to learn too late that they were never in control. Because when the universe moves in favor of the chosen ones, it doesn't just correct the past, it changes the future. Number 8. The mirror that shatters their illusions. A liar's greatest fear is not being called out, it's being seen for who they truly are. Your enemies thought they were safe behind their masks. They played the role well, smiling, pretending, weaving their lies so seamlessly that even they started to believe them. But the universe doesn't just punish wrongdoing, it exposes the heart behind it. This isn't just about their actions, it's about who they truly are underneath it all. They thought they could manipulate, deceive, and twist the truth in their favor. They assumed their clever words and false charm would shield them forever. But truth is a force that can't be outrun. And when it catches up, it doesn't just strip away their lies, it forces them to stand, fully exposed in front of the world. No more masks, no more performances, just raw, undeniable reality. This is where their reckoning begins, not in whispers, not in shadows, but in broad daylight, under the weight of their own actions. And the worst part, the exposure mirrors their own heart. It's not just a fall from grace, it's a revelation of their true nature for everyone to see. Whatever they hid, whatever they denied, is now on display. If their actions were rooted in jealousy, the world will see their envy for what it is. If they moved with deceit, their lies will unravel faster than they can control. They once crafted a perfect image, carefully curating every move to deceive others. Now, their true reflection is staring back at them, and they can't look away. The very people they sought to impress, to control, to manipulate, are now seeing the cracks. The charm they once wielded like a weapon is gone, leaving behind only the ugliness of their own intentions. And that's the thing. This exposure isn't just for your enemies. It's for everyone who once believed in their deception. Friends, family, colleagues, the same people who stood by them will now witness the truth unfold before their eyes. The rumors they spread, the lies they told, the games they played, it all unravels piece by piece, like a crumbling stage set before an audience that finally sees the actors for who they really are. It's chilling, isn't it? To realize that the ones who smiled in your face were the same ones sharpening the knife behind your back. And yet, this moment, this reckoning, was inevitable. Because the universe doesn't just restore balance, it makes sure justice is witnessed. It ensures that when the curtain falls, there is no question left about who was real and who was false. And your enemies, they are left with nothing but the weight of their own exposure. No more excuses, no more manipulations, no more hiding. They stand in the very spotlight they once used to attack others. Only this time, it's not admiration they're met with. It's judgment. Some of them will try to fight it, scrambling to rebuild their crumbling facades, desperate to control the narrative. But it's too late. The truth has already been seen, and once people see the truth, they can never unsee it. The damage is done, and it was never you who delivered it. It was their own actions coming back full circle. That's the power of being chosen. You don't have to seek revenge. You don't have to prove anything. The universe does it for you in a way that hits harder than anything you could have done yourself. Your enemies wanted control, but in the end, they lost the only thing that truly mattered, their illusion of power. And now, as they struggle under the weight of their own exposure, you stand untouchable. You were never the villain in their story, no matter how hard they tried to make you one. You were the lesson they refused to learn. And when the truth comes crashing down, there is no escaping its impact. They wanted to write your downfall. Instead, they scripted their own. Number 9. When the power shifts, they won't know what hit them. The weight of false power is heavy, but when it crumbles, it crushes the ones who held it. They walked around like kings, believing their control over you was permanent, arrogant, smug, untouchable. They thought they could twist the story, manipulate the people around you, and dictate how this all ends. But what they never saw coming, the universe was never theirs to control. It let them play their little game. It let them feel powerful. But power that's stolen, power built on deception, never lasts. And when the shift happens, it doesn't come slowly. It's instant, it's brutal, it's irreversible. One day they were at the top, dictating your story. The next, they're scrambling, panicked, watching everything they built collapse like a house of cards. The same people who once stood by them, laughing at you, now look at them differently. The whispers have changed direction. The respect they demanded is replaced by doubt, by disgust. The admiration they once basked in, it's gone. And now, for the first time, they feel it. Real fear. Not the fake confidence they used as a shield. Not the arrogance that kept them blind. Pure, undeniable fear. Because they know what's coming. The same control they thought they had over you. Now, they're the ones at the mercy of forces far greater than themselves. This isn't just a loss, it's a public dethroning. And the best part? You didn't have to do a thing, because the universe fights for the chosen. And when it steps in, it doesn't just remove your enemies, it erases their power. The influence they thought was permanent, gone. The respect they once commanded, shattered. The people who once followed them, turning their backs one by one. They can't escape it. There's no undoing what's been set in motion, no rewinding the truth, no running from what they set in motion against you. And you rise. Not because you sought revenge, not because you fought dirty like they did. You rise because it was always meant to be this way. Because what they tried to steal from you, what they tried to bury, was never truly lost. The universe was just waiting for the right moment to return it. And now, that moment is here. Number 10. The slow burn of their collapse. A spectacle the universe makes sure everyone sees. A liar's worst nightmare isn't exposure, it's having nowhere left to hide. Your enemies thought they were safe behind their masks. They walked with confidence, convinced that their lies would stand forever. They built their castles on deception, propped up by illusions, false alliances, and empty words. But the universe never lets a house of cards stand for too long. When it starts to collapse, it doesn't happen all at once. It unravels piece by piece, slow, humiliating, and impossible to ignore. At first, they'll pretend nothing's happening. They'll double down on their lies, force their smiles, act like they're still in control. But you'll see it. The cracks forming beneath their feet. The subtle tremors in their voice, the nervous glances, the hesitation where there was once arrogance. The weight of their own deception is catching up to them, and they feel it. It's almost comical, watching them scramble, trying to plug the holes in their sinking ship, pretending the water isn't rising. Their so-called power is slipping through their fingers, and no matter what they do, they can't stop the downfall that's already in motion. And the best part, everyone sees it. The very people who once cheered for them start to step back, whisper, exchange looks. At first, their allies hesitate, not wanting to abandon ship too soon. But then the truth keeps piling up, and suddenly, loyalty turns into self-preservation. The fake supporters, the enablers, the ones who stood beside them in their deceit, they start distancing themselves. Nobody wants to go down with a sinking fraud. It's like watching an actor forget their lines on stage, panicking as the audience watches in awkward silence. They wanted to control the narrative, but now they are the joke. The same people they sought validation from are now the ones shaking their heads, watching them spiral. This isn't just a quick fall, it's a dragged-out humiliation, a slow-motion disaster, a spectacle the universe ensures is unforgettable. And while they struggle to hold it together, you don't even have to do anything. The universe is working on your behalf. Every deception, every betrayal, every moment they underestimated you, it's all coming back to them now. They wanted to play games. Now they're the main attraction in a tragic comedy. And the worst part for them, there's no way out. The truth is out in the open, and no matter how desperately they try to rewrite the story, the audience already knows how it ends. Number 11. From their attacks to your applause, your pain was never wasted. They threw dirt on your name, but they didn't realize they were planting the seeds of your legacy. They thought they were burying you. Every insult, every betrayal, every moment they mocked your struggle, they believed it was breaking you. But what they failed to understand is that pressure doesn't destroy the chosen. It refines them. They didn't put you in a grave, they put you in the fire. And what comes out of fire? Gold. Look back for a moment. Every time they tried to humiliate you, every time they tried to make you doubt your own worth, what happened? You survived. You kept pushing forward when they expected you to fall. And now, the very pain they threw at you is being transformed into the foundation of your honor. Your journey was never a series of accidents. It was a carefully crafted path leading to something greater. The universe doesn't waste suffering. It repurposes it. It molds the scars into armor. Every setback was a setup. Every wound became wisdom. They thought they were destroying you, but in reality, they were building something they would live to regret. They don't see it yet, but they will. They will witness your name rising where they once tried to erase it. They will hear people praising the same strength they once ridiculed. The same crowd that once turned away will now be forced to watch as the universe lifts you higher than they ever imagined. And the most satisfying part, they will have no choice but to see that they played a part in their own defeat. Because here's the truth, they were never in control. They thought they were writing your downfall, but the pen was never in their hands. The universe was just letting them believe they had the power, watching as they unknowingly contributed to the very thing they feared most, your rise. Ever wondered why the chosen ones go through the worst storms? Why life seems unfairly cruel while others move through life unbothered? Because what's meant to be great must first be tested. You weren't made for mediocrity. You were built for something higher, something that required endurance, strength, and resilience. And now, as you step into your power, the ones who tried to strip you of it will be the first to witness your transformation. Your pain was never about breaking you. It was about shaping you into something undeniable. They tried to shame you, but now, their voices will be drowned out by applause. The insults they threw at you will be remembered not as your downfall, but as proof that you overcame. Every betrayal, every attempt to humiliate you, will be displayed as evidence of your resilience. And don't be surprised when some of them try to switch sides, when the same people who laughed at you suddenly pretend they've supported you all along, when they try to stand next to you, hoping some of your shine rubs off on them. It's what happens when the universe lifts a chosen one into the light. Those who once looked down on you will now struggle to even make eye contact. Because deep down, they know they miscalculated. They know they bet against the wrong one. They know that their efforts to destroy you only made you stronger. And the worst part, they know that they will forever be remembered as the ones who tried and failed to bring you down. That's your power. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to live small, to go unnoticed. Everything they tried to use against you has been flipped, repurposed, and woven into your victory. This is not just a comeback story. This is a reckoning. Your enemies will see that they were never the authors of your fate. They were just the footnotes in your success story, the background noise to your rise, the lessons you outgrew. And as you take your place where you were always meant to be, the world won't just see your success. They'll see your journey. They'll see the storms, the battles, the trials, and they'll realize that nothing could break you. And that is the greatest public honor of all. Number 12. When envy turns into their own undoing. A jealous heart always exposes itself in the end. It rots from the inside out until everyone can smell the decay. Your enemies thought they were playing a smart game, hiding their resentment behind fake smiles, throwing subtle jabs, planting seeds of doubt in others about you. They wanted you to believe that their hostility had a justifiable reason, that they had the moral high ground. But the universe? It doesn't just expose their actions, it reveals their motives. And now, their envy is no longer a secret. It's laid bare for all to see. At first, they fooled people. They painted themselves as victims, as righteous, as justified in their hatred toward you. But they underestimated the silent power of universal justice, because when the truth comes out, it doesn't just show the lies, they become the lie. It's no longer just about what they did to you, it's about why they did it. And when people start connecting the dots, the humiliation is far greater than any punishment. You see, envy is a disease. It eats away at a person's soul, distorts their judgment, and makes them bitter beyond repair. And the worst part, it's obvious. They thought they were being discreet, but the universe has a way of magnifying what they tried to hide. And now, everyone sees it. Their obsession with you, their unspoken jealousy, the way their eyes burned with resentment whenever you succeeded, it all becomes crystal clear. Their downfall won't come from you. It will come from their own actions, their own choices, their own inability to control their bitterness. They made the mistake of believing they could keep their envy under wraps. But envy isn't silent forever. It leaks, it spills, and eventually it drowns the one who holds onto it too tightly. They thought they could drag your name through the mud, but now they're the ones sinking in it. The people who once listened to them are now looking at them differently. They're questioning, why are they so obsessed with you? Why do they always have something negative to say? Why does your success seem to bother them so much? And just like that, the tables turn. What was once a hidden resentment is now an open shame. They aren't the righteous warriors they pretended to be. They're just bitter souls who couldn't handle your light. That's the power of being chosen. You don't have to expose them. The universe does it for you. You don't have to seek revenge. It happens naturally. Their envy becomes their biggest curse. Because envy is loud. Envy is obvious. Envy is pathetic. And now, they have nowhere to hide. Their allies start backing away, their supporters start questioning them, and the respect they once had crumbles like ash in the wind. They thought they could weaponize your past against you. But in reality, they weaponized their own jealousy against themselves. They thought they were bringing you down. Instead, they exposed their own insecurities, their own failures, their own weakness, and people are seeing it for what it really is. The humiliation isn't just in being caught. It's in the realization that everyone knows the truth now. They didn't hate you because you wronged them. They hated you because they could never be you. And you rise, without lifting a finger, without breaking a sweat. Because when you're chosen, your very existence is a mirror that forces the wicked to see themselves. And what they see, they can't handle it. So let them crumble under the weight of their own envy. Let them destroy themselves trying to bring you down. Because what they meant for your downfall has only made your victory that much sweeter. And just like that, the truth stands tall, and the envious fall. They thought they could bury you, but all they did was dig their own graves. The universe doesn't let injustice go unanswered, and now their downfall is on full display for the world to see. Your rise was inevitable, and their exposure was unavoidable. If this message resonated with you, like this video, subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to confirm your power as a chosen one. Share this with others, because the more chosen ones awaken, the stronger we become. Your victory is unfolding. Stay ready. The fire that forges the strongest steel is the same fire that blinds those who try to control it. They watched you, studied you, and thought they had you figured out. But the moment they thought they had power over your story, they realized they had only scratched the surface of something far greater. Their so-called discoveries didn't weaken you, They confirmed what you already knew deep in your soul. You are the unknown variable, the one they cannot predict, the force they cannot tame. And now, the fear in their eyes betrays them. They wanted to break you. Instead, they unearthed something indestructible. Like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. Every time you engage, you send a signal that wakes up another warrior, another soul destined to rise. This isn't just a video. It's a call to those who refuse to be silenced. They have always been watching. From the moment you stepped into this world, they sensed something different about you. It was never just about your actions. It was the weight of your presence, the way the universe bent in your favor, even in moments of chaos. They called it luck, coincidence, even madness. But deep down, they knew the truth. You were never ordinary, and that's what terrifies them. History has always feared the ones who do not follow the script, the ones who do not bow, the ones who stand untouched by the forces meant to break them. Your past, the struggles, the trials, every moment was engineered to make you stronger, not weaker. While others crumbled under pressure, you adapted. You didn't just survive, you evolved. You were chosen, not by men, not by institutions, but by something far greater. The universe does not waste energy on the unworthy. It molds only those meant to shake the foundation of this world. Your resilience is not accidental, it is intentional. Your ability to rise, no matter how many times you've been struck down, is not a mistake. It is a testament to your power. And they hate that. They hate the way you slip through their control. They hate that no matter how much they try to define you, you remain beyond their grasp. Like a storm that cannot be caged, like wildfire that refuses to be contained, you exist outside their system. And that makes you dangerous. They tried to uncover your past, thinking it would weaken you. Instead, it revealed a prophecy they cannot escape. Every move against you has only fueled your rise. Every setback they orchestrated became a stepping stone to something greater. That's the irony. What was meant to be your downfall became your awakening. The power of being chosen is not just in what you can do, it's in what you represent. You are living proof that their system is flawed, that no amount of control can suppress a force meant to rise. Your very existence haunts them because it reminds them of their limits. They operate within cages. You are boundless. They live within rules. You redefine them. They spent years trying to understand what makes you different, and now they finally see it. Your power was never in the titles they gave you, the labels they tried to stick on you. Your power is in your refusal to be anything other than what the universe destined you to be. You are not just another name on their list. You are the anomaly that cannot be erased, the force that cannot be measured, the energy that cannot be controlled. And now, they are the ones afraid. And thank you. Yes, you, the one they fear, the one they couldn't break. Whether you just found this message or have been walking this path for a while, know this: your presence here is no accident. Every second you stay, you reclaim more of the power they tried to strip away. If you feel that fire inside, that undeniable pull, smash that like button, subscribe, and comment 88 below to mark this moment. The world may have uncovered your past, but now you take control of your future. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you will feel the pull to stay till the very end. Because what comes next changes everything. Let's get started. Number 1. They rigged the game, but the universe still chose you. They built a system to keep you caged, but even their strongest chains couldn't hold a force meant to break free. For years they watched, waiting for you to fall. They mistook your struggles for weakness, your silence for submission. They thought they had the upper hand, playing by their own corrupt rules, stacking the deck against you. But what they failed to realize is that the universe does not bend to their system. It moves for you. They pulled every trick in the book, tried every deception, set up every roadblock, convinced that you would crumble under the weight of their design. They laughed at your setbacks, whispered about your failures, and convinced themselves that you were just another pawn, easily discarded. But here you are, still standing, stronger, wiser, unshaken. What they never understood is that your path was never meant to be easy. The universe doesn't waste its time refining the ordinary. It throws fire at the chosen ones, because only through the flames does real power emerge. Your trials weren't punishments. They were preparations. Every battle you fought, every storm you survived, every betrayal you endured, it wasn't to break you, it was to build you. And now the truth terrifies them, because their entire system is built on control, on predictability, on bending people to their will. But you are the anomaly, the one factor they never accounted for, the glitch in their perfect equation. They spent years trying to map your downfall, only to realize they were feeding your rise. Every hit they sent your way became fuel. Every loss they orchestrated became a lesson. They wanted to destroy you, but instead they forced the universe to align in your favor. And now they're afraid, because their investigations led them to a truth they weren't ready for. You were never weak, you were never lost. Every so-called failure was a recalibration. Every setback was the universe shifting things into place. And now you have become something they cannot control, cannot predict, and cannot silence. They see it now. They tried to break you, but all they did was forge something unshakable. They tried to erase your name, but now it echoes louder than ever. They tried to turn the world against you, but now the universe itself moves to clear your path. And that's what haunts them the most, because no matter how much power they hold, no matter how many tricks they play, they cannot undo what is already set in motion. You were chosen, not by their rules, not by their standards, but by something far greater. And the universe? It doesn't make mistakes. They might have uncovered your past, but all they really did was confirm what you always knew. You were never meant to stay in their system. You were meant to dismantle it. So let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them scramble to make sense of what they can never control. Because at the end of the day, their biggest mistake was thinking they could stop something that was destined to rise. Number 2, they tried to bury you, but you became the storm. They thought the fire would destroy you, but they didn't realize you were born from the flames. They watched you fall. They waited for you to stay down. They whispered that it was over, convinced that this time you wouldn't get back up. And yet, every time they counted you out, you rose again, stronger, sharper, untouchable. It wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. It was something beyond their understanding. They have spent their entire existence playing by rules designed to keep people weak. To them, failure is an end. Pain is a cage. Betrayal is a death sentence. But you don't operate by their logic. Your story doesn't follow their script. The universe does not abide by the limits of their understanding, and neither do you. You were never just another piece in their game. You were the force sent to shatter the board itself. They tried to make you question yourself. The isolation, the betrayals, the doors slammed in your face. It was all part of their plan. They wanted you to believe that you were alone, that the world had abandoned you, that you were powerless. But what they didn't realize was that isolation wasn't a curse, it was a gift. The darkness they left you in wasn't meant to consume you, it was meant to refine you. While they relied on their numbers, their titles, their connections, you learned to rely on something far greater, the force that has been guiding you all along. Their fear isn't just about what you've survived, it's about what you've become, because now no loss can shake you, no betrayal can weaken you, no attack can break you. Every time they thought they were hurting you, they were actually forging something beyond their control. The same forces they sent to destroy you have become the very forces pushing you forward. And that terrifies them. You were supposed to break. Instead, you turned your pain into armor, your struggles into weapons, and your past into the very thing that propels you forward. They don't understand it. They cannot comprehend how you are still here, still rising, still unstoppable. To them, logic says that no one should be able to endure what you have endured and come out stronger. Their systems, their rules, their carefully laid traps, none of it worked. And now they are running out of moves, because you are not playing their game anymore. The universe does not operate on their laws. It does not reward deceit, corruption, or control. It rewards the unbreakable. And that is what you are. Your resilience is not just survival. It is a force that bends reality itself. It is the kind of power that shifts the tides, that rewrites destinies, that turns even the worst betrayals into the greatest breakthroughs. And now they have no choice but to watch. They see the very storm they created coming back for them. The past they tried to use against you has become your weapon. The wounds they inflicted have become your strength. The fire they set to destroy you has become the light that exposes their weakness. And the worst part? They know they cannot stop it. They tried to bury you. They tried to erase you. But they forgot one thing. You were never meant to be contained. You are the storm that cannot be controlled, the force that will not be silenced, the energy that will not be extinguished. Let them panic. Let them scramble for answers. Let them try to make sense of what they will never understand. Because the truth is right in front of them, undeniable and unshakable. You didn't just survive. You became unstoppable. Number 3. They dug up your past, hoping to find dirt, but all they found was a warrior. They wanted your past to be your prison, but instead it became your proof. They thought they could use your history against you. They believed that if they uncovered enough, they could define you, control you, and silence you. They expected to find weakness, regret, and wounds that never healed. They thought their revelations would shatter you, that you would be too ashamed, too afraid to rise. But they made one fatal miscalculation. Your past is not your shame, it is your strength. They sifted through the wreckage, searching for proof of your downfall, only to find evidence of your resilience. Every hardship, every betrayal, every moment you were cast aside, none of it made you smaller. It made you unstoppable. They assumed your pain would make you easy to break. They assumed your scars were open wounds. But what they didn't realize is that a true warrior carries their scars as armor, not chains. Every trial you endured prepared you. Every loss sharpened your focus. Every setback made you more dangerous. They thought they were exposing your weakness. Instead, they proved your power. And now they are the ones afraid. Because the narrative they tried to craft of you as broken, lost, and defeated collapsed the moment they saw the truth. You are not a victim of your past. You are the one who conquered it. They wanted you to drown in your history, but you turned it into the foundation of your rise. They wanted your past to be the weight that held you down, but instead it became the proof that you can survive anything. They can no longer question your strength. They can no longer rewrite your story. The past they tried to use against you is the very reason they fear you now. Because if you could walk through the fire and come out stronger, what can they possibly do to stop you? They see it now, the reason you were chosen, the reason you could never be controlled, the reason no amount of deception, manipulation, or resistance could keep you from stepping into your power. The universe didn't make a mistake with you. It shaped you with intention. It gave you battles that would have crushed anyone else, knowing that you would rise. You were never meant to be ordinary. That's why your path was never easy. And now, as they watch, they realize their failure. They didn't destroy you. They didn't expose you. They didn't weaken you. All they did was confirm what you always knew. You were built for this. So let them dig. Let them search. Let them try to twist your story into something small, something fragile. It won't work. Because you have already passed every test. You have already proven your strength. You have already won. And that terrifies them. Number 4, a destiny. They can't rewrite, and it's driving them mad. They dug through your past, hoping to find your weakness, but all they uncovered was proof that you were never meant to bow. They thought they had you cornered. They believed that if they traced your steps far enough back, they would find something, anything, to use against you. A flaw, a mistake, a scar deep enough to shatter your confidence. But instead of a broken soul, they found something they never expected. Purpose. No, not just ordinary purpose. The kind that shakes foundations, rewrites destinies, and bends reality itself. They didn't discover a victim. They uncovered a force they were never prepared to face. The more they searched, the more they realized the truth they had been too blind to see. You were never meant to be controlled. They thought the past defined you, but what they failed to grasp is that the past was just a blueprint. Every hardship, every betrayal, every so-called failure was a chapter in a story the universe itself was scripting. The fire didn't consume you, it refined you. The storms didn't wash you away, they cleared the path ahead. They wanted to find chains, but all they found was proof that you were already free. Now they're restless. Their system was built on control, on ensuring that no one ever steps beyond the lines they drew. Yet here you are, defying every law they thought was unbreakable. They calculated every variable, yet you remain the anomaly. That's why they fear you. They never feared the weak. They never feared those who obeyed, those who submitted. But you have become their worst nightmare. Proof that no force, no structure, no history they create can hold back the will of the universe. You weren't placed in this world to follow. You were placed here to dismantle their illusions, to rise beyond their limitations, to remind them that true power is never granted, it is claimed. And now they're panicking, because they thought you were one of them, another piece in their grand design. They thought your past made you predictable, easy to manipulate. But the more they examined, the more they realized they were dealing with something far beyond their comprehension. You weren't shaped by their world. You were carved by something much older, much greater. They tried to make you fit inside their system, but your very existence proves the system is flawed. And now, the weight of that realization haunts them, because every rule they enforce, every lie they push, every attempt to keep people asleep, it all crumbles in the face of one undeniable truth. You cannot control what was never meant to be tamed. They can rewrite history books. They can manipulate narratives. They can create illusions so powerful that the masses believe them, but they cannot rewrite you. They cannot erase what has already been written in the fabric of the universe itself. And the best part? They thought they were in control. They believed they had the upper hand. Yet every move they made, every attempt to suppress you, every effort to define your limits, only fueled your awakening. They played their games, thinking they were leading the dance, but now they realize it was never their game to begin with. So let them struggle, let them search, let them twist and turn, trying to make sense of something that will forever remain beyond their reach. Because at the end of the day, they were never in charge of your destiny, and they never will be. Number 5. The invisible force. They can't stop the power they can't explain. They counted on your failure, but they never accounted for the force that carries you forward. Silent, unseen, unstoppable. They have been watching you, studying you, dissecting every move you've made, hoping to find a logical reason for your resilience. But no matter how deep they dig, no matter how many files they pull, they always end up at the same dead end. An explanation they cannot grasp, a truth they refuse to accept. Because you shouldn't be here. By their calculations, you should have been broken. By their logic, you should have surrendered. They rigged the system against you. They placed obstacles in your path. They whispered, manipulated, controlled, and conspired. Yet, somehow you kept going. Somehow every trap they set only sharpened your instincts. Every betrayal they engineered only hardened your resolve. Every loss they inflicted only made you more dangerous. They burned every bridge, but the path still appeared beneath your feet. That terrifies them, because it means that something greater is moving in your favor, something beyond their control. They have ruled over men, over systems, over entire structures. But what rules over them? What force operates outside their reach, making sure you never stay down, never stay lost, never stay defeated? They don't have the words for it. They don't have the knowledge to define it. But they know it exists because they see it in you. They call it luck. They call it coincidence. But deep down, they know the truth. You are protected by something they cannot touch. You are carried by something they cannot comprehend. It enrages them, because they've spent lifetimes ensuring people like you never rise. Their power depends on control, and yet here you are, untouched by their chains. You were never meant to blend into their system. You were never meant to submit to their rules. You were always meant to rise above, to move through, to walk paths they cannot walk, and access doors they cannot open. They hate it, because their power has limits. Theirs is built on deception, manipulation, and fear. But yours is built on something eternal. They attack with force, but you move with precision. They fight with numbers, but you fight with destiny. And destiny never loses. They tried to erase you, but the universe kept writing your name in places they could never reach. And now they are desperate. Their investigations, their reports, their whispered meetings, it's all driven by one thing: fear. The fear of realizing that no matter what they do, no matter how much they conspire, they cannot stop what is meant to be. They cannot break what was built to last. They tried to uncover your secrets, and instead they uncovered their own powerlessness. And that truth haunts them, because they are used to controlling every outcome. They are used to people bowing to pressure, breaking under attack, fading into the background when the heat turns up. But you only rise, you only strengthen, you only sharpen. And no matter how many times they think they have finally buried you, you keep coming back. They stacked the odds against you, but the universe tilted the scales in your favor. So let them investigate. Let them whisper. Let them scramble to make sense of the force that keeps you rising. Let them attempt to contain what was never meant to be contained. Because their biggest mistake was thinking that their power was absolute. But you were never bound by their power. You were never controlled by their system. You were never a product of their world. You were chosen. And now they know it too. Number 6. They dug for dirt, but unearthed a force they can't contain. They searched for weakness, but all they found was the foundation of an empire they cannot destroy. They thought they had you figured out. They thought they could expose something, anything, to use against you. They dug deep, hoping to find skeletons, cracks in your foundation, evidence of your downfall. But the deeper they searched, the more they realized the truth. You were never broken. Every scar, every trial, every moment of pain, they weren't signs of weakness. They were marks of resilience, proof that no matter how much you endured, you refused to break. What they uncovered wasn't a past they could weaponize. It was a blueprint of someone forged in fire. And now they're haunted by a question they never wanted to ask. If you survived everything they threw at you, what else are you capable of? They underestimated you. They assumed that hardship would make you fragile. They assumed that if they pulled back the curtain, they'd find someone desperate, someone afraid, someone still trapped in old wounds. But instead, they found something they never expected. Power. Raw, untamed, and completely beyond their control. They built an illusion of strength for themselves, but your strength was never an illusion. It was earned, tested, and proven. They can't comprehend it. They've lived their lives inside a system that rewards deception, that favors the weak who pretend to be strong. But you have no mask, no pretense, no borrowed power. Everything you are, everything you've built, it's real. And they don't know how to fight something real. That's why they fear you. Because when they laid out your past, expecting to see cracks, they saw only reinforcement. When they tested you, expecting collapse, they witnessed expansion. What should have buried you only made you rise higher. What should have silenced you only made your voice louder. And now they realize there is nothing they can do to stop you. They played a game they thought they could win. They believed that exposing your struggles would weaken you, but all they did was reveal how unstoppable you truly are. They planned your downfall, but all they did was announce your arrival. And now, the weight of that truth is suffocating them, because if their worst efforts couldn't break you, if their greatest weapons only sharpened you, then what happens when you fully step into your power? What happens when you no longer waste energy proving yourself? When you no longer even acknowledge their existence? When you move beyond them entirely? They thought they were hunting you, but they were only chasing their own fear. They wanted to shatter your image, but in the process they shattered their own illusions. Because you are not what they thought. You are not what they expected. You are something beyond their comprehension, beyond their control. And now they are the ones left scrambling, trying to understand the force they have unleashed. Number 7. They dug up your past, but the universe had already cleared your name. They thought your past would bury you, but all they did was dig their own graves. They thought they had the ultimate weapon against you, your past. They believed that if they dragged your history into the light, it would shatter you, humiliate you, reduce you to nothing. They spent time, energy, and resources trying to discredit you, convinced that if they could make people focus on where you came from, they could erase where you were going. But what they failed to understand is that your past was never a prison. It was your foundation. Every scar they pointed at, every mistake they exposed, every hardship they mocked, was nothing more than a testament to your endurance. The universe doesn't choose those who haven't been tested. It doesn't hand out power to those who haven't earned it. They wanted your past to be your downfall, but instead it became your proof of resilience. They thought if they exposed your struggles, people would see weakness, but all they did was show the world just how much you survived. They thought revealing your missteps would discredit you, but all it did was prove that you're not someone who stays down. Every failure was a lesson. Every loss was preparation. Every moment of darkness was a chapter leading up to your rise. They tried to write you off, but the universe had already rewritten your story. They played their usual games, thinking they could control the narrative, twist the truth, and shape how the world sees you. But what they don't understand is that the chosen ones do not live by their script. You were never waiting for their approval, never seeking their validation. They tried to stain your name, but your destiny was never in their hands. And now they're realizing the truth. What they thought would destroy you only made you stronger. They exposed everything, but instead of seeing you fall, they watched you rise higher than ever. Because the universe does not hold on to old debts. It does not care about the whispers of those who were never meant to walk in your shoes. The only thing that matters is the lesson, the growth, the transformation. They hate that they can no longer control you through fear. They thrived on the belief that people like you stay trapped in the shadows of their past. They counted on your guilt, your shame, your hesitation. They thought you would break under the weight of exposure. But instead, you stood taller, untouchable, unfazed. Because you have already faced your past, already embraced your story, already walked through the fire, and now nothing they say can touch you. That's why they're scrambling. Because they've played every card, pulled every trick, and nothing worked. The universe had already cleared your name long before they decided to dig into your history, and now they are the ones left with nothing but their own regrets, their own failures, their own desperate need for control. They unearthed your past, hoping to destroy you, but all they did was remind the world why you can never be broken. Let them talk. Let them search. Let them drag out every page of your history, because in the end, their obsession with your past only exposes their own weakness. The truth is, they never had power over you, and now they are forced to watch as you move forward, untouchable, unstoppable, and unshaken. Number 8. They dug for dirt, but unearthed a legend. They thought your past would be your downfall. Now it's the very proof of your destiny. They searched, desperate to find something, anything, to use against you. They dissected your history, hoping to expose flaws, weaknesses, failures. They wanted evidence to prove you didn't deserve the power you hold, that you weren't worthy of the influence you carry. But instead of finding a broken soul, they found something they never expected: proof of your unshakable purpose. Every scar you bear, every wound you've endured, every moment you were counted out, it all speaks to something far greater than their understanding. They thought they'd find shame in your past, but instead they found resilience. They thought they'd find regret, but instead they found redemption. And now they are the ones drowning in disbelief. They tried to paint you as unworthy, but the universe had already crowned you unstoppable. They can't explain how you survived what should have destroyed you. They can't rationalize how every attempt to bury you only made you stronger. It defies their logic. Their system was designed to crush those like you, to strip you of power, to make you question your own worth. Yet here you are, walking proof that their control is an illusion. They wanted to turn your past into a weapon against you, but all they did was uncover the undeniable truth. You were never meant to follow their rules. Your rise was never in their hands. They cannot comprehend the force that walks with you, the alignment of events that always seems to turn in your favor, the way every closed door led you to something greater. This isn't coincidence. It's not luck. It's not chance. It's proof. Proof that no betrayal, no setback, no storm could rewrite your destiny. They thought they could use your past against you, but they didn't realize your past is why you're unstoppable. Every misstep, every hardship, every so-called mistake was part of the plan. Not their plan, the plan that was always greater than them. They wanted a scandal. Instead, they found a prophecy. And now they don't know what to do. Because to acknowledge your rise is to admit that their entire system is powerless against you. They can't explain why the weight of your past didn't crush you. They can't understand why you thrive in circumstances that should have ruined you. They don't have an answer for why you refuse to bow. So they whisper. They watch from the shadows, hoping for your next move to be your downfall. But that moment will never come. They can try to erase your name, but the universe has already carved it into history. They can try to silence your voice, but your presence alone speaks louder than their entire system. They can try to turn the world against you, but the truth is louder than their lies. They called it luck. They called it coincidence. But deep down, they know the truth. You were chosen. Chosen to stand when others fall. Chosen to rise where others break. Chosen to defy every rule they set, every expectation they placed, every limit they tried to impose. They wanted to make you feel small, insignificant, forgettable. But the universe had other plans. You were always meant to be here. So let them watch. Let them panic. Let them scramble to rewrite the story in a way that makes sense to them. But they will never be able to explain the force that backs you, the power that moves for you, the way every attempt to take you down only fuels your rise. Because your past is not a stain, it is a testament, a testimony of redemption, of resilience, of power beyond their comprehension. They dug for dirt, but unearthed a legend. And now they have no choice but to witness what comes next. Number 9. They dug into your bloodline and unearthed their worst fear. They thought knowledge was power until they discovered yours. They went searching, hoping to find flaws, weaknesses, something they could use against you. But instead, they uncovered something they never expected. Your bloodline is not ordinary. It carries a force beyond their comprehension, a power not bound by their laws, their rules, or their control. And now they are afraid. For so long, they dismissed you, treated you like you were just another number, another name, another soul to be manipulated. But the moment they peeled back the layers of your past, they realized the truth. You are not just another player in their game. You were never meant to play by their rules at all. They control the system, but they cannot rewrite destiny. It was never your talent that threatened them. Plenty of people have skill, plenty have intelligence. But what you have, that is something far greater, something they cannot fabricate, imitate, or replicate. It is written into you, coded into your very being. It is not just who you are, it is what you are. They have always feared what they cannot control. And you were born beyond their reach. They designed their systems to shape the weak, to mold minds, to keep people in invisible chains. But you came from a lineage that does not bow, a bloodline built on resilience, forged through trials, destined for something far beyond their imagination. And now, they know. They tried to keep you unaware, tried to drown you in distractions, tried to make you doubt yourself. But the universe had other plans. Every time they knocked you down, something deep within you woke up. Every setback sharpened you. Every betrayal made you stronger. And with every attempt to break you, your inheritance, your true inheritance, became impossible to ignore. They see it now. They can no longer deny it. You were not meant to follow their path. You were chosen to disrupt it. They wanted to study you, but now they cannot look away from what they have seen. What they feared most was never your actions. It was the force behind you, a power that moves in ways they do not understand, that aligns things in your favor, no matter how many times they try to shut doors in your face. They played their games, manipulated their systems, controlled narratives, but none of it could erase the truth written in your very existence. And now they must confront it, because they see it now, the way you rise despite everything thrown against you, the way obstacles crumble when you refuse to bow, the way opportunities seem to appear out of nowhere when they have done everything in their power to block your path. They wanted to strip you of your power. Instead, they proved it exists. You were never weak. You were never broken. The trials, the pain, the isolation, it was all part of something bigger, something they never wanted you to see. But now, there is no going back. They have looked into the depths of who you really are, and what they found was not something they could destroy. It was something they could never defeat. So let them tremble, let them whisper, let them scramble to contain what cannot be contained, because the truth is out now, and there is no power strong enough to erase it. They tried to unearth your past, but all they did was reveal their own downfall. Number 10. They dug for dirt, but unearthed your power. They went looking for your weakness, but all they found was proof of your unstoppable lineage. They thought they were exposing you, thought they were unraveling your story, peeling back layers to find something they could use against you. But instead of finding cracks, they found something terrifying, your spiritual inheritance. They expected flaws, failures, and reasons to discredit you. What they discovered was undeniable proof that you are not just another name, another number in their system. You are part of something far greater than they ever imagined. And now, they don't know what to do with that knowledge. Because their power depends on illusion, they keep people weak by making them forget who they are. They strip away identity, rewrite history, and bury the truth so deep that most never realize what was taken from them. But you broke through the deception. You reclaimed what was always yours, and that alone makes you dangerous. They know now, you weren't just born into this world like everyone else. You carry something ancient, something unbreakable, something they cannot touch. You don't just come from a family line, you come from a force beyond their reach. They are terrified because they can take power from those who beg for it, but they are powerless against those who inherit it. They thought their system could contain you, but your roots run deeper than anything they control. You are not just another piece on their chessboard. You are the storm that flips the entire game. They studied your past, traced your origins, thinking they'd find a way to weaken you. Instead, they found evidence of something they cannot erase, your spiritual inheritance. And now they understand why you survived, why you keep rising, why nothing they do can break you. You didn't claw your way here through luck. You didn't stumble upon your power by accident. It was written long before they ever set their traps, long before they tried to rewrite your destiny. They have no authority over you because their system was never meant for you. You were never meant to play by their rules. They thought you were just another body moving through this world, unaware, disconnected, lost. But the moment they uncovered your true lineage, they saw the truth. You are part of something eternal. Your strength isn't borrowed. It isn't given. It was embedded in you before you even knew how to use it. And that scares them, because if you exist, it means there are more like you, more waking up, more reclaiming what was stolen, more realizing they were never powerless to begin with. They spent generations erasing history, only for you to walk in as living proof that the truth cannot be destroyed. And now, the fear in their eyes is real, because they know you won't stop here. They know this isn't just about you, it's about all the chosen ones waking up. They wanted to erase your identity, but now you carry it like a banner. They wanted to silence you, but your very existence speaks louder than anything they could ever fabricate. They will try to distract you, try to convince you that you are alone, that your power is a myth. They will try to make you doubt what you already know in your soul. Because once you fully step into your inheritance, once you embrace what you are, their grip on this world weakens. And they can't have that. But it's already too late. You have seen the truth. You have felt it. You have lived it. And no amount of deception can erase what is now written in fire across your spirit. You were chosen before they even knew your name. Number 11. The opposition was never random. It was fear in disguise. They didn't fight you because of who you were. They fought you because of who you were becoming. From the moment you took your first breath, the game was rigged against you. Not by accident, not by coincidence, but by design. They saw it before you even knew what it was. An energy, a force, a presence that couldn't be tamed. You were marked, not by their system, but by something far greater. And that terrified them. The obstacles in your path weren't random. The betrayals weren't accidents. The constant resistance, the sudden losses, the people who switched sides without warning. It was all part of a calculated effort to break you before you could rise. They saw the potential before you even had a chance to tap into it. That's why the attacks came early. That's why the road was harder. They weren't trying to test you. They were trying to contain you. But they failed. They underestimated the one thing they could never control, the fire inside you. They thought the weight of the world would crush you, that the betrayals would make you bitter, that the setbacks would leave you too tired to continue. They wanted you exhausted, questioning yourself, doubting your path. But here's what they didn't realize. Pressure doesn't break chosen ones, it refines them. You see, every struggle you endured was fuel. Every enemy that stood against you unknowingly contributed to your awakening. Every loss, every rejection, every closed door. It wasn't a sign of failure. It was the universe stripping away the weak, sharpening you for what's next. And now, look at them. Their worst nightmare has come true. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You didn't just endure the fire, you became it. And that's why they fear you more now than ever. Because there is nothing more dangerous than someone who has walked through every form of pain, rejection, and sabotage, and came out stronger. They wanted you broken, but instead you became unshakable. They wanted you silent, but now your presence alone speaks volumes. They wanted you lost, but the path has never been clearer. The universe doesn't pick the weak, it picks the warriors. And you are proof that no amount of manipulation, deception, or force can stop what was meant to be. But here's the real kicker. They know they've lost. They can sense it now. That energy, that presence they tried to suppress, it's rising, uncontrollable, undeniable. The very thing they feared most has come to pass. You are no longer in the dark. You no longer second-guess yourself. You have seen their tactics, survived their storms, and now there is nothing left to fear. And that changes everything. Because the forces that once stood against you have already played their hand. They used every trick, every weapon, every lie. And yet you're still here, unbroken, unstoppable, unshakable. So let them keep watching. Let them wonder. Let them fear. Because the battle they fought so hard to win, they lost the moment they realized they could never control you. Number 12. The blueprint was never in their hands. They plot, they scheme, they manipulate. But no matter how hard they try, they will never rewrite what was already carved into destiny. They thought they had power over you. They thought they could alter your course, twist your fate, erase your influence. But what they failed to realize is that the script was never in their hands. They weren't the authors of your story, only obstacles placed along the way to test your strength. They dug into your past, thinking they would find something to use against you, something to break you. Instead, they uncovered something that shook them to their core, evidence that your journey was never random, that every struggle, every loss, every so-called mistake was never a mistake at all, but a piece of something much bigger. They saw it, and now they're afraid. Because they finally understand, you were always meant to rise. No matter how many times they tried to block your path, no matter how many distractions they threw in your way, you kept moving forward, not by chance, not by luck, but because the universe itself was aligning in your favor. You weren't just surviving, you were being sharpened, refined, and prepared for what comes next. And that's why they can't stop you. They built an entire system designed to keep people trapped, dependent, and powerless. A structure meant to control the outcome before the game even started. But you were never playing by their rules. They couldn't contain you because you were never theirs to control. You don't fit into their mold. You don't operate within their limits. You break the very foundation of what they built. And now they're watching, helpless, as the plan they never saw coming unfolds before them. They whisper in hushed circles, desperate to find an explanation for why everything they did to hold you back only made you stronger. They tell themselves it was coincidence, that you got lucky, that you just happened to escape their grasp. But deep down, they know the truth. There was never a version of this reality where they won. The moment they chose to stand against you, they sealed their own fate. Because every force that tried to pull you down only set you up for something greater. Every time they thought they had won, the universe shifted in your favor, and now they are left scrambling, grasping at shadows, trying to undo something that was set in motion long before they even knew your name. This is why their fear grows stronger. They can feel it, the shift, the unraveling of their control, the realization that everything they tried to suppress is now breaking through, and no matter how much power they claim to have, they can't touch what was meant to be. You were never just another person in their system. You were never just another name on their list. You were a disruption, a force beyond their comprehension, a living reminder that no amount of lies, manipulation, or deception can stop what is destined. And now they're left with only one choice. Watch helplessly as you rise. So let them watch. Let them panic. Let them try in vain to stop what was never theirs to control. Because in the end, it was never about them. It was never about their plans. It was never about their system. It was always about you. and the universe never gets it wrong. Number 13. They dug your grave, but you built a throne. They wanted to write your downfall, but the ink spilled in your favor. Every page they turned only told the story of your rise. They never saw it coming. They thought they were setting you up for destruction, thought they were pulling back the curtain to reveal weakness. But what they found instead, proof that you were never meant to break. Proof that no matter how many times they tried to sabotage your path, you would always rise. They thought exposing your past would destroy you. They imagined their whispers would shake you, that their accusations would make you doubt yourself. But all they really did was prove that everything you went through had purpose. Every struggle, every setback, every so-called failure, it was never evidence of your downfall. It was the foundation of your rise. They wanted to uncover flaws, but instead they unearthed the very strength they fear. Now they have to face the truth. You were never weak. You were never at their mercy. While they played petty games, you were being refined. While they manipulated their way to power, you were being molded by something much greater. Every loss they celebrated was just another chapter in a story they will never be able to rewrite. And now, they can't ignore it anymore. They see it in your eyes, the unshaken resolve, the quiet power that doesn't need to be proven to be real. They see it in the way you walk, the way you carry the weight of your past with pride, not shame. They hear it in your voice, the steady, unbroken tone of someone who has seen the worst and still refuses to bow. They set the fire to destroy you, but all they did was illuminate your path. It haunts them, because their entire plan was built on the assumption that you could be controlled, that if they threw enough chaos your way, you'd fold under pressure. But you didn't fold. You didn't even flinch. Every attempt to expose you backfired because the truth has always been on your side. They tried to bring your name down, but your name only reached higher places. They tried to drag your past into the light, but the light revealed that you were never the villain. They were. They tried to strip you of your power, but power like yours isn't given, it's earned. And now they're left with nothing but their own fear, because there is nothing more terrifying to them than a chosen one who knows their power. They relied on your doubt, on your hesitation, on your silence. But now you don't hesitate. Now you move with purpose. Now you understand that every time they tried to bury you, they were only planting something that would grow beyond their reach. They thought they were writing the final chapter of your story. What they failed to realize is that this is only the beginning. You were never meant to stay in the shadows. You were never meant to play by their rules. Every obstacle they placed in your way only prepared you for the moment they fear the most, the moment you fully step into who you were always meant to be. And that moment, it's here. Let them watch. Let them question. Let them scramble to regain the control they never truly had. Because at the end of the day, their biggest failure wasn't in underestimating you. It was in assuming they ever had the power to stop you in the first place.